Stars Academy. On the grand stage, the dean stood tall, addressing the gathered students. His voice echoed across the courtyard, filled with authority and importance. Today, you will step into the Overlord's plane, he began. There, you will summon heroes and create a world of your own. The crowd of students buzzed with excitement. Whispers and murmurs filled the air as they speculated about their fates. The Overlord's plane is a land of infinite possibilities, the dean continued. Everything you gain there, artifacts, power, knowledge, can be brought back to the Blue Star. However, your first summoned hero is crucial. It will determine your success or failure in this realm. Eager faces lit up as students fantasized about their future heroes. I want the legendary Angel of Light, one student whispered, his eyes sparkling with hope. You, another student scoffed. With your luck, you'll be lucky to get a Knight of Light, let alone an angel. In a distant corner, a cold, aloof figure chuckled. My family's predictions never fail. I'll either summon the Wuji Sword Saint or Lao Ai, the All-Sword Hero. Both are top-tier SSS class heroes. The dean cleared his throat, silencing the chatter. Quiet, he commanded. What I am about to share is vital. The crowd hushed, though some braced themselves for a long speech. The dean was notorious for turning a few words into lengthy monologues. Since the collision of the Overlord plane and our world, many overlords have risen. Remember, the plane is treacherous. Strength alone won't save you. Luck and intellect will often determine your survival. Minutes turned into half an hour, but the dean showed no signs of stopping. Amidst the commotion, a young man named Su Yuan sat quietly, lost in thought. When Su Yuan blinked, he found himself in an entirely different setting. What? He muttered, looking around in confusion. This wasn't the academy. He wasn't among the lords. Instead, he was in a strange, ethereal place, standing near two massive pools, one glowing with radiant light and the other emanating an ominous darkness. He looked down at his hands and froze. I'm not a lord. Su Yuan's voice trembled. Wait. I'm the one being summoned. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. He wasn't a summoner, he was the hero. No way, he whispered, still trying to process the absurdity of his situation. Nearby, the pool of light shimmered. Within its depths, majestic figures like angels, elves, and stone giants stood tall. Their radiant forms exuded purity and strength. But as Su Yuan approached, the creatures in the pool recoiled in fear. He frowned. Why are they scared of me? He turned toward the pool of darkness. The atmosphere shifted. Flames flickered and dimmed. A horse of blue fire neighed in terror, bolting away despite its rider's frantic attempts to control it. Su Yuan's presence alone seemed to inspire dread. What's going on? He muttered. His gaze fell upon a massive skeletal dragon within the dark pool. The creature bowed its head, pledging loyalty without hesitation. Information flooded Su Yuan's mind. Dark type S-class hero, avenging soul flame. Dark type SS class hero, nightmare knight. Dark type SSS class hero, dark bone dragon, Chi-Chi. Su Yuan's confusion deepened. Why are they afraid of me? He wondered aloud. His eyes lowered to his own body, and for the first time, he noticed the transformation. His legs were encased in shimmering black dragon scales, and razor-sharp bone blades jutted from his joints. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the truth. I've become an SSSS class dark demon dragon. Black wings erupted from his back, spreading wide to block out the sky. A dark blue flame danced at the tip of his tail, crackling with purple-black lightning. Beneath his feet, a galaxy-like array spun, emitting a mysterious, ancient aura. The heroes in both pools, light and dark, quaked with fear. The legendary dark demon dragon, whispered a distant voice. Su Yuan clenched his fists. His newfound power coursed through him, yet it was tinged with frustration. The Overlord plane's rules suppress me, he muttered. Even with all this strength, I'll have to start from scratch once I'm summoned. A system interface appeared before him. Name, Su Yuan. Demonic dragon's true name, Lapis Olga. Race, dark demon dragon. Level, 1. Attributes. Strength, 10. Spirit, 8. Agility, 7. Constitution, 10. Abilities unlocked. Night conversion. Level 1 converts the energy of the night into experience points. Gains increase with level. Dragon God Slumber * unlocked at level 30. Rebirth of the demonic dragon * unlocked at level 60. Darkwing Blade * unlocked at level 90. Endless Devour * unlocked at level 120. A faint smile tugged at Su Yuan's lips. So, this is my starting point. The skies above him rumbled. A bell tolled, signaling the summoning ritual had begun. Let's see which unlucky lord ends up with me, Su Yuan murmured, his wings spreading as he prepared to face his new destiny. #### chosen by the heavenly Deo. Su Yuan stretched his wings leisurely, the edges crackling with purple-black lightning. His vertical pupils glowed with faint amusement as he muttered, I wonder which lord will have the honor of contracting me. Will it be a brawny brute? Or perhaps, a beautiful maiden with a mysterious aura? As the unrivaled SSSS class dark demon dragon, Su Yuan had absolute confidence in his supremacy. No creature in the hero plane could stand against him. A trip to the lower realm was no more than an intriguing diversion. Just as his thoughts drifted, a vibrant, multicolored door materialized in the sky. Its presence was heralded by a hum of chaotic energy. The gateway to the tournament has opened, Su Yuan exclaimed. His eyes glinted with anticipation. Through this contract, my strength will grow, and when I return, I'll ascend as the overlord of the hero plane. The area around the door buzzed like a bustling market. Creatures of varying sizes and races clamored to be chosen. Su Yuan's gaze swept the crowd. Most of them were unimpressive slimes, goblins, lizardmen, and other low-tier beings. A frost goblin, standing on tiptoe, declared boldly, "When I'm summoned, I'll become the overlord of the hero plane." Su Yuan stifled a laugh. His eyes sparkled with disdain as he observed the gathering. F-class hero, slime. A-class hero, lizardman. D-class hero, frost goblin. This is it, Su Yuan muttered, shaking his head. A gathering of mediocrity. Suddenly, from the pool of light, a dazzling figure emerged, a C-class light ranger. Her appearance was greeted with thunderous cheers from the lords glimpsing through the door on the other side. A light ranger, a voice echoed. Whoever contracts her is guaranteed a spot in the top 10. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. A C-class light ranger, causing such a commotion? How amusing. Around him, however, were heroes starting at A-class. S-class heroes were as common as grains of sand, and even SS-class heroes were treated with indifference. Nearby, the red-eyed black dragon, an S-class hero, sensed Su Yuan's disdain. Lowering his head respectfully, he explained, "Great Dark Demon Dragon King, your perspective is naturally different. You may not realize how these things work." Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, curious but silent. The red-eyed black dragon continued, "The hero plane is divided into elemental pools: earth, water, wind, fire, thunder, nature, light, and dark. Of these, the pools of light and darkness are the most powerful." He glanced toward the door, where the weaker creatures gathered. "What you see there, slimes, goblins, lizardmen, are limited by their racial aptitudes. For them, contracting with a lord is the only way to grow stronger. Even some S-class heroes started from humble beginnings." Before the dragon could elaborate further, a six-winged fallen angel descended gracefully. His dark aura radiated authority as he pushed the red-eyed black dragon aside. "Allow me, Great Dark Demon Dragon King," the fallen angel said, bowing. "I am Lufaisai, an SSS-class hero. It would be my honor to explain." Su Yuan motioned for him to proceed. Lufaisai's voice was reverent as he explained, "There are two ways for heroes to descend to the lower realm. The first is voluntary. Weak creatures like slimes and goblins often choose this path to escape their limitations. Through a contract, their lord's strength becomes their strength." He paused dramatically. "The second is the choice of the Heavenly Deo." Su Yuan's interest piqued. "The Heavenly Deo?" "Yes, Your Majesty. The Heavenly Deo chooses heroes based on its inscrutable will. Those chosen have no option but to descend. It cannot be defied." Su Yuan's eyes glinted with a dangerous curiosity. Has anyone ever dared to defy it? The question sent a shiver through the fallen angel. He instinctively stepped back, fearing divine retribution. When nothing happened, he relaxed slightly but remained wary. As Lufaisai opened his mouth to speak, the air was suddenly split by a piercing bell. A radiant beam of light shot down from the heavens, striking Su Yuan with blinding speed. The impact was instantaneous. Unlike the usual slow descent of the Heavenly Deo's summons, this light moved with unprecedented urgency, giving no one a chance to react. Gasps erupted from both the pools of light and darkness. "The Great Dark Demon Dragon King, chosen." Silence fell over the pool of darkness. The red-eyed black dragon's jaw hung open. "This cannot be." In the distance, the succubus queen tore at her hair in frustration. "Impossible?" The ruler of darkness summoned to the lower realm alongside those pitiful creatures. Murmurs broke the stunned silence. Has the Dark Demon Dragon King offended the Heavenly Deo? Perhaps it is divine punishment. The commotion grew louder as more heroes voiced their disbelief. Some, emboldened by Su Yuan's strength, proclaimed their loyalty. "Great Dark Demon Dragon King, allow us to follow you. We will rebel against the Heavenly Deo." Su Yuan, now visibly irritated, snapped, "Who started these ridiculous rumors? I didn't rebel against anything. I was just curious." Amid the chaos, the heroes of the Pool of Light observed warily. An SSSS-class Dark Demon Dragon descending to the lower realm. This will bring chaos. Even the mighty Light Hero King, adorned with 12 radiant wings, muttered solemnly, "The war between light and darkness will now spread to the lower realm." Driven by a sense of urgency, several SSS-class light heroes, the Lord of Elves, the King of the Hill, and the Wuji Sword Saint, declared their intent to descend. As the gate to the lower realm loomed closer, Su Yuan flared his wings and smirked. "The Heavenly Deo has chosen me? Huh? Fine. Let's see what kind of lord I'll encounter, and how much chaos I can stir."
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
A once-in-a-century phenomenon. Lower realm, Stars Academy. At this moment, the sky above the academy had completed a strange transformation. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear and bright, but now, it was suddenly covered with dark clouds, with lightning and thunder. What a terrifying aura. In the academy, countless teachers and students raised their heads to look at the sky. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the dark clouds. There was a sort of terror engraved in the depth of their soul. What's happening? The previous contract went smoothly. How did it suddenly become like this? The dean was tired from all the talking, so he had gone to rest. As for the students, they followed the instructions and entered the Overlord plane. However, as soon as he went out, he saw that the weather had completely changed. The dean returned. He patted a man's shoulder and asked with a grave expression, Yuan, do you recall something like this happening before? Dean's Yuan tried to recall, and he remembered one such incident 500 years ago. He exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that a powerful hero is about to appear? Dean's Yuan remembered the history. 500 years ago something like this happened in the Imperial Lord Academy. A mighty hero had appeared then. When the hero was ready to make a contract with a lord, the sky was filled with brilliant golden clouds. Rays of golden light had shone, and a gold rain had fallen on the earth. That was when the SSSS class light hero, Holy Angel, descended. The lord of the SSSS class hero had created the Sage Council. The Sage Council was spread all over the blue planet. It was the most powerful force on the blue planet. Even the current Stars Academy was established under the management of the Sage Council. The dean did not say anything. Instead, he nodded solemnly at Dean's Yuan. The students felt uneasy looking up at the sky. Such a phenomenon scared them. They thought a great terror was about to descend into the world. A timid freshman shrank into a corner and shivered. Some of the new students clenched their fists tightly, their hearts filled with ambition. A great crisis was accompanied by a great opportunity. They thought that they could seize this moment and turn the tables for themselves. While everyone was discussing, the teacher in charge of the freshman contract had received the dean's order to continue with the process. The teacher trembled. He was also panicking, but he had no choice but to continue to preside over the contract. Next, let's invite student Yuan to come on stage to carry out the contract. Everyone had been focusing on the strange phenomenon. But when the teacher called out Yuan's name, everyone started whispering. It's Yuan's turn. Yuan? As the students waited excitedly, a girl walked out from the crowd and went up to the stage. The girl's jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and there were two black butterfly hairpins on both sides of her head that held her hair in place. Mentor Zhenzhen Yuan greeted the teacher who was in charge of the contract. The teacher nodded, acknowledging her. The girl in front of him was wearing a black dress. With her long black hair, she looked like an elf in the dark night. Yuan gracefully walked up to the stage. Yuan raised her hand and swept her messy hair behind her shoulder. Student Yuan, please stand in the middle of the array. Yes, teacher. Yuan elegantly bowed to the teacher. Some people from below the stage shouted, Yuan, marry me. The male student who had shouted had already imagined his and Yuan's child's name. A female student gritted her teeth. How can there be such a perfect person in this world? Yuan's entrance test results were outstanding. The dean's evaluation was that this contract hero must at least be an S-class. Yuan was very talented. At the same time, he was never arrogant. She was very humble and did not look down on others. Instead, she was always helping others and herself improve. Everyone was a new student and had just entered the school recently, but Yuan's hard work was apparent. Isn't this too much? How are we supposed to survive if she's working so hard? In the crowd, a young lady stomped her feet in anger. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. At this moment, some of the people in the crowd below had even formed a cheerleading team. All of them were male, and they were shouting together. Yuan, I love you. Their voices reverberated. Yuan on the stage couldn't stand it. These so-called cheerleaders were all men. They were all dancing and shouting. It was annoying to watch. The teacher waved his hand at Yuan. In an instant, the entire stage seemed to be closed off from the surroundings. No noise was heard from outside. The teacher urged Yuan to continue with a smile. Student Yuan, you are a student with potential. Don't let those rowdy students distract you. The contract is very important. Ignore them and focus on the hero that belongs to you. Thank you, teacher, said Yuan. She sighed in relief. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. An array flickered and a ray of light suddenly appeared. Yuan disappeared from the array and headed to the Overlord plane. In the dark cave, water dripped from above. What place is this? Yuan looked around. He sensed that he was in a cave. It was very dark, and he could only rely on the bioluminescent moss for the faintest light. This is the Overlord plane? Why is it so dark? Yuan looked out of the cave, where the full moon hung high in the sky. I feel like there's something wrong with my perspective. Yuan was used to seeing things from the Dark Demon Dragon's perspective in the hero plane. Now that he was restricted by the rules, he didn't know what he had become. He felt that his current perspective seemed to have become much narrower. Dear host, you are currently in the dark. The skill night shift will automatically give you an experience. In an instant, Yuan was raised to level 2. Name, Yuan. Demonic Dragon's true name, Lapis Olga. Race, Dark Demon Dragon. Level, 2. Strength, 60. Spirit, 58. Agility, 57. Constitution, 60. I leveled up just like that. Yuan didn't expect the night shift skill to make him this powerful. He had increased a level without doing anything. For an ordinary S-class, the basic attribute increase after leveling up is about 10 points, but I actually increased by 50 points more. Congratulations to the host for completing the first level. You are rewarded with the early unlocking of the skill Dragon God Slumber. The Dragon God Slumber. Yuan remembered that this ability was supposed to be unlocked only at level 30. He hadn't expected it to be unlocked so soon. Dragon God Slumber. As long as you fall into a deep sleep, you will receive the blessing of the night. This combination of abilities is amazing. Normally, Yuan was able to gain experience if he was in the dark. However, it was inconvenient during the day. But now that he had unlocked Dragon God's Slumber, he could continuously gain experience points if he slept, even during the day. Then I'll have a good sleep. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When it lightened outside, it was already daytime. A young woman in a black dress appeared at the entrance of the cave. She was a little confused. She saw a sleeping creature not very far away and covered her mouth in surprise. A dark hero, she whispered. Yuan was rejected. In front of Yuan was a lizard-like creature the size of a human baby. The dark aura it radiated was very distinct. This was a dark-type hero? Heroes of light and darkness were the top amongst heroes. Yuan sorted out her thoughts and calmed herself. Her heart was beating fast. She called out the communication panel. This was a special panel that the lords received in the Overlord plane, allowing them to communicate with the other lords or heroes. Its functions were similar to the communication software on the blue planet. In the dormitory group chat that only had 4 people, Yuan reported her situation to her roommates. Yuan, sisters, my hero is a dark type. After Yuan sent the message, someone immediately answered in the group chat. Shi Linglong, really? Wan's hero is actually a dark type. That's very fitting. Wan is so black-bellied. She is indeed fated to be with dark heroes. Shi Linglong, the representative of Yuan's dormitory, was also a living treasure. She was always so mischievous and full of energy. Her favorite thing was to give nicknames to others. The nickname she had given Yuan was Black-Bellied Woman. She would always say that unlike Yuan's cold and beautiful appearance, she had a very dark heart, so she had given her such a nickname. Another of her dormitory mates also expressed her opinion. Zhao Qingrong, wow, Wan's hero is indeed no simple creature. Is it a humanoid? Is he handsome? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yuan realized she had forgotten to send them a photo. So, Yuan used the function of the communication panel to take a picture of the creature in front of her and sent it to the group chat. When everyone in the group chat saw the photo of the black, glistening, baby-sized lizard-like creature, they were regretful. Zhao Qingrong, what a pity. It would have been fine if he wasn't handsome. But it turns out it doesn't even look human. Now I am not interested. Although Yuan couldn't see her friend's face through the group chat, she clearly imagined the expression on Zhao Qingrong's face. Among the 4 people in the dormitory, if Yuan looked cold on the outside but was actually a black-bellied girl, Shi Linglong was a ghostly little sister, then Zhao Qingrong was a fang girl who was only interested in handsome men. Zhao Qingrong, Wan, let me tell you. My hero is obviously a handsome guy. Ha ha ha. Zhao Qingrong sent a photo. Her hero was a handsome elf. Shi Linglong sent another message to the group. Shi Linglong, although Rongrong's elf is a handsome guy, he's useless in anything else except looking good. He will definitely get beaten by Wan's blackie. When Zhao Qingrong read that, she exploded in anger. The two began to argue. Fortunately, Lin Yao, the last of the 4 to appear, smoothed things over between them. Lin Yao, alright, Linglong, don't provoke Rongrong. Wan's hero is a dark type, so his strength must be extraordinary. Although the 4 of them were in the same class and dormitory, they were of different ages. The youngest of them was Shi Linglong. She was 1 year younger than Lin Yao. Lin Yao was the oldest of the 4, and she usually considered herself the big sister. Whenever there was any conflict in the dormitory, she would be the one to defuse the situation. Lin Yao, Wan, since you have a dark hero, you have to be careful. Although the dark hero is the best, it's not easy to make a contract with it. Dark heroes were not to be trifled with. It would not be easy to make a contract with them, indeed. Yuan listened to Lin Yao's suggestion. She did not underestimate the black lizard-like creature. She was excited to introduce herself. Hello, dark hero, said Yuan. I am Yuan. It's a pleasure to meet you. If those students who thought Yuan was cold and aloof could see her now. Unfortunately, the only person who saw Yuan in this place was Yuan. Yuan raised his head and looked at the human woman. At first glance, Yuan was very disappointed. The young woman in front of him looked weak. Once they formed the contract, they would be bonded. Each of their achievements would reflect on the other. The hero's growth would benefit the lord and vice versa. If one of them decided to pull back, it would affect both their growth. Hello, said Yuan, softly. He then lay on the ground and closed his eyes again. If he slept, he would become stronger. He would be unstoppable. Yuan was at a loss. She felt that it was indeed difficult to deal with the dark-type heroes. Lin Yao was right. It would be difficult to coax the hero into a contract. It was obvious that this dark hero didn't want to form a contract with her. Yuan recalled what she had learned at the academy. Favorability was an important factor. In the past, many mediocre lords would form contracts with strong heroes because they found the heroes favorable, and they would help with their own growth. Yuan had to do the opposite. She needed to increase her favorability so the dark hero would form a contract with her. But the problem was, how could she increase her favorability? Yuan looked at the little thing sleeping on the ground. She couldn't possibly pick him up and pet him like a cat. Besides, he might get angry at her for treating him so disrespectfully. After thinking for a long while, Yuan figured out a way. She had to express her sincerity to gain the creature's favor. He saw Yuan cautiously step forward. She crouched down near him. She wanted to lower herself to his level so that he understood that she respected him as a hero. Respected hero, I'm a first-year student of the Star Academy, Yuan. I would be grateful if you could agree to the equal contract I initiate. An equal contract. That was the method Yuan went for. There were 3 types of contracts that could be created between the Lord and the hero: slave contract, master-servant contract, and an equal contract. In a slave contract, the Lord had absolute control over the hero. The Lord would get 90% from their contract. As for the master-servant contract, the Lord had the authority to order the hero, and would receive 50% from their mutual growth. However, in an equal contract, both the Lord and the hero would be equals. They cannot order each other around but only negotiate terms. The Lord would receive only a 10% bonus from the hero's achievements. Yuan's heart was pounding. She was uneasy and impatient, waiting for the hero's reply. I refuse, said Yuan. He hadn't even opened his eyes and rejected her outright. Yuan was stunned. The grade of the Lord was similar to the grade of the corresponding hero. In most cases, heroes did not refuse an equal contract. In the current situation, Yuan felt lost. Nothing in the academy had taught her to deal with such an event. What have you done? Yuan sent a message in the group chat. Yuan, the hero rejected the equal contract. What should I do? Help? It's urgent. Shi Linglong couldn't believe it. Shi Linglong, what? Why? By offering an equal contract, you have already shown your sincerity. They couldn't figure out why the hero had rejected Yuan. The contract between the Lord and the hero, although many people said it repeatedly, depended on luck as much as anything else. But in reality, luck didn't play as big a part as that. Innate talent, bloodline, and such held important weight when making a contract. Yuan, because of her talent and aptitude, did not encounter a goblin. It was near to impossible for her to encounter one. Those who were chosen to make a contract with her would be of her level. The dark hero in front of her was a testament to her talent and her skill. She didn't understand why the hero refused her. She could understand its rejection if she offered a slave or master-servant tract. An equal contract was beneficial to them both. Both had their freedom, and no one could order the other around. Why would he refuse? In the group chat, Shi Linglong and Zhao Qingrong discussed the situation. In the end, it was Lin Yao who made some suggestions. Lin Yao, Wan, there could be another explanation. There was a case before where the hero was too weak compared to the Lord, so it rejected the offer fearing it would drag the Lord down with it. Lin Yao explained, but Yuan was still doubtful. Shi Linglong expressed the same doubts in the group chat. Shi Linglong, you are right, Sister Yao Yao. But logically, the heroes would have similar corresponding skills to the Lords. In that case, how do powerful Lords get paired with weak heroes? Lin Yao, reciprocity is only relative. It's not absolute. These cases do happen. There are cases where a weak Lord also makes a contract with powerful heroes. These cases are very rare but not unheard of. Wan, you can take a look at the hero's attribute panel and judge the situation based on that? Yuan agreed to Lin Yao's suggestion. She looked at Yuan in front of her with a dazed face. She quietly checked the hero's attribute panel which appeared in front of her. The moment she saw it, Yuan's body went numb. Her eyes widened and she began to doubt everything about herself. His attribute panel was blank. This hadn't been mentioned in the textbooks. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. What's going on? She thought anxiously. Yuan opened one of his eyes and glanced lazily at Yuan. He had sensed her attempting to check his attribute panel, but the dark demon dragon came with his own shielding function. Without his willingness, the young woman in front of him could not see his attributes. Yuan was amused at her expression of confusion. She looked like an elementary school student who couldn't solve her homework. She looked so anxious as though she was going to cry any minute. Yuan was in despair. Everyone's contract with their heroes was going well. She wondered why it was not working when it came to her. She couldn't even see her hero's attributes, to say the least. Is it because the hero is so strong that he could hide his attributes? Or is it because he is too weak for the system to display anything? Yuan's face showed shades of despair and helplessness. All right, said Yuan after a while. We don't need to make a contract if you don't want to, but we do need to stay together. Please help me in the future. The contract wasn't necessary, but it had its benefits. After forming the contract, the Lord would get a special bonus. But even without it, the Lord and the hero were on the same side, wandering the Overlord plane. May I ask how I should address you? Asked Yuan. My name is Yuan. He closed his eyes and continued to sleep. He was gaining experience every second. Yuan patiently explained the rules of the Lords to Yuan. Next, we will proceed with the novice trial. For this, we need to choose an initial talent. Each Lord gets only 3 talents. Yuan needed to choose one of the talents to start the trial. In order to make a good impression, she talked and explained everything to Yuan, just as she would with a friend. I am a little bit talented. The 3 initial talents I have are good ones. Yuan might not be very lucky, but she had talents. She also was a hard-working person. I will show him that my talents aren't ordinary. She looked at the 3 talents that appeared on the panel, which were in the icons of 3 differently colored bottles. Golden bottle icon, increase magic long-range attack damage by 250%. Silver bottle icon, increases physical melee attack damage by 150%. Bronze bottle icon, increases physical and magical resistance by 100%. With these 3 talents, Yuan had already made a decision in her heart. In terms of the strength of amplification, the golden bottle increased the damage by 250%, which was 2.5 times stronger than normal, while the silver bottle only increased the damage by 1.5 times. In terms of enhanced attributes, the golden bottle increased magic damage, which meant that she would be walking the path of a mage. The silver bottle was for the path of a warrior. Between a powerful mage and a warrior with a large blade, Yuan felt that the mage would be more handy and powerful. The golden bottle was the best choice in all aspects. Just as Yuan was going to choose the first option, a small claw reached out and tapped on the very last icon. Yuan froze. Her eyes widened. Yuan, what have you done? She was always calm and composed but couldn't help roaring at this moment. Even if he had selected the second option, she would have agreed. But the third talent, it had only a 100% bonus compared to the first one that had a whopping 250% bonus. Anyone would choose the option which provided more bonus. In terms of attributes, the first and second talents both increased damage output. The third talent was no more than a turtle hiding in a sturdy shell. Yuan didn't want to hide and stay in the shell. Yuan smiled in satisfaction. He had thought everything through. For him, damage or attack output wasn't a problem. His attributes were far superior to any hero. He was absolutely superior in all aspects. With him and Yuan's strength combined, they didn't lack output. The only problem was the lord he was with. If the lord died, he would be affected as well. What Yuan needed to do was protect herself and survive. So, he had chosen a talent of 100% physical and magical resistance for her. He thought she was just a weak little girl who needed to increase her defense and survive. Offering Zhao Qingrong's cut, blessing of fate. We're done for. Yuan exclaimed. She felt hopeless, but seeing the prompt appear on the panel after making her choice gave her a little comfort. Talent, Steel Shelter. The Lord can use the Steel Shelter on any unit, hero, building, or a troop, to increase their resistance. It's fine. It's fine. Yuan tried to convince herself. At least you won't be beaten up. Yuan wanted to cry but had no tears. This was already the worst misfortune. She had thought choosing the third talent would make her a tank and nothing else. But she could work with the current situation. She just needed a hero who could do the other things. That way, when the hero attacked, she could be a support and provide him help from behind. But the hero beside her was. Yuan looked at the swarthy, infant-sized lizard. At this moment, she seriously doubted the hero's combat prowess. If Yuan wasn't very good at combat and he had chosen the worst possible talent for Yuan, then would they even have a future to speak of? On the other side, Yuan looked up at the sky, as if he had no guilt for what he had just done. Seeing him like that, Yuan felt hopeless. Dark heroes are so difficult to deal with, the textbooks didn't lie, lamented Yuan. Yuan muttered this sentence, as if she was about to break her teeth. However, Yuan was a genius favored by the dean. She not only had talent, but her resilience was also formidable. Yuan soon calmed down. She was determined to check the core of the territory. The core of the initial territory assigned to them was a place they needed to protect. If the core was destroyed, the lord would lose the right to be a lord. Yuan searched for a while and found the core of the territory in the cave. A huge purple-black crystal was floating there, emitting a strange light. No way, Yuan exclaimed. It was good that she didn't have to go very far to find the core, but it was bad news that the core was in a cave. The dark cave looked very oppressive. Where's the promised beautiful forest? The sunset lake? The grassland? Yuan's whole body trembled. Her heart sank. She had fantasized of her core as a beautiful, lush forest. She had imagined lakes and such. She never expected it to be a dark cave. This is just hellish. Yuan gritted her teeth. After that, Yuan looked at the resources in her territory. She felt that her life was becoming increasingly difficult. Land, cave group 0.3 square kilometers. Resources, unit, ton wood, 0 ores, 10 rock, 50 food, 0. Building, territory core, level 1. Population, February 2000. There's no wood here. There's no wood in this damn cave. Yuan's heart sank. Not only was there no wood, but there was also no food. Yuan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Do you want to summon the initial troop class for free? Yuan looked at the option. She was also curious about what kind of troops she could summon. What every lord had to do at the start was to build buildings through the core of the territory. After the territory hall was built, a certain number of resources could be used to summon troops. And having troops meant having the manpower and the tools. The territory could slowly develop. Every new overlord had a free chance to summon troops when they entered the overlord plane. Yuan prayed that she could get a stronger troop. On the other side, Yuan looked at Yuan thoughtfully. He had been focused on leveling up and didn't pay much attention to her in the beginning. However, a notification from the system changed his mind. Territory core has been upgraded to level 2. Level 60 upper limit unlocked. After looking at it, he realized that his strength was limited. His previous idea of gaining experience by sleeping didn't seem to be working. Once he reached level 30, he would not be able to continue leveling up, let alone rover his full strength from the hero plane. If he wanted to break through the level 30 limit, he would have to upgrade the territory core to level 2. Yuan then looked at the territory core which required resources to upgrade to level 2. Territory core upgrade requirements, land area reaches 0.4 square kilometers, not achieved, total resources needs to be 100 tons, yet to be achieved, possess 5 buildings, incomplete, population needs to be 2,000, not yet achieved. After looking at the requirements, Su Yuan had an idea. Yuan also wanted to try her luck. God bless me, I'll sacrifice Rongrong's cut and get a strong troop type. Yuan was reluctant to use her friend for glory. If Zhao Qingrong knew about this, she would be sad about the cut posters for a long time. Congratulations, Lord, you have gained one of the 3 soldier types. Choose 1 out of 3. Yuan was so happy that she almost jumped up on the spot. She shared the news with Su Yuan. Offering Rongrong's cut as sacrifice worked really well. Yuan told him about Zhao Qingrong and her other roommates, including the chance she got to choose one of the 3 soldiers. Lord, please choose one of the 3 units below. 1 Tauren warriors x10, 2 human warriors x50, 3 low-level skeleton soldiers x100. Yuan only took a short time to decide. She thought that the second option was the best. The first option was the Tauren warriors. They were the strongest in combat, but she would only get 10 of them. Besides, Tauren warriors were clumsy and couldn't do anything useful. On the other hand, human warriors were weaker than Tauren warriors in combat, but they were flexible and talented and could do other things like building, hunting, and farming. The humans could do everything. She thought the second option was the best. As for the third option, Yuan didn't even think about it. The low-level skeleton soldiers were too weak. Furthermore, they didn't know how to think and were not very bright. Without waiting for Yuan to make a choice, a small, clawed limb stretched out and chose the third option. Su Yuan, she shouted. You really just want to go against everything I choose, right? She couldn't figure out why this dark hero was like this. He did not pitch in with ideas and didn't help her at all but always made trouble at the critical moment. Nov. L. B / JNN. Is he sent by another competitor? She wondered. After choosing the third option, Su Yuan looked up at the sky as though nothing happened. Just like before, he had his own thoughts about the choice he made. From Su Yuan's point of view, low-level skeleton soldiers did not complain about food and never got tired. They were the best tools to get things done. It was the most suitable choice. Yuan was frustrated. The Lord's mission was released just at that time. Novice Overlord Trial Mission activated. All Novice Lords, please attack the nearby barbarian strongholds within 24 hours. You will get 1 point for every barbarian you kill. Calculation of points will be carried out after 24 hours. The top 10 players with the highest points will be rewarded. That hero of mine is a fraud. Su Yuan, let's go and deal with the barbarians. Yuan got frustrated very quickly but it passed as fast. The current situation didn't give her time to be sad and angry. There was work to do. With 100 low-level skeleton soldiers and Su Yuan, a dark hero with unknown combat power, it should not be a problem to eliminate some barbarians. The problem was whether or not they could get into the top 10. I will try as much as I can to get into the top 10. Yuan was determined. If it was before, she would have definitely made it to top 3. However, after entering the Overlord plane, her experiences hadn't been smooth. First, she had been scammed by her hero into choosing the worst options. She felt that if she could make it to the top 10, it would already exceed her expectations. No, I want to sleep, said Su Yuan and laid down on the ground. The strength of a barbarian was between level 1 and 10, although the attributes of Su Yuan were far higher than those of the same level. However, he had reached a very critical stage. He needed to upgrade from level 4 to 5. He had continuously gained experience while sleeping and had reached level 4. If he reached level 5, his strength would take a huge leap. At the same time, his appearance would also change, and he would be able to unlock more abilities. Su Yuan didn't want to fail in an easy task, so he felt that it was better to advance to level 5 first. At that time, he would be in first place. Yuan looked at the sleeping Su Yuan, and she felt angry. How is this my hero? She lamented. He acts like he is my master. You're so annoying, she said. Forget it. I will go by myself with the skeleton soldiers. Let's go. She commanded the skeleton soldiers. Every second after the mission announcement. This was because there were other novice lords fighting the same thing. Their points would keep increasing. Although Yuan had already given up hope of making it up to the top 10, she still wanted to try. She was a top student at the academy and if she gave up without trying, it would be embarrassing. It was better to go fight instead of spending her time here with lazy Su Yuan anyway. If she stayed here, she might not even achieve 1 point. However, as a high-profile existence in the academy, it would be even more embarrassing if she wasted her time here with Wish. In the end, she would not be able to get a single point. Let's go. Yuan commanded the skeleton soldiers. They didn't budge from their place. What's the meaning of this? Yuan was even more frustrated now. Su Yuan was already bullying her and now the skeleton soldiers were doing the same thing? Not one listened to her orders. Yuan realized that every skeleton was looking at Su Yuan expectantly. It seemed they were asking for his permission. Su Yuan, said Yuan. What is the meaning of this? Yuan suspected that since Su Yuan had chosen them, they would only obey him and no one else. Su Yuan lazily opened his eyes. He waved his tiny claw at the skeleton soldiers. In an instant, they set off in an orderly manner toward the outside. Yuan typed an urgent message to mentor Zhenzhen. Yuan, the military power is under the hero's control. The troops only obey him. What should I do? Need help. Yuan decided not to send the message, so she deleted it. It was too embarrassing for her to send that to her teacher who had so much faith in her. It did not cross Yuan's mind that perhaps Yuan's aura was too powerful, so everything waited for his approval. This was because when she looked at him, she only saw a harmless, tiny lizard-like creature. She only assumed that because Yuan had chosen the option, the skeleton soldiers recognized him as their authority. Such things weren't mentioned in the textbooks. However, Yuan had encountered many things that didn't go according to the textbooks in this place. Yuan didn't have time to think about that. She led the skeleton soldiers to fight against the barbarians. Every point counted. After Yuan left, Yuan reached level 5. Name, Yuan. Demonic dragon's true name, Lapis Olga. Race, Dark Demon Dragon. Level, 5. Strength, 210. Spirit, 208. Agility, 207. Constitution, 210. Abilities. Night Shift LVL1. As a Dark Demon Dragon, energy of the night can be converted to power. During the night, experience will be automatically gained at all times. The amount of experience gained will increase according to the current skill level. Dragon God Slumber LVL1. As long as you fall into a deep sleep, you will receive the blessing of the night. Lord of Darkness. Has absolute control over all dark creatures. Can forcefully control dark creatures n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Demonic Dragon's Blessing. Imbues the demonic dragon's aura onto dark creatures, strengthening them. All attributes will increase by 300% for 10 minutes. Demon Dragon Wings LVL1. Ability to fly. At night, ability to travel from one dark area to another. Demonic Dragon's Breath LVL1. Spit out a demonic dragon's breath, causing AoE damage to the target area. Creatures who die from the demonic dragon's breath have a 10% chance of becoming an undead, depends on the ability level. Yuan looked at his attribute panel. He felt that he should be able to take care of those barbarians. Yuan spread his wings and flew out of the cave. He flew under the shadow of a big tree outside the cave. After leveling up to level 5, Yuan's appearance had changed. He had gained dragon wings, now he no longer looked like a tiny lizard. With the Demon Dragon Wings ability, he could travel through dark spaces. There were 2 trees not far away, and the sun cast shadows under them. Yuan flew from one shadow to the next. It was like traveling through space. I guess I have to see how the Lord is doing, he muttered. He flew in the sky to locate Yuan. Yuan was busy venting her dissatisfaction in the dormitory group chat. Yuan, it's over? I feel like I will only barely be able to make it to the top 10. Shi Linglong, what? What do you mean you can barely make it? Wan, how are we supposed to live with these words of yours? We don't even have a chance to get into the top 50. Shi Linglong felt that Yuan was being a black belly once again. She was deliberately provoking others. Only Lin Yao saw the problem. Lin Yao, Wan, what happened? With your talent and skill, you should be able to make it to top 3. You have always been among the top 3, right? Yuan almost burst into tears when Lin Yao mentioned it. That hero of mine is a fraud. That was how Yuan felt about Yuan. But when Lin Yao asked why, Yuan couldn't tell her about the things that had happened. She was too embarrassed. He is lazy. I asked him to come with me to fight the barbarians, but he only wanted to sleep. When Yuan typed that in the group, the other 3 people sent a string of ellipses. Zhao Qingrong gloated. Zhao Qingrong, fortunately, my hero isn't a dark hero. He is a handsome elf. He is very easy to talk to. When she saw the message, Yuan felt even more depressed. She almost left the group. When Yuan closed the group chat, the skeleton soldiers arrived at the barbarian stronghold and began to fight. Demon Dragon's Blessing. That is definitely a lively fight. Yuan finally found Yuan. He perched on a tree and looked down at the ongoing battle. Barbarian. Level, 5. Strength, 20. Spirit, 12. Agility, 17. Constitution, 25. Yuan had overestimated the capabilities of a level 5 barbarian. He could crush those if he was even just a level 2. Their attributes were very weak. Yuan was in the midst of the battle commanding the skeleton soldiers. Steel Shelter. Yuan provided resistance to the skeleton soldiers. But it didn't do much. The barbarians were too strong for the skeletons. They scattered into pieces after being hit. Damn Yuan, muttered Yuan. I wonder how much resources I need to spend to revive these skeleton soldiers. Yuan felt more and more depressed looking at the skeletons on the ground. She regretted everything. If she had chosen the human warriors, they would have fought, slashed, and made traps. They would have won against the barbarians without suffering much damage. But because of Yuan and his choice of these skeletons, Yuan suffered a lot in the battle. Don't tell me I will be obliterated even when just attacking a stupid barbarian stronghold, muttered Yuan. Looking at more and more skeleton soldiers falling, Yuan was anxious. Yuan looked at her own attributes. I'm level 6 now, and my 4 attributes are all above 50. It's easy for me to kill a few barbarians, but Yuan's attributes were quite strong. But there were just too many enemies to fight. And the skeletons around her were very weak to withstand even one attack. No, even if I have to go to the battlefield personally, I have to regain my face. Yuan was so anxious that she intended to roll up her sleeves and deal with the barbarian. Head on. At this moment, Su Yuan, who was perched on a tree, used Demon Dragon's blessing on the skeleton soldiers. Low-level skeleton soldiers. Level 5. Strength 10. Spirit 6. Agility 8. Constitution 12. One could see that although they were both level 5, there was a big difference in the attributes of the skeleton soldiers and the barbarians. At this moment, a black light hit the skeletons. The skeleton soldier's body was surrounded by black mist, and its white bones instantly turned black. Low-level skeleton soldiers. Level 5. Strength 30. Spirit 18. Agility 24. Constitution 36. In an instant, the skeleton soldiers' attributes tripled, and they surpassed the barbarians. Yuan was preparing to go into the fight scene. She caught a glimpse of a black shadow flying from the corner of her eyes. She saw the black light hit the skeleton soldiers. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. The skeleton soldiers roared. Wait, how did the general attributes of these skeleton soldiers increase so much? Yuan watched the skeleton soldiers rush and fight. They annihilated the barbarian stronghold. Are these really the weak skeleton soldiers from a moment ago? Yuan rubbed her eyes. She was afraid that she was hallucinating. The 10 minutes were up, and the skeleton soldiers returned to their weak selves. When Yuan checked their attributes, it was the same as before. How is this possible? Could it be that sacrificing Rongrong's cut is really that effective? Did they mutate suddenly? Yuan couldn't figure it out. If they were human soldiers, she could have asked them, but these skeleton soldiers didn't know human language. 332 points. I can definitely make it to the top 10, thought Yuan. At the moment, everyone was exploring the map and searching for the barbarians. Even if they found it, they would have to come up with ways to annex the stronghold. It was rare for someone to wipe out an entire stronghold at one go. Let's go and let Su Yuan see how we can do this with or without him. Yuan withdrew her troops and returned to her territory with the skeleton soldiers. When she reached, she saw Su Yuan still sleeping on the ground. However, something was different. There was something on his back. Su Yuan, what's that on your back? Yuan asked with concern. The wings were folded so it looked like a bump. Are you feeling sick? Yuan was worried. She thought about Su Yuan's behavior. She had gotten angry at his laziness. But now she realized that he was trying to sleep all the time because he had been ill all this time. This was just as Lin Yao had said. Some heroes were afraid that their attributes were too low and would drag down the overlord, so they refused to sign the contract. Furthermore, Su Yuan was so drowsy from the beginning and had been on the ground from the moment they had met. Yuan was now sure that he was ill. Yuan didn't care about being polite any longer. She carried him in her arms, trying to see where he felt unwell. Su Yuan, don't worry. Just tell me where it hurts. I will cure you or find a way to make it better. Yuan was very worried about him no matter how he had treated her in the beginning. He was her first hero, after all. The significance of the first hero was great. Nothing could replace him. Just as Yuan was about to send a message in the group chat to ask for some help, Su Yuan opened his eyes. This was the first time he had seen her at such a close distance. Yuan couldn't see clearly in the dark cave. Suddenly, Su Yuan spread his dragon wings. The wings hit Yuan on the face. Ow, what was that? Yuan was so scared that she let go and Su Yuan flew away. Su Yuan? What was that? Yuan turned to see that Su Yuan was once again on the ground. Su Yuan had retracted his wings and gone back to his previous form. Yuan was confused. She didn't know what was in his body. Meanwhile, Su Yuan played dead. He was gaining experience by just sleeping. He didn't want to waste his time on other things. Besides, he felt that if Yuan found out about his wings, she might make him her scout and send him flying to patrol the area. So, Su Yuan laid on the ground and pretended to be dead. Yuan stomped her feet in anger. The cave was so dark and she couldn't see properly. She was especially frustrated because Su Yuan kept ignoring her. Just as Yuan was about to interrogate him for more information, Shi Linglong sent a message to the group. Shi Linglong, F***ck, I accidentally poked the barbarian's nest. A level 15 barbarian leader is chasing me. Sisters, please save me. If it keeps pursuing me, it will discover my territory core. I lost Su Yuan. Shi Linglong's territory might be destroyed. Yuan was anxious after seeing the message in the group chat. Even the joy she had felt in destroying the barbarian stronghold was no longer there. Lin Yao, Linglong, what are the coordinates of your territory? I will see if I can come for your help. After Shi Linglong sent the coordinates, Lin Yao and Zhao Qingrong sent a series of ellipses. Shi Linglong's territory was too far away from them. Zhao Qingrong, Sister Yao, can't we let the senior students help Linglong? Zhao Qingrong believed that if she sent Shi Linglong's coordinates, some seniors would definitely want to help her. They had only just become lords and didn't have too many resources to help Shi Linglong. Besides, the territory was too far away. However, it was different for the senior students. They had been lords for a long time, so they would have some special tools in their hands. Perhaps one of them would be able to teleport to Shi Linglong's territory to help her. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Lin Yao, normally, that would be possible. The lords do help each other. But we are new students, and we are still at the trial stage. Lin Yao's words shattered their hopes. Their teacher had informed them that aside from other freshmen's assistants, no other interference would be tolerated at the trial stage. Just when they were feeling hopeless, Yuan compared the coordinates. Yuan, your territory seems to be near mine. Linglong, hold on. I will come help you. Yuan didn't blindly suggest it. If the barbarian leader was wandering around Shi Linglong's territory, it was very likely that he would destroy the core of the territory. At that time, Shi Linglong's future would be over. But if Yuan could support her even if she can't beat the barbarian leader, there will be some hope. Yuan's territory was hidden in a cave. It would be very difficult for the barbarian leader to find it. If the territory core was still intact, the skeleton soldiers, and even the lord could be resurrected using the territory core. After considering these factors, Yuan decided to take the skeleton soldiers to help Shi Linglong. Yuan looked at Su Yuan who was still sleeping on the ground. She hesitated then carried him in her arms. Su Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Yuan. Yuan hurriedly explained the situation to him. Please don't misunderstand. I am just taking you with me so you can gain experience and level up. Su Yuan didn't resist and let Yuan carry him out of the territory. Yuan counted the number of skeleton soldiers she had. 33 of them had fallen in the fight. Now, only 67 remained. I have no time to revive them. I have to hurry and help Linglong. Resurrecting the troop required time and resources. Right now, every second was precious. Yuan took the remaining skeleton soldiers with her. According to the coordinates given by Shi Linglong, Yuan found her territory. Shi Linglong's territory was in a lush forest. There was even a lake nearby. This was the place Yuan had imagined and fantasized about. Should I call it a blessing in disguise? Yuan wondered. Yuan realized that although her territory wasn't pleasing to the eyes and lacked resources, it was still safely hidden from enemies. Furthermore, the skeleton soldiers seemed to be hiding some secrets of their own. They could transform into black skeleton soldiers and blow up the barbarians. Shi Linglong's opening was pretty good, with mountains and rivers. But she was unlucky because the barbarian leader was on her trail. Yuan was lost in her thoughts when the skeleton soldiers in front of her faltered. Yuan looked in front of her and found that the skeleton soldiers and the barbarians had collided. The skeleton soldiers at the front were very brave. They didn't care about death. They charged at the barbarians. We are done for. Yuan's blood pressure rose a little. She was very clear that her goal was not to eliminate these barbarians, but to chase them away, so that Shi Linglong's territory would not be attacked. Yuan's plan was to find the barbarians and formulate a strategy to lead them away somehow. In the end, these brainless skeleton soldiers had charged recklessly. Su Yuan opened an eye to gauge the situation, then closed it lazily. Su Yuan silently cast the demon dragon's blessing on the skeletons. In an instant, the skeleton soldiers that were kicked away like sandbags turned into black skeletons with tripled attributes. They transformed again, exclaimed Yuan. I don't understand how they do that at all. Yuan stared at the skeleton soldiers but still couldn't find an explanation. How did they transform? What is causing them to transform? Yuan wondered. When she came back to her senses again, she discovered that those black skeleton soldiers had been defeated. They were retreating. There are too many barbarians. There's a barbarian leader nearby. It's a big tribe. Yuan realized that the barbarians they fought were different from the ones they had fought before. This tribe was far larger and stronger in numbers. Therefore, even the black skeleton soldiers that had destroyed the barbarian stronghold easily before were being forced to retreat. Yuan looked at Su Yuan who slept in her arms with his eyes closed. She carefully placed him under a tree and went to join the fight. She used steel shelter to increase the remaining skeletons' resistance and fought the barbarians with them. Although there were too many barbarians, they still had a fighting chance. A barbarian threw a spear at Yuan. She dodged it with her agility attribute but realized that the spear was now heading toward the tree where she had set Su Yuan under the tree. Yuan was terrified that the spear would hit Su Yuan. Be careful, she shouted. The spear struck the tree, but it did not hit Su Yuan. Yuan sighed in relief. Su Yuan, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, was a little impatient. He yawned. Keep it down, will you? I want to sleep. Yuan wondered why he was sleeping so much. She thought he must really be sick or cursed with something. Maybe that was why he was always drowsy. She was angry at the barbarians now. Just as she was about to attack, a mighty figure appeared a distance away. She saw a 2-meter-tall barbarian appear in front of her. The barbarian leader. Yuan was so scared that her face turned pale. The black skeleton soldiers were no better than trash in front of the barbarian leader. They were just kicked away. Yuan realized she couldn't win. Even if she could resurrect herself, it would be foolish to charge at the barbarian leader for a fight. Yuan commanded the skeleton soldiers to occupy the barbarian leader while she ran away. She followed the direction Shi Linglong had given her and found a small cave where Shi Linglong was hiding. They finally met. Wan, you really came to help me? I am so touched. Thank you so much for helping me, said Shi Linglong. She asked Yuan about her hero. Yuan froze. *T? I left Su Yuan at the fight scene. Yuan didn't have time to think. She gathered the few remaining skeleton soldiers with her and went to look for Su Yuan, killing the barbarian leader. After Yuan escaped, Su Yuan remained under the tree, unmoving. He was busy gaining experience. He did want to level up. The barbarian leader, who had just lost his target, had his eyes on Su Yuan now. He felt the murderous intent from the barbarian leader. He opened one eye and stared drowsily at the barbarian leader. The barbarian leader felt a chill run down his spine when Su Yuan stared at him. However, the barbarian leader's intelligence wasn't that high. He could not understand what Su Yuan was. He only saw Su Yuan as a target. The barbarian leader slowly walked towards Su Yuan. "Isn't it good to be alive?" he said. "Why are you interrupting me?" said Su Yuan. "Leave me alone." Su Yuan knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. He spread his small dragon wings and flapped them. The barbarians flew back and collided among themselves. Su Yuan flew up. The barbarian leader could not react. He was too fast. When he heard the sound, he turned around and found that he had become the commander of the light beam. Not bad. These stats are more than enough to deal with barbarians. Su Yuan looked down at the barbarian leader from up in the sky. He did not use any ability. He was just checking out his new body. The barbarian leader sensed that things weren't going as he wanted. He retreated slowly. He was afraid. In the blink of an eye, a black light appeared. Su Yuan appeared at the barbarian leader's side. He wrapped his dragon tail around the barbarian leader's neck and dragged him up into the air. "You're really weak." Su Yuan wanted to kill the barbarian leader right there. However, a thought occurred to him. "If I kill him, that woman will know." Su Yuan knew that overlords had their own interface. He also knew that the overlord could not check his attributes without his consent. But he was sure that if he killed the barbarian leader, she would know he was powerful. Even if she didn't see him kill the barbarian leader, would there be a notification informing her that her hero had killed a boss? Su Yuan didn't want to find out. If Su Yuan knew he killed the barbarian leader, she would definitely make him fight in battles after this. That would seriously affect his time for naps. In the end, Su Yuan chose a compromise. He clenched his claws into a fist and punched the head of the barbarian leader. Even though the baby-sized mini-dragon looked harmless, he was powerful. If Su Yuan hadn't controlled his strength, the barbarian leader's head would have exploded. The barbarian leader fell to the ground in agony. He could not get up. Su Yuan looked around and saw some skeleton soldiers who were pretty much intact. "Go on. Finish him off," he instructed. A skeleton soldier limped forward. Its right arm was broken. When it arrived beside the barbarian leader, the skeleton soldier pulled out its own rib and used it as a sword. It stabbed the barbarian leader in the heart. "Congratulations Lord Su Yuan for successfully killing the first boss." Su Yuan's interface displayed a prompt. Su Yuan froze. Shi Linglong was stunned. When Su Yuan anxiously returned to the battlefield to look for Su Yuan, Shi Linglong had followed her. When they reached the fight scene, they had witnessed something strange. The once ferocious barbarian leader had fallen to the ground. A skeleton soldier that was missing an arm held a sharp bone and stabbed it into the barbarian leader's heart. The two young women looked at each other. The scene in front of them didn't make sense. After the skeleton soldier killed the barbarian leader, it collapsed into a heap of bones. Silence fell. "Wan, you killed the barbarian leader." Shi Linglong's voice trembled. Su Yuan nodded. She must have. Somehow. Although she was also confused, she thought maybe one of her skeletons had killed the boss, so the achievement was counted as hers. Shi Linglong curiously picked up the remains of the skeleton soldier, wanting to study it. Su Yuan suddenly remembered why she was here. She needed to look for Su Yuan. Sure enough, Su Yuan was still under the tree where she had placed him. Nov.L.B/JNN. This guy probably doesn't know what even happened. Su Yuan picked him up carefully, trying not to wake him. Su Yuan felt guilty for leaving him. She didn't want to wake him up because she didn't want him to find out that she had run away without him. She worried that Su Yuan would never trust her again. Su Yuan planned to wake him up when she returned to her territory. She would not mention about leaving him there if it was possible. As Su Yuan carefully picked up Su Yuan, Shi Linglong ran to her side to talk with her. Su Yuan restrained himself from changing his form. After killing the barbarian leader, he had risen to level 10. There were new changes in appearance after every 5 levels. It was difficult for him to avoid the change. If Su Yuan and Shi Linglong saw him change now, they would probably study him like a specimen. After restraining the change, Su Yuan looked at his skills. Dark Fusion. Fuse 2 dark creatures of the same race into one creature for 10 minutes. The fused creature will have the combined attributes of the 2 creatures. It would not be possible for him to test his abilities right now, at least not in front of Su Yuan and Shi Linglong. Shi Linglong and Su Yuan discussed the death of the barbarian leader. Shi Linglong gave a long and animated explanation. Su Yuan thought that she was very imaginative. It prevented Su Yuan from having to explain things. Wan, that was a very powerful barbarian leader? It fought with another leader nearby and injured him severely. Maybe it was injured as well. So, when your skeleton soldiers took over, it was already very low on HP. Su Yuan felt that the explanation made sense. Wild Boar King, Su Yuan muttered in his heart. After killing the barbarian leader, his experience rose very quickly. Su Yuan wondered if he should take care of the Wild Boar King as well, just for the benefits. It was at this time that Su Yuan received another prompt. Congratulations to Lord Su Yuan for becoming the first novice to kill a boss and for obtaining the opportunity for a blood trial. If you activate the blood trial, a large number of monsters will attack your territory in 3 days' time. If you survive the blood trial, everything you achieve during the trial, including resources, experience, and troop classes, will be tripled. Su Yuan felt suffocated. The prospect was very attractive to her, who lacked resources. But Su Yuan wasn't sure she could survive the blood trial. She had been lucky that one of her skeleton soldiers had killed the barbarian leader. She felt that it was luck more than her capability. If she accepted the blood trial, she would probably end up dead. So-won thought about it and decided that she would refuse. But, at this moment, a familiar little claw reached out yet again. Encountering the light hero, you have chosen the blood trial. It will begin in 3 days. So-won looked on in a daze. She had been just about to press the reject button on the panel when a small, clawed finger had shot out and pressed accept. Su Yuan, she roared. She gritted her teeth trying to control her anger. Her hero was too infuriating. Su Yuan, still in So-won's arms, raised his head and looked at her as though he felt that his actions didn't warrant such a drastic reaction. Wan, what's wrong? You want to make a wish? Shi Linglong didn't know that Su Yuan's name meant wish. She was confused why her friend was screaming for a wish. So-won calmed down after hearing her friend's voice. She didn't want to display her inadequacy in front of her friends. If they found out she couldn't even control her own hero, they might just laugh at her. So-won suppressed her anger. Yes, Linglong. I want to make a wish for all of us to do well and get good rankings in this year's freshman competition. So-won didn't bother to elaborate. She only had 3 days until the blood trial. She needed to head back to her own territory and prepare for it. So-won left while Shi Linglong bid her farewell with a confused smile. After leaving her friend behind, So-won looked at the hero in her arms. Why did you choose that? Nov.L.B/JNN. So-won had no patience. She had thought that as long as they worked together, she could just cooperate, but seeing him trick her again, she was furious. The initial talent and the blood train were two entirely different things. Even though Su Yuan had chosen without consulting with her for the initial talent, she didn't mind much because it was absolute. But the blood trial, she might die in the blood trial. Su Yuan looked at So-won innocently. The blood trial has good rewards. I am doing this for you. It will help you level up sooner. So-won was furious. You have done enough. Trying not to trick me would be good for a start. She gritted her teeth. She was interrupted by someone. A woman with long, wavy hair looked at So-won in surprise. On her side, a golden-haired man in golden armor, like a golden saint, held a long spear and stared at So-won suspiciously. Are you So-won? Asked the woman. What are you doing with a lizard and weak skeleton soldiers? Skeleton soldiers were known to be weak in combat. Su Yuan, in So-won's arms, looked very harmless. No matter how the woman looked at it, So-won's rapid advancement in the Overlord plane seemed a little off. So-won realized that the woman was an influential and powerful person from Stars Academy. Her name was Li Na. As the heir to the Li family, Li Na had caused a huge commotion on the day of her enrollment. She was popular among men and women. But when So-won's information was posted in the school forum, her fame took second place. So-won's identity and background were mysterious, and her origin seemed a juicier topic of discussion than the Li family. In terms of talent, the specific information of So-won's bloodline was unknown, but an estimate placed her in the S-class. With So-won's arrival, Li Na took second place. That thought aggrieved and aggravated Li Na. She had clenched her fists in anger, wanting to take down So-won once and for all. Li Na had finally found an opportunity. In terms of army type, her troops were all holy knights, and So-won only had skeleton soldiers which were only good as cannon fodders. In terms of heroes, her initial hero was the S-class light hero, Holy Spear Knight, and So-won's hero seemed to be the dark little thing in her arms. Li Na compared their strengths. She felt like she had already won. So-won and Li Na disliked each other, but they weren't going to physically fight until a person's action changed everything. Li Na's Holy Spear Knight stared at Su Yuan. He raised his spear. Golden light burst everywhere. Fallen dark creature, prepare to be purified. The Holy Spear Knight attacked. Not only So-won but also Li Na was shocked by this. Li Na was jealous of So-won, but she didn't want to kill her. The hero went with the attack without waiting for his lord's orders. What a terrifying aura. The skeleton soldiers definitely weren't a match at all. So-won looked at Su Yuan in her arms. She did not intend for him to fight. Su Yuan, run. So-won's first thought was to flee. As long as there were hills and forests, there was still some hope that they could hide and get away. So-won swore she would improve in the future and teach Li Na a lesson for this. So-won knew that Su Yuan was no fighter, but when it came to fleeing, he was the fastest of all. The moment she told him to run, Su Yuan spread his wings, rose from her arms and flew away. So-won was stunned. She almost got hit by the golden spear. After narrowly avoiding the attack, So-won heard Li Na trying to stop her Holy Spear Knight. So-won didn't dare remain there. She rushed in the direction where Su Yuan had fled. After So-won left, Li Na glared at the Holy Spear Knight in disapproval. Why did you attack? Li Na was very displeased. Her grudge with So-won was personal, but it wasn't as serious as to be settled with a fight. The Holy Spear Knight had acted out of his own accord. He was silent. He stood there, with his back straight. He slowly said, in the hero plane, the war between the light and darkness has gone on for 1,000 years. It is our destiny to destroy all dark creatures. The Holy Spear Knight explained. This time, too, countless dark heroes came to the lower realm, so we followed them here. In this era, there are bound to be many heroes of light and darkness in this realm. Li Na was a little dejected. She had thought she was extremely talented, so she had managed to get a light hero. It seemed that there were countless light and dark heroes appearing in this realm. Then what happened in the era of Sunji? Why did so many dark heroes descend to the lower realm that time? Li Na asked. The Holy Spear Knight's face turned solemn as though he was afraid of something. The Holy Spear Knight said in a trembling voice, "There is an extremely terrifying dark hero in the lower realm right now. New ability, Dark Fusion." In her territory, Yuan was studying all different kinds of buildings and preparing resources. Yuan didn't notice that Yuan wasn't sleeping in a corner like he usually did. Yuan was changing his appearance. Level 5 had given him wings. At level 10, his body changed again. In Shi Linglong's territory, he had suppressed the change, but he could no longer hold it back. A wispy blue flame emerged at the tip of Yuan's tail. "Why do I feel like I'm a little fire dragon?" Yuan wagged his tail and the blue flames flickered. Name, Yuan. Demonic dragon's true name, Lapis Olga. Race, Dark Demon Dragon. Level, 5. Strength, 460. Spirit, 458. Agility, 457. Constitution, 460. Abilities. Night Shift LVL 1. Dragon God Slumber LVL 1. Lord of Darkness. Demonic Dragon's Blessing. Dark Fusion. Fuse 2 dark creatures of the same race into one creature for 10 minutes. The fused creature will have the combined attributes of the two creatures. Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the new ability he had gained from the fire on her tail. This is a good skill. Fusing with this ability would allow Yuan to make greater use of dark creatures and make them more powerful. As long as he had powerful subordinates, he wouldn't have to do many cumbersome things, and he could sleep and level up in peace. Congratulations to the hero for reaching level 10. You have received 1 skill enhancement point. You can enhance any skill you have. Yuan studied it for a while and realized that skill enhancement points could be obtained for every 10 levels he advanced. Which ability should I enhance? Yuan looked at his skills. The most important thing was to level up, so he chose to enhance Night Shift ability. Now, his Night Shift was on level 2. It allowed him to increase experience by 50% more. I'm leveling up even faster now. Just when he was feeling satisfied, Yuan discovered his abnormality. In the dark cave, the blue flame at the tip of his tail was very noticeable. She noticed it at once. It wasn't like his wings which could be hidden anyway. "Oh," Yuan exclaimed. She knelt in front of him and looked at him. "Yuan, why do you look less and less like a lizard now?" Yuan could finally see the way his body had changed. There were the wings, and now the tail with the blue flames. No matter how she looked at him, he was no longer a lizard. Instead, he looked more and more like a dragon. However, something was missing. Horns, Yuan thought. Yuan just yawned and closed his eyes. "Huh? I don't know," he said sheepishly. From the look on his face, Yuan knew she wouldn't get any answers from him. She realized that her hero might not be as simple as she had thought. With my skills and talent, it is impossible for my hero to be a useless piece of trash, after all, thought Yuan. Yuan is lazy, but he might not be entirely useless. Yuan wondered how she could get Yuan to be more active. After thinking for a while, she decided to take Yuan with her to a barbarian stronghold once again. While completing the freshman trial and earning points, she could get Yuan to be more active and livelier. She would pretend to be of no match and would lead the barbarian leader to Yuan. When the barbarian leader attacked, Yuan would have no choice but to attack back. Just like the Holy Spear Knight he met today. Yuan recalled the Holy Spear Knight's attack. Yuan had revealed his wings that time. She thought that he needed a bit of pressure to reveal his strength. If she urged him a few more times, maybe he would definitely outgrow his laziness. "I am going out to find out more about this place. You stay here," said Yuan with a smile. If it was anyone from the academy, they would have fallen in love with that smile. But to Yuan, that smile meant trouble. What scheme is this woman brewing? Yuan looked at her in confusion. Yuan left the cave to find a barbarian stronghold to implement her plan. After Yuan left, Yuan became active. He looked at the skeleton warriors. Some had fallen, but as long as the territory core was intact, they could be revived with enough resources. Yuan wanted to try his new ability, Darkness Fusion. The blue flames at his tail grew brighter and enveloped 2 skeleton soldiers. The 2 soldiers fused together to form one majestic skeleton soldier. This skeleton soldier had the attributes of 2 skeleton soldiers combined. Not bad. It's a pity I only have skeleton soldiers here. He wished to fuse a skeleton soldier with another species of creature to see what the outcome would be. But all he had now were these useless skeleton soldiers, so he could not experiment as he pleased. Fuse. Yuan fused the skeletons on a whim. He wanted to know if he could fuse the skeletons that he had already fused before. He tried to fuse 2 already fused skeletons. The current skill level is not high enough to perform a second fusion. That meant that as long as he enhanced his skill, he could continue fusing them. He might even be able to fuse all 100 skeletons into one. Nov.L.B/JNN. As he thought that, he fused the remaining skeletons. The 100 skeletons had fused into 50 now. It just so happened that Yuan returned at that time to the cave. Yuan quickly lay down on the floor and pretended to be asleep. When she saw that there were only 50 skeletons instead of 100, she was stunned. On the resource panel, the number of skeleton soldiers was still 100. She was confused. Yuan, where did my skeleton soldiers go? She asked. I asked you to fight, but you went to sleep? I don't know. Yuan raised his head, as if he had just woken up. For a moment, Yuan couldn't tell whether he was playing with her. Where did they go? She wondered. Yuan looked at her resource panel. It clearly showed that there were still 100 skeletons. How is it that half of them have disappeared? Could it be an enemy sneak attack? However, that wasn't right. If an enemy had attacked, the number of skeletons would be reduced. Yuan was anxious. She didn't know what was going on. She was scared that her troops would disappear in the future without reason. She would be in trouble. Only the skeletons and Yuan were at the base. Yuan couldn't communicate with the skeletons because they couldn't speak any language. The only person who might know the truth was Yuan, but he looked like he was in too deep a sleep to know anything about it. What a shame. Yuan felt helpless. In such a large territory, she had no one she could rely on. Yuan was exhausted. She realized that the attributes of the remaining skeletons were different. They seemed to be a lot stronger than before. They even looked taller than before. Fused low-level skeleton soldiers. Strength, 20. Spirit, 12. Agility, 16. Constitution, 24. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. The skeleton soldiers in front of her had attributes twice their previous points. Just like the strong skeletons from before. Yuan remembered when they had fought the barbarian stronghold, the skeletons had changed. Their bones had turned pitch black, and they had suddenly become stronger. Although the change wasn't as drastic as before, their attributes had increased. The skeleton soldiers are this magical, thought Yuan. Maybe they had hidden powers that no one before had thought to check. Yuan began to doubt the things she had learned from the academy. Skeleton soldiers were not very strong, but they required very few resources to create. They could be created in a short time. Most times, they were just used as cannon fodders to distract or stall the enemies. As for the strange situation in front of her, she had never heard of something like this. I don't care anymore. Yuan, let's go. I will help you level up. Yuan narrowed her eyes and smiled. Anyone who could see her could tell that she was scheming. Yuan spread his wings and flew to Yuan's shoulder. Yuan led the skeletons to the nearby barbarian stronghold. The skeleton soldiers were very combative. When they saw the enemy, they rushed forward recklessly. It was chaos. Yuan tried to teach Yuan some battle tactics and urged him to fight. Yuan, go, spread your wings and fly there. Use your tail to slap the barbarian leader's face. All Yuan talked about was flying, slapping, clawing and spitting fire. Yuan was speechless. However, to save her some face, he spread his wings and flew over. Yuan, well done. You've already taken the first step to get rid of your laziness. Next. Anu. Yuan flew past the barbarian leader to a corner, ignoring all barbarians along the way. There were rugs in that corner. These were made from furs of the wild beasts that the barbarians had hunted. Yuan pounced on the soft rugs. He smiled in satisfaction. Yuan was baffled. Yuan, she cried. What are you doing? Come here and fight. Yuan was so angry that she roared. Yuan was useless. She had thought that he had finally given up on his laziness. But the moment he saw the rugs and the blankets, he went to sleep again. This bastard, she shouted. One day, I will definitely take that laziness out of you, she swore in her heart. Yuan realized that things hadn't gone to plan and now this was going to turn bad. Skeleton soldiers were known to have low combat capabilities. Even though the attributes of the skeleton soldiers were twice than that of the normal skeleton soldiers, it was still a little difficult for them to fight against the barbarians. Yuan's night shift skill had reached level 2. He didn't want to waste time fighting barbarians when he could be sleeping and gaining experience and leveling up. Hence, Yuan secretly activated the demonic dragon's blessing. The bones of the fused skeletons turned black, and a dark mist lingered around them. It's happening again. The skeletons were changing again. Yuan didn't know what kind of secrets the skeleton soldiers were hiding. Yuan used the demonic dragon's blessing on the skeleton soldiers. Their attributes changed. Fused low-level skeleton soldiers. Strength, 60. Spirit, 36. Agility, 48. Constitution, 72. Yuan was a little surprised. When he fused the skeleton soldiers, their attributes doubled. Now when he used the demonic dragon's blessing, the attributes tripled further. The skeleton soldiers were 6 times stronger now. The fused skeleton soldiers killed every barbarian in the stronghold. No one could withstand them. The barbarians fell to the ground like dead flies. Yuan was stunned. With these skeletons, it wasn't impossible to survive the blood trial. Yuan had felt hopeless about the blood trial before. She had been very stressed about it. But now she had a faint glimmer of hope. In a short time, the skeleton soldiers wiped out the entire barbarian stronghold and Yuan's points rapidly increased. She had been delayed because she had gone to save Ling. Now, her points had returned to her former glory. She should be in the first place now. The road is bumpy, but the future is bright. Yuan's mood brightened. However, the good time did not last long. The dark fusion only lasted for 10 minutes. Now that the time was up, the fused skeleton soldiers split into 2. At the same time, the demonic dragon's blessing which was cast on the fused skeleton disappeared. This meant that the skeleton soldiers on the scene returned to their original attributes. When Yuan saw this, she was perplexed. She had been in a good mood but now, she saw the problem. The skeleton soldiers had special abilities, but they were unstable. She did not know how to transform the skeleton soldiers to make them strong. If their abilities ran out before the blood trial finished, she would be in huge trouble. Her future was still dark. Su Yuan, are you going to work properly or not? Half of the freshman trial duration was almost over. Previously, Yuan was happy if she could make it to the top 10, but now she felt that she could do better. JNN. We must get first place. Yuan resolved. I have to find more barbarian strongholds. They only got 24 hours for the trial. She must still have around 12 hours left. At present, she was in second place. Yuan didn't hurry. She wanted to plan very meticulously. Su Yuan felt very uncomfortable. He opened his eyes and saw that Yuan's face was very close to his nose. She crouched down to his level and smirked. Su Yuan, ever since we came to the Overlord plane, we have stuck together. I have been protecting you at all times. Shouldn't you do something in return? She asked. Su Yuan was speechless. If it hadn't been for him, she wouldn't even be alive till now. He had used his abilities one too many times to solve her problems. The thing he was worried most about revealed itself. I know you don't have much combat experience. That's all right. I will fight instead of you. But I need your help now, she said. You can fly. Could you fly around and look for more barbarian strongholds? He knew it. He had expected her to make him a scout if he revealed his wings. He wasn't able to hide from the Holy Spear Knight, so he had to use his wings that time. Yuan hadn't talked about his wings when she returned after feeling from the Holy Spear Knight. However, she really needed him to scout around now. Su Yuan looked at Yuan's expectant face. She was in luck. It just so happened that Su Yuan had slept for a long time and wanted to stretch his muscles. So, he agreed to Yuan's request. In any case, he had long wanted to take a stroll around the territory. He reluctantly agreed to be Yuan's scout to find a barbarian stronghold. If I can't find a barbarian stronghold, would Yuan blame me? He wondered. After seeing Su Yuan agree to her request, Yuan almost jumped up in joy. If he agreed to this, then he might agree to other things in the future. There is hope indeed to get rid of his laziness, thought Yuan. Su Yuan spread his dragon wings and flew out of the cave. Yuan looked at him flying out and smiled in satisfaction. She was unaware that he was going to put little to no effort in finding a stronghold for her. Su Yuan soared in the sky around the territory. As he flew freely, he released a wisp of his demonic dragon's aura. The wild beasts fled in all directions. The barbarians weren't any better. They trembled in fear and abandoned their stronghold. Su Yuan did not realize at that time. He flew freely and then returned to the cave. You didn't find the barbarian's stronghold? Asked Yuan. Su Yuan, are you going to work properly or not? Yuan was enraged. He had agreed to be her scout, but he didn't bring back any information of the barbarian stronghold. If it was any other hero, she might have believed it. But she knew Su Yuan was a lazy creature. She knew he put little to no effort in finding the stronghold at all. Thinking of this, Yuan decided to personally go find the barbarian stronghold. She left the cave and looked around. Along the way, Yuan found many barbarian strongholds, but the strange thing was that there were no barbarians around. The strongholds seemed to be deserted. What's going on? Why are the heavens targeting me like this? Yuan's body went numb. She had been confident in acquiring the first place in the trial, but now, she wasn't so sure. There were no more barbarians for her to fight. Su Yuan, I apologize for getting angry at you. I am sorry, said Yuan. Su Yuan hadn't lied. Su Yuan just looked at her lazily and went back to sleep. She was very confused. She didn't understand why the strongholds were abandoned. Now, she had fallen from second place to fifth place. At this rate, it would be difficult for her to even remain in the top 10. Yuan was anxious, but her friend Shi Linglong asked her help yet again. In the group chat, she had sent a message. Shi Linglong, Wan, help? My territory was attacked by barbarians again? This time, my territory is really going to be destroyed. Yuan's first question was why Shi Linglong was getting attacked so frequently. Yuan didn't want to snatch her friend's barbarians for some lousy points. But her friend had asked for her help, so she wouldn't be stealing them anyway. Although Yuan couldn't wait to help Shi Linglong immediately to gain some points herself, she needed to ask the important questions first. So she sent her questions in the group chat. Yuan, Linglong, what's going on there? Why are you getting attacked by barbarians so frequently? She remembered that Shi Linglong had offended the barbarian leader before, so the barbarians had chased her. But why was she being chased this time? Shi Linglong, it's a long story. No time. Shi Linglong didn't say anything for a long time, and only at the end did she type out a long string of words. Yuan looked at Shi Linglong's explanation and understood the situation. Zhao Qingrong, who had been lurking in the group chat, couldn't help but complain after seeing Shi Linglong's explanation. Zhao Qingrong, Linglong, from a certain perspective, you really are talented. Shi Linglong's barbarian crisis was caused by the Wild Boar King. Yuan still remembered that when she had helped Shi Linglong a while back, there had been two powerful bosses nearby. One was the barbarian leader and the other was the Wild Boar King. At that time, Shi Linglong had guessed that the barbarian leader was injured because he fought the Wild Boar King, so he was easily killed by Yuan's skeleton soldiers. Shi Linglong, can you really blame me for that? I sent my troops to clear the area and they provoked the Wild Boar King. Yuan felt sympathy for her friend. Shi Linglong was in that mess because of her own soldiers. Now she was a target. Despite her attempts to flee, she had attracted the barbarians from the surrounding strongholds. Countless barbarians joined in on the Wild Boar King's hunt. Other barbarians who had lost their leader and were no match for the wild boar king fled and gathered in Shi Linglong's territory. Soon, a tide of barbarians would overwhelm Shi Linglong's territory, sending the wild boar king flying with his tail. JNN. Yuan took Su Yuan and charged into Shi Linglong's territory at top speed. When Shi Linglong saw Yuan, she happily rushed to her side. Just as Yuan was going in for a hug, Shi Linglong snatched Su Yuan from her arms. Hehe, Wan, your hero is so cute. Yuan realized that her friend knew nothing about how useless Su Yuan was. Su Yuan, on the other hand, yawned and stretched his back at being disturbed. When he stretched out his small claws, Shi Linglong found it even more cute. Wan, let's exchange our heroes. You take mine. At that moment, Yuan with the red hair and butterfly wings on her back, glared at her friend. Shi Linglong giggled as if she did not care about her feelings. Wan, my hero is a S-class nature hero, the flower fairy. She lowered her voice as though this was a secret. Yuan was mentally prepared for Shi Linglong's strange behavior. Yuan ignored Shi Linglong's suggestion of exchanging heroes with her. Linglong, now is not the time. We need to find a solution for the problem right now. At that moment, Su Yuan broke free from Shi Linglong's hands and flew around as if looking for something. Yuan and Shi Linglong didn't care. They only thought that he had slept too much and was full of energy, so he wanted to fly around. However, Shi Linglong still instructed the flower fairy. Please take care of that little guy, don't let him be lost. After Shi Linglong gave her instructions, she didn't joke around and seriously discussed the situation with Yuan. The territory itself could not be moved. How could they protect the territory from the attack of the barbarians? While Shi Linglong and Yuan were having a discussion, Su Yuan seemed to have found what he was looking for. I found you. A smile appeared on his lips. He was looking for the wild boar king? He had obtained some benefits from killing the barbarian leader. The wild boar king was a boss and stronger than the barbarian leader. He wondered how much killing it would benefit him. Su Yuan spread his wings and flew after the wild boar king. The flower fairy was afraid that he would get lost in the place, so she spread her wings and followed behind. In the hero plane, the pool of light and pool of darkness were right next to each other. The light-type heroes had a detailed understanding of the dark-type heroes. However, all that was far away now. They only knew the heroes of light and darkness fought each other but didn't know why. The flower fairy didn't know Su Yuan's real identity. She only saw Su Yuan as a little thing that needed looking after. My name is Yuan. What's yours? She asked. She wanted to start a conversation so that she could be friends with him. Their lords were good friends, after all. She and Su Yuan might need to cooperate in the future. Su Yuan thought for a moment. My name is Luphis. Luphis Olga was his real name. In the future he would use his real name, Luphis Olga, to let the world know about his legacy as the Dark Demon Dragon. The flower fairy nodded. Her butterfly wings flapped, and she followed Su Yuan closely. Soon, the flower fairy realized she was finding it difficult to keep up with him. Her S-class hero bloodline couldn't keep up with the dark hero in front of her. Su Yuan reached the wild boar king. Oh no, it's the wild boar king. The wild boar king was like a small mountain blocking their way. It seemed to have fallen asleep and did not see Su Yuan and the flower fairy. Luphis, run. She was so scared that she wanted to pull Su Yuan away from there. However, the flower fairy realized that the harmless-looking little creature seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds at that moment. No matter how hard she pulled him, he didn't budge. Wild Boar King. Level, 20. Strength, 310. Spirit, 122. Agility, 150. Constitution, 275. When Su Yuan saw the Wild Boar King's attributes, he had no reason to fear it. Although he was 10 levels lower than the Wild Boar King, his attributes were all above 400. It was more than enough to beat up the Wild Boar King. Luphis, don't just stand there. If you don't run now, you won't have the chance to escape. Although the Flower Fairy was an S-class hero, her level was still very low. In terms of attributes, it was impossible for her to be a match for the Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King wasn't something a novice lord or a new hero could deal with. Before the Flower Fairy could convince him to leave, the Wild Boar King slowly opened his eyes. We're finished. The Flower Fairy panicked. The Wild Boar King didn't have the time to react. Su Yuan flew over and whipped him with his tail. The Wild Boar King howled as he was sent flying. In the distance, countless barbarians were fleeing in the direction of Shi Linglong's territory because they were being chased by the Wild Boar King. At this moment, the barbarians all gathered. They were so densely packed that it made one tremble in fear. If this many barbarians passed by Shi Linglong's territory, her place would be reduced to ruins. But at this moment, a huge shadow appeared on the ground. The barbarians raised their heads. A monster, the size of a small mountain, descended from the sky. Boom! The earth trembled, and within Shi Linglong's territory, the two of them felt a tremor. Congratulations Lord Yuan for successfully killing the boss, Wild Boar King, and obtaining a large number of points. Congratulations Lord Yuan for killing a large number of barbarians and obtaining many points. Yuan looked at her points. Her points had increased so rapidly that there was a huge gap between the first and the second place. She had left the second place miles behind. 100,000 points. This was a terrifying number of points that even the combined points of the second to 10th place in the top 10 could not match up to. What happened? Yuan was very confused. The flower family was baffled as the wild boar king was sent flying away. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. She stared at Su Yuan. Just say you didn't see anything, said Su Yuan and waved his little claws at her. The flower fairy felt a chill run down her back. She nodded vigorously as a promise that she wouldn't tell anyone about what happened here. The two heroes returned to the territory as if nothing had happened. When Suan and Shi Linglong asked them, they had their answers ready. They didn't know what had just happened. Not long after, everyone discovered that countless barbarians had died outside the territory. They had been crushed to death by the wild boar king. However, it seemed the wild boar king had died as well. Linglong, I will head back now, said Suan. I need to prepare for the blood trial. Suan picked up Su Yuan and left in a hurry. Congratulations Lord Suan for successfully killing the boss, Wild Boar King, and obtaining the blueprint of Spacegate construction. The prompt that appeared in let Suan know that the death of the Wild Boar King was counted as hers, but Suan didn't know how or why it had happened. She wanted to leave Shi Linglong's territory as soon as possible. She would ask too many questions and Suan had no answer. The death of the barbarian leader could be considered an accident, but the death of the Wild Boar King was hard to explain. Suan saw the problem but couldn't figure out an explanation. The number 1 freshman. The freshman trial was over. Shi Linglong, hey, I got 7th place. Shi Linglong shared her joy with Suan. Suan wasn't surprised. Shi Linglong was a capable lord and her place had been attacked by barbarians twice. The two crises were averted, and in the process, Shi Linglong achieved a lot of points. In the group chat, Lin Yao and Zhao Qingrong also revealed their results one after the other. Lin Yao was in the 8th place and Zhao Qingrong had made it to the 10th. The three of them had made it to the top 10. Zhao Qingrong, what about you, Wan? Suan had started the journey with lots of difficulty. She was happy to make it to the top 10. Her friends thought she might have made it to the 5th or the 6th place. Suan didn't intend to hide her rank. She wanted to share her achievements with her friends. However, when she looked at her own points, she felt scared. Although the freshman trial had ended, the results hadn't been announced publicly yet. They could see their own points and rank, but others couldn't. Since Suan didn't reply for a long while, everyone thought she might have done badly. They thought she might not have made it to the top 10. They tried to comfort her. Lin Yao, Wan, don't be discouraged. Try to upgrade your hero and troop type in the later stages. You can still make up for it. Shi Linglong, that's right. It's just a trial for the new students. There's still the Intercampus tournament and the global competition. It's not the end of the world yet. Zhao Qingrong, Wan, you can always improve. You are a good student. I know you will improve a lot and we will meet again in the Intercampus tournament. Seeing them trying to console her, Suan felt warmth spread in her heart. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Finally, Suan revealed her result. Suan, thank you for being so kind, everyone. I am very grateful for all of you. I made it to the top 10. I got 1st place. Her 3 friends were shocked. Right at that moment, the rankings were revealed in the academy. As expected, Suan got 1st place. I knew she had potential, said one of the teachers, laughing. Yes, to be able to get the 1st place, that is normal for Suan. She is very capable. In the office, the teachers were happily talking about the rankings. In the academy, the other students were also discussing it. As expected of Suan, she is the best in everything. If I have a girlfriend like that, even for a day, I'd die happy. One day, I would be okay with her being my girlfriend for just 1 hour. I'm not asking for much. If you can be my girlfriend for just 1 minute, I can sacrifice 99 years of my life. The male students were in a heated discussion. And among the girls, there were many who were envious. Some felt powerless because of this and thought that Suan was the peak that they could not surpass. But there were also those who secretly made sarcastic remarks and were dissatisfied with Suan. Tisk, 1st place? Maybe she hooked up with a teacher to get that ranking. I heard that Suan has an unclear relationship with a senior student. It's most likely that those senior students violated the rules and interfered with the new student's trial. In the forum, everyone could choose a fake name for themselves, so no one knew who was who. They talked freely. A student raised a crucial question. Everyone seems to think that it's normal for Suan to get 1st place but no one is paying attention to the points she got. The points Suan obtained. 1st place, Suan, 100,086 points. 2nd place, Wang Xian, 19,975 points. In an instant, the entire forum exploded. The 1st place had 100,000 points, but the 2nd place only had around 20,000. The difference was too huge. The highest score until now had been around 30,000 points. Student Suan broke the record with her own strength. People were doubtful and they were stunned. Fake? This is definitely cheating. Requesting the school teachers to conduct a strict investigation. The students didn't need to say it twice. At this moment, the teachers were already investigating the matter. The dean summoned the Sage Fairy, which was in charge of the system. Sage Fairy, please can you show us Suan's progress in the trials? Soon, a list of information was displayed. All the teachers in the office were shocked. She killed both the barbarian leader and the wild boar king. How did she manage to kill so many barbarians in 24 hours? While the teachers discussed the matter, the dean was shocked as well. Suan is indeed capable. It seems that in the Intercampus tournament, our Star Academy's rank will be dependent on her. The teachers were perplexed by the dean's words. Dean, are we going to let a new student participate in the Intercampus tournament? The Intercampus tournament was held amongst hundreds of academies in the area. The tournament was not meant for new students. Only senior students were allowed to participate because they had been a lord for a longer time. The new students wouldn't be able to cause a single wave in the competition. The teachers had their doubts, but the dean had made up his mind. Make arrangements for the preliminary rounds for the Intercampus tournament. The students who qualify will represent the Star Academy in the tournament. Yuan knew her ranking even before it was announced. There were endless questions from her friends. Zhao wrong. Wan, be honest. Did you cheat? Yuan, I didn't. Shi Linglong, I can prove that Wan cheated. She cheated? She cheated. Shi Linglong told them about the time the barbarian leader had fallen. The others marveled at Yuan's luck. Shi Linglong, at that time, I didn't suspect anything because the two bosses had fought one another. So, I thought the barbarian leader was already injured and her skeleton soldier had finished him easily. But when it came to the Wild Boar King, it fell and crushed so many barbarians. Many were killed by that. We were nearby when it happened. They didn't dwell much on the matter since it was done already. Yuan was in the first place so everyone was happy for her. Lin Yao, the freshman trials are over. How about we show our heroes? Zhao Qingrong, sure. Zhao Qingrong was excited to show her hero. She wanted the world to know that he was a super handsome elf. Zhao Qingrong was the first to post a picture of her hero in the group chat. Then she briefly introduced the hero's abilities. Then it was Shi Linglong's turn. The flower fairy was as big as Su Yuan, but she was still a S-class hero. Then it was Lin Yao's turn. Lin Yao's hero was an SS-class hero, Ice Phoenix. A picture of a snow-white bird appeared in the group chat. For a moment, Shi Linglong and Zhao Qingrong were envious. Lin Yao, who was usually quiet and gentle, had received an SS-class hero. In the end, only Yuan was left. Everyone was very curious. Yuan had gotten first position in the rankings, so everyone thought her hero was very formidable. Yuan's face was a bit stiff. She took a picture of her sleeping Su Yuan and sent it to the group chat. Yuan, race, unknown, attributes, unknown, hobby, sleeping, elite soldier, golden behemoth. Time flew by and it was already the day for the blood trial. Knowing that it was tomorrow made Yuan feel very anxious. She possessed strange skeleton soldiers. She had made it to the first place in the freshman trial. The gap between the first and the second place was huge. Yuan didn't feel even the slightest of the pride and satisfaction she was supposed to be feeling. Instead, she felt worried. Yuan was the only one who knew that the skeleton soldiers were powerful but their ability was limited. They were unstable. She had studied them, but she was unable to figure out what caused their burst of power. The skeleton soldiers were too unstable. She needed more soldiers who were reliable. These days, Yuan used the skeleton soldiers for their characteristic trait. They could endure hardships and work a lot. She sent the skeleton soldiers to cut trees for wood and collect resources. In a short period of time, she had accumulated a lot of resources. Skeleton soldiers weren't that bad. Yuan realized that Su Yuan had made a good choice by choosing the skeleton soldiers, though it hadn't felt like that before. When it came to manpower, what would be better than the skeleton soldiers who didn't need food or rest and could work non-stop? Do you wish to spend resources to build the territory hall? The prompt panel appeared. Yuan did not hesitate this time. She chose yes. She now had a collection of resources available to build the territory hall. If she could build that, she could then proceed to create other units. While Yuan waited, a small building appeared in the dim cave. Congratulations Lord Yuan for successfully building the territory hall. You have obtained an opportunity to recruit random elite troops for free. Random elite troops. Yuan looked forward to it. Su Yuan was a useless hero. If she could recruit powerful elite troops, her situation would vastly improve. Do you want to use the random elite troop draw? Yuan was a little hesitant. Random draws depended on luck. There were items that could increase one's luck. If Yuan chose not to use the draw right now and kept it for the future, she could find some item to increase her luck first and then use the draw. Yuan let out a long sigh. If I can't pass the blood trial, there won't be a next time to use the draw anyway. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yuan decided to use the random elite troop draw. She was doubtful about her skeleton soldiers. They were unstable, so she wasn't sure if she could win the blood trial. But an elite troop would increase her chance of winning immensely. Draw, Yuan exclaimed and spun around. The wheel was filled with all kinds of units. In the end, the needle of the wheel stopped on the grid of the golden behemoth. Yay! Yuan was so happy that she jumped for joy. She picked up Su Yuan and kissed him on his head. Su Yuan opened his eyes and stared at Yuan. What's wrong with this woman? Has she finally gone mad? Yuan wanted to share her happiness with Su Yuan. Su Yuan, I got an elite soldier, the golden behemoth. Seeing that Su Yuan was indifferent, Yuan tried to make him feel something. That's an elite soldier. The legendary powerful soldier that once tore apart the earth dragon with their bare hands. I hope you can hang out with the golden behemoth in the future. Yuan stopped speaking. She wanted to tell Su Yuan how useless he was and not worthy of the attention of the golden behemoth. She wanted to anger Su Yuan so that he would be more motivated. However, she had special feelings for her initial hero. She couldn't bring herself to say those words aloud. However, Yuan thought that was enough. In the past, Su Yuan was superior because all Suan had were the skeleton soldiers. But now that she was becoming an elite soldier, she hoped Su Yuan would feel the pressure to do better. Su Yuan yawned and continued to sleep. Suan was speechless. You think I'm lying to you? Asked Suan. In a dazzling light, a big man with building muscles appeared near Suan. He had golden hair. His aura filled the entire cave. You are the Lord? I'm the golden behemoth, Ariga. Hello, I'm Suan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Although there was only one elite soldier, he could communicate with her. One could see how trashy the skeleton soldiers were in front of this elite soldier. Suan discovered that at this time only one golden behemoth appeared, but if she needed more, she could make them in the territory hall. When she received one military type, she could craft them in the territory hall for more. The golden behemoth, Ariga, stood there with his golden fur emitting a dazzling light. Su Yuan awoke. Suan had been observing Su Yuan. She thought he would definitely react. Su Yuan reached his little claw to block his eyes. The dazzling light disturbed his sleep. He yawned. I want to sleep. Please turn off the light. Thank you, Wan. He covered his eyes with his claws and went to sleep again. After making a wish, she covered her eyes with her claws and continued to sleep. Suan was speechless. Just how much does he like to sleep? She wondered. Forget it. Now that I have the golden behemoth, my success rate at the blood trial would be high. When Suan looked at the new hero, she found that he looked terrified. What's wrong? The golden behemoth's aura was extremely powerful, as if it could tear everything apart. But his face had turned pale. It looked frightened. The golden behemoth crouched on the ground in a corner like a rat who had seen a big cat coming its way. What happened? Suan was confused. How had the arrogant and strong golden behemoth turned out this way? A prompt from the interface distracted Suan. Territory Hall detected. Territory Soldier Class Transformation activated. Lord's Initial Hero's Darkness Attribute detected. Do you want to convert the local troops to Darkness Attribute? Once converted, cannot be reversed. All future units will have Darkness Attribute. Are you kidding me? Suan exclaimed. As a Dark-type troop, skeleton soldiers were usually weak in combat. Although they were powerful occasionally, they were not stable in their performance. Moreover, Suan wasn't sure if the golden behemoth she had obtained with great difficulty would disappear after being converted to Dark Attribute. Just as Suan was about to make a choice, she thought of Su Yuan's claws reaching out every time she had tried. She looked at Su Yuan cautiously. Su Yuan wasn't there? She turned to look around. When she turned back to the prompt, Su Yuan had already extended his claws and clocked on the yes option. Su Yuan. The blood trial. The next day, Suan still sulked over Su Yuan's choice. Because he had changed everything to the darkness attribute, Suan could only create skeleton soldiers and skeleton horses. The skeleton soldiers' performance was unstable and Suan was unsure whether the newly created skeleton soldiers had the same ability to mutate as the 100 skeleton soldiers before them. As usual, Su Yuan was completely useless. She couldn't even create more golden behemoth soldiers. She was happy the golden behemoth hadn't disappeared after being converted to dark type. But with the resources she had, it was impossible to create more golden behemoth soldiers. There's no more hope, lamented Suan. Everything is ruined. I've completely ruined it. Suan looked into the distance. Countless goblins were gathering. The first wave of attack in the blood trial was the goblin army. Suan looked at the skeleton soldiers and pinned her hopes on their bouts of extraordinary performance. Suan had thought of making a batch of golden behemoth army but soon realized that it was impossible to do that even if she went bankrupt. A single golden behemoth might not be able to deal with a wave of goblins. In that case, usually a lord relied on her hero. Suan looked at Su Yuan. He only cared about sleeping. He wouldn't even fight when there was a battle. Suan stared at Su Yuan and the golden behemoth. They were surprisingly getting along. The golden behemoth had made a soft blanket with collected beast fur. He spread the blanket on the ground and invited Su Yuan to rest on it. Then the golden behemoth went to cut some wood. Suan was so curious that she couldn't help asking, Ariga, what are you doing? The golden behemoth didn't even turn his head. He focused on his work but replied to Suan without looking her way. I am building the throne Kazeya for Lord Luphis. Suan was now more confused than ever. Lord Luphis, she said. That lazy thing. The golden behemoth realized that he had accidentally let slip Su Yuan's true name. He glanced fearfully at Su Yuan. The golden behemoth didn't speak again. He was scared that if he revealed more information about the dark demon dragon, he would be a target. Suan suspiciously stared at the golden behemoth and Su Yuan. She recalled the strange things that had happened when Su Yuan was around and realized that this small, lizard-like creature wasn't as simple as she thought. Suan didn't have time to think about that for now. The blood trial had started, and the goblins were rushing over to her. Outside the cave, many goblins shouted. This is bad. Suan commanded the skeleton soldiers and skeleton horses to meet the enemy head-on. The goblins were not ordinary. Suan looked at the goblin whose body was ablaze in flames, another whose breath was filled with frost, and yet another one whose body flickered with electricity. Elemental goblin army. Damn it! Is this really the blood trial? Suan felt despair. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The skeleton soldiers and skeleton horses charged, but they were defeated by the elemental goblin army? The blazing goblin shot out fireballs. There was a rumble. Flames burned the surrounding area. The lightning goblin used lightning spears and shot them at the enemy. The lightning spears pierced through the skeleton soldiers. How are we going to deal with the enemy? The blood trial is too difficult. Yuan felt that everything was over. Her career as the overlord ended here. At this moment, the group chat was filled with the concerns from her friends. They all had been informed by Xi Linglong that the blood trial was going to take place today, so they were all paying attention to it. Xi Linglong, who was the closest to Yuan's territory, had asked Yuan if she needed her help. Yuan hid the matter and could not ask her friends for help, so she told them that everything was going smoothly. After lying to her friends, she looked at the sky in despair. If she told them the truth, Xi Linglong would definitely come to help her. Seeing the elemental goblin army, Yuan felt that she would be only inviting her friend to her death if she asked for help. Her overlord career was about to end, but Yuan didn't want to trouble her friend and involve her in this mess. She did not want to waste Xi Lingling's resurrection chances. Yuan, do something. If I die here, will we still be partners in this realm? However, Yuan stretched on the blanket and yawned. He went back to sleep. Yuan felt anger boil her blood. You bastard! How can you sleep at a time like this? Yuan gritted her teeth. I don't want to be the lord anymore. Yuan raged. However, Yuan wasn't someone who gave up easily. Forget it, I will fight till the end no matter what. Yuan was so angry that she decided to vent all her frustration and anger at the goblins who invaded her territory. Even if she got annihilated today, she would take care of the pesky goblins. When Yuan turned around to deal with the goblins, Yuan opened an eye to look. Lord Lupus, are you going to let the lord fall? Asked the golden behemoth. Yuan didn't answer. Instead, he waved his tail gently, and the blue flames flickered. Dark fusion. Blue flames appeared on the bodies of countless skeleton soldiers and skeleton horses. Wait, what's going on? Yuan was confused. Are the skeleton soldiers mutating again? Under Yuan's expectant gaze, the skeleton soldiers and skeleton horses fused together. The skeleton soldiers rode on the skeleton with a powerful aura. Demonic Dragon's Blessing. Yuan secretly blessed the skeleton soldiers. In an instant, the skeleton soldiers fused into skeleton knights, their body ablaze with blue flames. The powerful skeleton knights charged towards the elemental goblin army. The skeleton knights easily dodged the elemental goblin's ice blades, fireballs, and electric arcs. It then appeared at the goblin's side and used its bone as a blade to kill the goblins. Under the charge of the enhanced death knights, the elemental goblin army reduced in numbers as they fell. The end of the blood trial. Congratulations Lord Yuan for surviving the first wave of the blood trial and obtaining the reward, army type, Dark Goblin. I made it. Yuan was stunned. She was still stuck in the despairing mental state because she was sure she would fall. The skeleton soldiers and horses had been like paper in front of the goblins. They were cut down so easily. However, the skeleton soldiers had fused into a powerful army of skeleton knights and fought through. Furthermore, the skeleton knights emitted a black mist similar to the one that appeared when the skeleton soldiers had mutated before. The black mist turned into black flames, making the skeleton knights even more powerful. The skeleton knights crushed the elemental goblin army. Yuan gulped. If the skeleton knights could maintain this state, she could easily surpass the blood trial. The second wave was coming. With the prompt that informed her of the same, she saw dust billowing in the distance. War Stomp. Yuan could not see clearly in the dust but she knew what they were. The Tauren army? Yuan was certain that it was the Tauren army's War Stomp. The ground shook, and the cave trembled as though it was going to collapse any time. Seeing the enemy approach, Yuan realized that the blood trial wasn't so simple. The charging minotaurs glowed with a red light. Berserk Tauren. Damn it. Yuan cursed. This blood trial level was too high for her. Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that moment. The ordinary Tauren army could crush all the new lords with their war stomp. Even the seniors would find it difficult to withstand the army. She was a novice. Why is my luck so rotten? These weren't even ordinary Tauren. They were Berserk Tauren. They were extremely violent and had high attributes. However, the skeleton knights were not afraid. They bravely charged forward to meet the enemy. Yuan felt like doing something for the skeleton knights. Otherwise, they would die senselessly at the hands of the Tauren army. Steal shelter. Yuan remembered the overlord talent she had obtained. She used it to increase their resistance. The skeleton knights were having a difficult time fighting the Taurens, but when Yuan gave them resistance, they became sturdy and strong. They charged at the Taurens as one and sent them flying. Teams of skeleton knights charged into the Berserk Tauren army. In the blink of an eye, the Tauren army's formation was broken, and they were scattered. Congratulations Lord Yuan for surviving the second wave of the blood trial. All resources of the territory have been increased by plus 100 units. Yuan was overjoyed. Now, she continued to develop her resources, whether it was building units, or upgrading them, creating the newly unlocked Dark Goblin troop type, or spending all her fortune to create a golden behemoth soldier. She had not expected that surviving the second wave would increase the resources by 100 tons. After the BL trial, I can create Dark Goblins. Goblins were similar to humans. They could do more flexible things than the rigid skeleton soldiers. Before Yuan could even catch a breath, a prompt appeared again. The final wave of the blood trial is coming. The final wave? This is the last round of the trial. Yuan was nervous this time, but her skeleton knights were strong, so she thought they could still hang on. There was still hope. Very quickly, the figures of the invading monsters appeared in the distance. A hellhound. Yuan cried out in surprise. Those red hounds covered in flames were a powerful troop type. Hellhound troop types were medium grade among dark types. Skeleton soldiers were only the best among the low level. There's still a chance. Yuan encouraged herself and her skeleton soldiers. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The skeleton soldiers and skeleton horses fusion time was up, and they separated from each other. If the ordinary skeletons fought with the hellhounds, it would be suicide. In the blink of an eye, bones scattered everywhere. These were all left behind by the skeleton soldiers and skeleton horses that had died in battle. Do the heavens want me dead? Yuan thought she had a hope of surviving this trial. However, she wasn't so sure now. This is the end. Golden Behemoth received a command from Yuan to attack. Wait, Auriga? You can't do this alone. Yuan wanted to stop the Golden Behemoth, but he had already made his move. The Golden Behemoth roared, and black smoke curled around it. It appeared again. When the skeleton soldiers had mutated, the same black mist had appeared. Now, the Golden Behemoth was shrouded in it. The Golden Behemoth is mutating. Yuan muttered in a low voice. At this moment, the Golden Behemoth grew bigger and bigger, almost to the size of the Wild Boar King. Countless hellhounds roared. The Golden Behemoth charged toward the hellhound army, and everything turned to chaos. The powerful hellhound troop was like an ant facing an elephant in front of the super-large Golden Behemoth. Congratulations Lord Yuan for surviving the third wave of the blood trial and obtaining a permanent integration of the troops. Low-level skeleton soldiers and low-level skeleton horses detected. The skeleton soldiers and skeleton horses will automatically be fused and upgraded. Congratulations Lord Yuan for obtaining the middle-rank army type, Skeleton Knight. It can be created by collecting resources. It's finally over. Yuan was exhausted. She leaned against a tree and looked at the battlefield. Although she did not fight much, she was mentally exhausted. Congratulations Lord Yuan for completing the blood trial. Do you want to announce your name? No. Yuan was vigilant this time, afraid that Yuan's claws would reach out once again and choose yes. She hastily pressed no. Announcement, congratulations to Lord XXX for completing the blood trial. Seeing that the notice didn't announce her name, Yuan was relieved. This was the first time Yuan hadn't cheated her out of her choices. After resting for a while, Yuan returned to the territory. Golden Behemoth troops, Dark Goblin troops, Skeleton Knights troops. He. When Yuan got back to the territory she examined the soldiers. She saw that Yuan was no longer lazing around. He gestured to the Golden Behemoth. After a while, Yuan and the Golden Behemoth quietly left the territory. Lord Lupus, the aura can't be wrong. The death of a large number of hellhounds had attracted Cerberus. The Golden Behemoth felt a powerful aura radiating from nearby and reported to Yuan. Yuan nodded and looked ahead. A creature, the size of a small hill, slowly approached. Its body was covered in flames. The three hideous heads looked around as if looking for something. Demonic Dragon's Blessing Level 2, Black Gold Behemoth. Cerberus. The Golden Behemoth's tone turned serious when it saw the creatures in front of it. Because of the large number of hellhounds that appeared in the last wave of the blood trial, Cerberus was attracted by the death of the hellhounds and their blood. Unlike the Golden Behemoth, Yuan was very interested in Cerberus. He was thinking about what kind of reward he would get if he killed it. Just as he was about to make a move, a message flashed. Congratulations Overlord Yuan for completing the blood trial. All the rewards obtained will increase by x3. Yuan was Yuan's initial hero so he could see the message. His experience also tripled. Lord Lupus, what are you doing? Asked the Golden Behemoth. Under the Golden Behemoth's surprised gaze, a black flame appeared on Yuan's head and a pair of dragon horns grew. At the same time, a crack appeared on Yuan's chest. It slowly widened into a purple-black eyeball. The Golden Behemoth knelt in ear. Lord Lupus, you are getting stronger. Yuan didn't say anything. He felt powerful. Name, Yuan. Demonic Dragon's true name, Lupus Olga. Race, Dark Demon Dragon. Level, 20. Strength, 960. Spirit, 958. Agility, 957. Constitution, 960. Abilities. Night Shift LVL1. Dragon God Slumber LVL1. Lord of Darkness. Demonic Dragon's Blessing. True Eye of the Magic Dragon. The True Eye of the Magic Dragon can see through all illusions. It can trace back time and see what happened 24 hours ago. Dark Dual Domain. Drag the enemy into the dual domain and engage in a fair one-on-one duel. There is no interference from the outside world during this period. The winner will devour the soul of the loser and absorb the power. Yuan was in a very good mood looking at the new abilities he had obtained. He wagged his tail. The True Eye of the Demon Dragon ability was from the Demon Eye on his chest. The Demon Dragon's True Eye, which was derived from this Demon Eye, could see through all illusions and see the essence of things. Moreover, this ability had another very powerful use. It could peer into the river of time and see everything that had happened 24 hours ago. Is it the Dark Dual Domain ability that is making me want to fight? The Dark Dual Domain ability was derived from the dragon's horns. A ball of darkness is shot out from the horns. Any living being hit by the ball of darkness would be dragged to the Dark Dual Domain, a space which was isolated from the world. The domain would only be dispelled when one of the parties in the domain died. I just don't know if the winner can absorb all of the loser's power or only a portion of it, thought Su Yuan. If he defeated a creature with a 100 strength in the Dark Dual domain, would he absorb 100 points for his strength or only some portion? Su Yuan was immersed in his new ability. The Golden Behemoth's voice trembled. Lord Lupus, it might not turn out well if we don't fight. Su Yuan raised her head in dissatisfaction. 3 ferocious heads looked down from above. He had been discovered. The Golden Behemoth stared at Su Yuan expectantly. If they didn't fight now, they might die here. Ariga, go, kill it, Su Yuan ordered. N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. The Golden Behemoth was perplexed. How could he fight against Cerberus? However, he did not dare disobey Su Yuan. Roar. The Golden Behemoth roared and dazzling golden light erupted. The Golden Behemoth charged at Cerberus, but before it could even touch it, it was swatted away by Cerberus's paw like a mosquito. Lord Lupus. The Golden Behemoth sprawled on the ground. He tried his best to stand up. He looked pitiful. The difference between their strength was too great. Su Yuan stood there calmly, his tail wagged, and the blue flame danced in the air. Su Yuan had been so lazy every day. Now that there was a problem, Su Yuan's first thought was to let it be. He didn't want to use his hands to fight. But with such a huge gap in strength, Demon Dragon's Blessing in level 1 was not enough to strengthen the Golden Behemoth. Therefore, now that he had leveled up to level 20 and obtained skill enhancement points, he chose to enhance the Demon Dragon's Blessing ability. Demon Dragon's Blessing has been upgraded to LVL2. In an instant, the blue flame on Su Yuan's tail turned black. A black flame flew towards the Golden Behemoth. The Golden Behemoth instantly burst into flames. The Golden Behemoth felt endless power and strength flow through his body. He could even tear space apart with a single swipe if he wanted to. Gradually, the Golden Behemoth's golden fur changed color and was dyed black in the pitch-black flames. The dazzling golden light radiating from his body turned black gold in color. Black Gold Behemoth roared. He flew at an impossible speed. Rip! Cerberus's defense was broken, and one of its arms was scratched by the Black Gold Behemoth. The three-headed hellhound roared in fury. Although the Golden Behemoth was relatively large, with the mutation it had turned into a giant. However, the Black Gold Behemoth was like an ant in front of a mountain like Cerberus. The three-headed hellhound attacked. Hellfire shot out from one of its 3 heads. Hellfire. Black Gold Behemoth was stunned. If he got hit by the hellfire, his soul would suffer. It would be torture. It was better to be dead. There was a whooshing sound. The dragon wings flapped, and the hellfire was instantly blown away towards Cerberus. Suya had been observing the fight even with LVL2 Demon Dragon's Blessing. Black Gold Behemoth was no match for Cerberus. He decided to fight it himself. Su Yuan used his Demon Dragon's wings. He seemed to veer through time and appear near Cerberus. He used Demonic Dragon's Breath. The hellfire that Cerberus spat was dark green, while Su Yuan's Demonic Dragon's Breath was pitch black. The green flames clashed with the black flames. The two terrifying powers clashed together, and the resulting shockwave spread throughout the area. I definitely won't be tricked by Su Yuan this time. So-won didn't know about Su Yuan's battle going on at the moment. She was still examining the units and troop types she had unlocked. But suddenly, a prompt appeared. Congratulations Lord So-won for obtaining the Black Gold Behemoth. So-won was perplexed. She didn't know what was happening. She just stayed in her territory and hadn't done anything at all. How had she obtained the Black Gold Behemoth? Wait. Behemoth. So-won checked the territory. She didn't find the Golden Behemoth anywhere. Su Yuan was also missing. No. Someone took Su Yuan away. So-won was worried about Su Yuan. Golden Behemoth could hold his own but Su Yuan was tiny and lazy. He would be in danger. She tried to calm herself and realized that her worries were unfounded. Su Yuan seemed harmless and lazy, but he was not that simple. Su Yuan was a dark hero. He definitely wasn't weak. At this moment, a tremor spread, shaking her territory. So-won looked outside her cave and saw black and green flames clash. All the light seemed to be overpowered by the illumination that came from the clash. Su Yuan. The moment she saw the explosion of light, all So-won could think of was her hero. You lazy worm? You better be unharmed. So-won couldn't see Su Yuan. She was afraid he was involved in some kind of danger. When So-won rushed to the scene, she realized that her guess had been partly correct. Su Yuan was indeed at the scene of danger. So-won didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Yuan was a lazy creature that never woke up. There was such a terrifying explosion and yet, the lazy hero was sleeping on the grass. Wait. Black Gold Behemoth. So-won found a familiar creature lying at her feet. It looked similar to Golden Behemoth, Ariga, but his fur was now black gold. So-won looked at the place where the explosion had taken place. An incomparably large 3-headed dog was lying on the ground, unconscious. Was the commotion caused by a clash between the Black Gold Behemoth and Cerberus? She wondered. So-won was willing to believe that the explosion and the cause was caused by a fight between the Black Gold Behemoth and the 3-headed monstrosity in front of her. She didn't consider Su Yuan because he was always sleeping. There was no way he could have been involved in such a fight. Maybe the Golden Behemoth had fought with Cerberus and then evolved into Black Gold Behemoth after winning, reasoned So-won. At this time, So-won received a notification. Congratulations Lord So-won for defeating the boss, Cerberus. Lord So-won, please make your choice. 1. Transform Cerberus's soul into the Hellhound Troop and unlock the Hellhound Troop class. 2. Subdue Cerberus. You will receive Cerberus as your mount. Yuan wasn't sure what to choose at first. She glanced at Yuan, who was sleeping on the ground. Yuan sighed in relief when she saw that he was still asleep. She was afraid that he would choose it for her again. It's okay. It's okay. He is sleeping. At this point, Yuan raised his head and looked at her. Can he sense that I have a choice to make? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yuan thought that he intuitively knew when she was going to make a choice. Just as she was about to make a choice, he suddenly looked at her. He must sense something. I need to be fast. If he gets to my side, he will trick me again. Yuan vigilantly stared at Yuan. He looked sheepish. Yuan, why did you run away from the cave? What is that on your head? Yuan discovered the horns on his head. She also saw something like an eye on his chest. It was tightly closed so she could only see a crack. She couldn't really make out if it was an eye for real. I have to be wary of that B*****. Yuan fiercely shook her head. Now was not the time to be shocked. She had to make a choice fast before Yuan found out about it. She definitely wanted an awe-inspiring and powerful mount. The troop types she had unlocked were strong enough. Gold Behemoth Soldiers, Black Gold Behemoth Soldiers, and Skeleton Knights were all very strong and powerful. Yuan could create them. She only lacked resources for now. The more powerful they were, the more resources she would need to create them. Yuan really wanted a mount. When he rode on Cerberus, she would be everyone's envy? I definitely won't be tricked by Yuan this time. Even if the Emperor of Heaven were to come down and interrupt me, I would still choose the second option. Yuan stared at Yuan to make sure he was in his place as she slowly reached out her hand to select the second option. Yuan also noticed it, but he couldn't make it in time. In the battle of wits and courage with Yuan, she had earned a point today. Yuan was secretly happy. The black gold behemoth lying motionless at her feet sensed Yuan's arrival and wanted to get up. He struggled. My lord. He wanted to say something, but when he got up, he bumped into Yuan. Yuan fell to the ground because of the force with which black gold behemoth had bumped into her. By the time Yuan gained her composure, Yuan was already at her side. No, she exclaimed. Yuan looked at the panel. Yuan had already chosen an option, as expected. He had chosen the first option. Yuan? Ariga? You two just want to bully me, don't you? Yuan was really angry this time. The black gold behemoth had bumped into her just when she was about to choose. And Yuan was ready. They must have banded together. Who is the real lord here? If this continues, I don't want to be a lord anymore. I will abandon you both. Yuan was so angry that she wanted to cry. The huge Cerberus turned into green flames and disappeared. A prompt informed her that the Hellhound Troop had been unlocked. Yuan was far from happy. When she saw Yuan's sheepish face, her blood boiled. How could he act so innocent? Yuan was really frustrated when a message appeared on the group chat. Lin Yao, Wan, quickly look at the school forum. The school has already released the news of the selection of students for the Intercampus tournament. The selection contest would be held tomorrow, and the top 10 lords would represent the Star Academy and participate in the tournament. Yuan, is this my Yuan? In their territory, Yuan took a bowl of fruits and placed it in front of Yuan. Yuan, we are selected to participate in the Intercampus tournament. Will you help me out? Yuan felt that she was indeed very humble. She was going to great lengths to please and negotiate with her hero. Any outsider would think that their roles were reversed. It looked like Yuan was the hero and Yuan was the lord. Yuan wagged his tail. He was in a good mood. He raised his claws as though to flex his muscles. Don't worry. I am very strong. This was the first time Yuan had talked about his strength with Yuan. Yuan was anxious. No, I mean, can you communicate with the skeleton knights and make them fight obediently? Yuan still regarded Yuan as a harmless little creature who knew only to sleep. She was just afraid that the troops under her would not listen to her. So, she wanted to communicate with them, especially in the competition. She needed to make sure Yuan and the skeleton knights wouldn't cause trouble. Yuan grunted indifferently. He had thought Yuan needed him to fight, so he had been willing. But seeing as she didn't intend to get involved directly, he didn't care anymore. Yuan created 2 golden behemoth soldiers with her resources. Among the troops they currently had, the black gold behemoth had the highest combat power, followed by the golden behemoth. However, the black gold behemoth required too many resources to make one. Yuan had to set aside some resources to facilitate the resurrection of troops and heroes when they died. She was unwilling to exhaust all her resources to create another black gold behemoth, so she settled on making 2 golden behemoths. The black gold behemoth had turned back into golden behemoth after the demonic dragon's blessing ran out. At present, Yuan had a total of 3 golden behemoths. 3 golden behemoths, 100 skeleton knights, 10 dark goblins, and 10 hellhounds. That's more than enough. After she finished the preparations, she pressed on the option to enter the arena. Yuan felt the spatial fluctuation. He found himself in a strange arena. There were countless heroes, soldiers, and lords there. In the middle, 2 lords fought. Yuan, you have to be careful. When we go to the middle later, protect yourself. Yuan turned to Yuan in surprise. He hadn't expected her to be so concerned about him. He thought she disliked him. Next, second-year student, Dangdelin, against first-year student, Yuan. When the names were announced, there was a roar in the crowd. Yuan is going to fight. I heard she won first place in the freshman trial. She might be strong enough to defeat a second-year student. That's impossible. As a first year, you can only compete properly with the students in your own year. You will be greatly overpowered facing a second-year student. The lords at the scene discussed animatedly. Yuan and Yuan were engulfed in a white light. They disappeared and reappeared inside the ring in the arena. The selection contest is split into the Arena Challenge and Territory Challenge. You get 1 point for each win. Whoever scores 2 points can enter the Territory Challenge. Yuan explained to Yuan. n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. Yuan just yawned disinterestedly. We are now in the preparation stage. Both overlords, you can summon your troops. Yuan summoned skeleton knights, dark goblins, hellhounds, golden behemoths and other troops. It's a golden behemoth. Student Yuan actually has an elite troop type. It's a pity that she's up against a second-year student. Otherwise, she could really dominate the new students. The appearance of the golden behemoths made everyone exclaim. Yuan looked at the opponent in front of her. Second-year student, Dangdelin's army type was a very standard wing wolf cavalry. In terms of the army type, Yuan had the upper hand. However, there was a huge brown bear standing beside Dangdelin. S-class hero, Bear of the Earth. The second-year student isn't weak. Which one is Yuan's hero? The other lords were really invested in the match. Their gazes swept around, and finally locked onto the 3 golden behemoths. Is it one of the golden behemoths? When she heard the others, Yuan turned around and saw Yuan hiding and sleeping again. It was no wonder the other lords ignored Yuan. Nobody would even think that the lazy, sleeping creature was Yuan's hero. Arena challenge begins. Everyone's attention shifted when the notification was displayed. Go, Skeleton Knights. Yuan sent out the Skeleton Knights first. The black mass of Skeleton Knights rushed towards the Wing Wolf Cavalry. Soon, the two sides started fighting. The Skeleton Knights and Wing Wolf Cavalry were a blur. Weapons clashed and clanged. The Wing Wolf Cavalry and the Skeleton Knights were on par. At that moment, the second-year student, Dangdelin, gave a command that changed the situation. Warley, go. The S-class hero, Bear of the Earth, charged, shaking the entire ring. It pounced on the arena. Boom! The Skeleton Knights were crushed under its weight. Despicable. Shouldn't it be soldier type against soldier type, and heroes against heroes? Seeing Yuan in a disadvantageous position, some students shouted that the situation was unfair. Dangdelin was a senior and had a better foundation than Yuan, who was a new student. Even though arena fighting didn't have any specific rules on soldier types fighting soldier types or heroes only fighting heroes, the students felt it was unfair because the hero was called in so soon. Isn't Yuan's hero going to appear? Yuan, quickly send out your hero to teach that guy a lesson. Outside the arena, everyone was shouting and urging her on. Yuan felt bitter. She knew what kind of hero she had. Her hero was unreliable and lazy. Yuan looked at the golden behemoths, the dark goblins, and the hellhounds. She had already decided to send them into the arena. However, all of them were gathered around Yuan at the moment as if he was their leader. Yuan was baffled. I am really just a figurehead, aren't I? I have no power over them. She had once mentioned jokingly that Yuan seemed to be their leader, so she needed him to communicate with them to be obedient in the arena. Her authority as the overlord had been stripped away. Yuan, get up. Other people's heroes were so amiable. What about my hero? In the arena, the second-year student, Dangdelin, looked at Yuan in surprise. Dangdelin didn't have as much confidence as he pretended to have while facing Yuan. He had thought that he might end up dead when facing her. He had even anticipated the 108 ways in which he would be defeated. However, Dangdelin had never thought of this situation. It was very strange. Each of those soldiers remained unmoving, as though Yuan had lost control of them. Warley, kill them. Dangdelin wasn't the type of person who became immobile upon seeing a woman. He gave the Bear of the Earth the order to strike Yuan with the final blow to end the match without even the slightest bit of hesitation. Roar. The Bear of the Earth roared up at the sky. Yuan was anxious. She ran to Yuan. Yuan, please wake up and do something. I'll make you a really comfy nest to sleep in if you communicate with these guys and let them win this game. Please. Yuan opened his eyes when he heard about the prospect of a soft nest. He was full of energy. Yuan was rendered speechless when she saw this. Without a doubt, this lethargic worm would never be evasive when it came to sleeping. Yuan had first intended to command the golden behemoths and the others to proceed to the arena and fight. Yuan being the first to lose her cool and approach him was not what he had anticipated. He was looking forward to the promised soft nest. Yuan waved his claws lazily at the 3 golden behemoths. The 3 golden behemoths obeyed. They came forward one after the other and roared. Golden waves erupted from their furs. The golden behemoth is about to make its move. How on earth did Yuan get such a powerful troop? Nov.L.B//JNN. Damn it, why does this woman get all the perks? The onslaught of the golden behemoth surprised some people, while making others envious of their power. Some people were even envious of Yuan. But everyone was surprised by more than just that. The 3 golden behemoths were still undergoing their transformations. Their bodies burst into black flames. The flames flared and made them appear ominous. Their furs turned black gold in color. What's that? It's the legendary black gold behemoth. Angels in the distant past left the light and descended into the shadows, becoming powerful fallen angels. At that point, several of the golden behemoths changed to black gold in color. A knowledgeable overlord discussed the history with others in the audience. Yuan observed the 3 black gold behemoths in the arena ring as they released a potent dark aura. She was excited. Despite the black gold behemoth's strength, she would undoubtedly have to go bankrupt if she tried to build one using her limited resources. But now, with the help of an unknown power, the 3 golden behemoths had turned into black gold behemoths. Damn it, there it is again, that odd power. Yuan looked at her troops. Her skeleton knights turned into mutated skeleton knights. The golden behemoths had turned into a black gold behemoths. Could these transformations be related to that lazy Yuan? Yuan stared at Yuan in confusion. Yuan noticed that he was the only explanation for the dark power. He was a dark hero, after all. She was still unaware of the skills her dark hero possessed at this time. The black gold behemoth and the bear of the earth engaged in combat. Boom! The bear of the earth slammed its claws on the ground, and stone pillars emerged in the arena in an attempt to pierce through the 3 black gold behemoths. However, the black gold behemoths were much stronger than the golden behemoths. The black gold behemoths waved their hands and the stone pillars instantly shattered. Warley, be careful. The second-year student, Dangdelin, suddenly shouted. The bear of the earth also realized that something was wrong. The black gold behemoth dispersed in 3 different directions and attacked the bear of the earth. Wing Wolf Cavalry, hurry. Dangdelin commanded the Wing Wolf Cavalry to help the bear of the earth. The 3 black gold behemoths changed again. They were covered in black flames. The flames acted like armor. Black bone sabers emerged out of nowhere on the black armor. What is that? The bear of earth was the only one who could plainly sense the terrible aura. The 3 black gold behemoths were undoubtedly controlled by an even more terrible force. While the bear of the earth was still in a daze, black bone sabers pierced through its skin. The bear of the earth roared in pain. There was something wrong. His memory was permanently scarred by this kind of suffering. The black bone sabers attacked the soul. Dangdelin couldn't see his hero in so much pain. He chose to surrender. I surrender. The bear of the earth, the Wind Wolf Cavalry, and Dangdelin were encased in white light and disappeared from the arena. Dangdelin appeared outside of the arena ring. He was concerned about the health of his hero. Warley, are you alright? Despite the fact that I was plainly up against one of the more powerful freshmen, I secretly believed that I could beat her. You wouldn't have to experience this suffering if I had given up earlier. I am so sorry, said Dangdelin. In contrast, the bear of the earth gave Dangdelin a smile and reassured him not to worry. The hero and the lord then stood side by side offering words of encouragement to each other. Yuan saw this. This was the kind of relationship she had dreamt of with her hero. Once upon a time, she had also imagined putting in a lot of effort alongside a hero, experiencing the highs and lows together, and then reaping the rewards. Yuan turned to look at Yuan. He was still sleeping on the ground. It seemed like he was dreaming of something good. Yuan wagged his tail softly. Other people's heroes were so amiable. What about my hero? Yuan's eyes teared up. How had she met such a fraud? Yuan's friends were waving at her from outside the ring and she waved back. She had clearly won the first match, but Yuan was not happy at all. It was like winning a competition but losing one's meaning of life. Student Yuan wins the challenge. Yuan, and others were encased in white light and disappeared from the arena ring. In the administrative school of the Star Academy, the head teacher was giving instructions to the other teachers. Remember, the dean has already decided that student Yuan will participate in the Intercampus tournament. If she wins one more challenge, she can be promoted. Do you understand what I mean? The other teachers nodded in agreement. Don't worry. We will arrange another senior student for Yuan. He couldn't graduate because of his poor grades. Yuan can take him on. Did you squander all my money? Yuan was unaware of the academy's murky side. At this point, she was surrounded by 3 close friends, and her face was a little embarrassed. Good job, Wan. You actually secretly developed such a powerful troop type. Shi Linglong's impression of Yuan's troops were of the time when Yuan had rushed to help her during the barbarian attacks. At that time, Shi Linglong had felt a little better when she saw her skeleton soldiers. Yuan had been lucky enough to surpass everyone. But right now, Shi Linglong was a little envious of her friend. Zhao Qingrong, on the other hand, stared at the 3 golden behemoths and poked their muscles, seemingly very interested. Only Lin Yao thoughtfully glanced at Yuan, who was still sleeping, and then at the golden behemoths and other troops. She seemed to have some questions, but she didn't ask them. At this time, Yuan's next opponent was announced. Isn't that the legendary Zhang Wei, who has been repeating for almost 10,000 years? Shi Linglong looked at the opponent and then at Yuan in surprise. Wan, you're really lucky. Zhang Wei, who had failed for 10,000 years. It was said that his talent was so low that his initial hero had been a slime. He was neither able to pass the cultural study nor the Lord's challenges. Therefore, he had been held back for 3 years. 3 years had passed since the overlord of the same cohort had graduated, but he was still unable to do so. Lin Yao, Yuan, and the others did not feel that there was anything wrong with this arrangement. They merely believed that Yuan had excellent luck. Their 4 heroes had assembled while the 4 girls were chit-chatting. The flower fairy was the first to act. The flower fairy jumped over to Su Yuan's side when she noticed that her lord was having a contentious discussion and wouldn't let up for a while. Lord Lupus, do you want to win the first place? She couldn't get the image of Su Yuan flogging the wild boar king with his tail out of her mind. The flower fairy thought that Suan would never be placed second as long as she had Su Yuan's support. Su Yuan didn't open his eyes, but he wagged his tail. I'm not interested in that. Su Yuan had no interest at this time in attending the so-called tournament between the 100 universities. He wouldn't think about anything before seeing the prize to decide whether it was worth his interest. Lin Yao's Ice Phoenix and Zhao Qingrong's Elf Archer also followed when they saw the flower fairy conversing with Su Yuan. The relationship between their lords was excellent. They also intended to get to know one another as heroes. However, halfway through the journey, the Elf Archer noticed that the Ice Phoenix suddenly froze. What's wrong, Lady Bingyao? The Ice Phoenix was an SS-class hero, while the Elf Archer was only an S-class hero. Because of this, the Elven archers approached the Ice Phoenix with great respect. The Elf Archer followed the Ice Phoenix's gaze. He noticed that her gaze was on an odd thing that appeared to be resting motionlessly on the ground. The creature appeared to be of the Dragon clan with dragon horns on his head. A tail ablaze with dark blue flames swayed gently while a pair of unmoving black wings lay on the ground. The Elf Archer was confused. He walked over to greet Su Yuan instead. What are you two talking about? The elegant elf asked. The flower fairy turned around and replied, we are talking about the tournament, yingying/o/vel/b/in.c//om. After a while, the Elf Archer joined in the conversation. Ice Phoenix seemed a little off, but she still approached them. The four heroes gathered. It was a little warm outside at this time because of the noontime sun. Everyone, hold on a second. I'm going to apply sunscreen. I need to take care of my handsome face every day, said the Elf Archer suddenly. He took out his sunblock and began to apply it. The flower fairy was astounded to see this. Bing Yao didn't know what to say. Even Su Yuan, who was almost always very lazy to care about others, stared at the Elf Archer. Pointy ears, did you steal your lord's sunblock? Asked Su Yuan. The noble elves would never do such a thing. I used the Overlord's account to buy this. Using the Overlord's account to buy it. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed. Suan, who was talking with her companions about the competition in the distance, shuddered. She whirled around and peered around to see if someone was talking about her. The Elf Archer taught Su Yuan to use his original hero identity to access the Overlord's account and make purchases online. The Overlord and the initial heroes share a unique bond. We rookie heroes get a number of advantages that other heroes don't. Under the Elf Archer's guidance, Su Yuan secretly logged into Suwan's account. In the chaotic forum, Su Yuan was attracted by a post. In urgent need of dark magic crystals? Selling at a low price of 100,000 blue stars. Dark magic crystals. A system notification then appeared. Congratulations, you've unlocked the information related to the dark magic crystals. The dark magic crystal is a crystal born at the end of the deep darkness. It contains an immense amount of energy and is an unknown source that the people of the blue planet cannot use. As a dark demon dragon, the dark magic crystal is a good tonic for you. Eating the dark magic crystal can strengthen your skills. Strengthen my skills. Su Yuan had an idea. He examined Suwan's account and found that she barely had 100,000 blue stars. Su Yuan was surfing the forum just then and noticed that everyone was talking about the fight between Zhang Wei and Suwan with great enthusiasm. Everyone was very optimistic about Suwan and thought that Zhang Wei would lose. Many had bets on Suwan's win, and not so many on Zhang Wei's side. Su Yuan's claw tapped on the interface. Suwan noticed the decrease in her funds. Where did my money go? Suwan started to worry. She discovered via her friend's investigation that her hero was the one accessing her account. Su Yuan, she shouted. Did you squander all my money? Suwan was able to see a decline in her funds, but she was unable to determine where this particular portion of the funds had gone. She hurried over to Su Yuan's side, and after some inquiry, it was ultimately confirmed that he had squandered her money. Zhao Qingrong's hero was the culprit. He had taught Su Yuan how to access the Overlord's account. You never want to do the good things but learn the bad things so fast. Suwan was furious with Su Yuan, but she was much angrier with the Elf Archer. He was to blame for leading Su Yuan astray. Su Yuan made an innocent face and scratched his back. Don't call me Su Yuan. From now on, call me Director Su. Suwan was speechless. However, she did not have time to respond to that. Suwan and Zhang Wei, please make your preparations. When the announcement came, Suwan tried to calm herself. She had to handle this challenge well. If they won, they would get 2 points to advance to the next round. Suwan eventually began to realize that something was wrong. Suwan and Su Yuan emerged inside the arena ring after a burst of white light. Suwan was enthusiastic at this point. They possessed an army of skeletal knights as well as strong warriors like the hellhounds and golden behemoths. On the opposing side was the repeat student with his slime hero and some slime soldiers. How could he stand against her? Suwan the goddess will triumph. How did that guy, Zhang Wei, have the misfortune to run into Suwan? Poor Zhang Wei. If he had encountered other first-year students, he might have had a chance, but with Suwan, he has no chance at all. Everyone was having a lively discussion. On the other side of the ring, Zhang Wei stood disheveled. The blue slime was jumping about him, seemingly unaware of the strength of the person in front of it. While everyone engaged in a heated discussion, a teacher said to the dean, "I have arranged it well, haven't I? There will more or less be doubts if we allow Yuan to confront the other senior students and then arrange for those senior students to throw the game. However, according to plan, Zhang Wei, a notorious loser, will be defeated by Yuan and it will not be suspicious at all." The few folks working behind the scenes in the office burst out laughing. This arrangement by Teacher Wang is excellent. Yuan can continue to win, and we can also prevent other kids from knowing that we were involved. The fact that we can allow student Yuan to demonstrate her formidable strength is what matters most. The school head will undoubtedly thank us when he hears about our great arrangement upon his return from his business trip. In the arena, both were ready to launch their attacks and were waiting for the system prompt to start. Zhang Wei felt lost. He stood there without making a move as though waiting for Yuan to just be done with it. Yuan decided not to be a sentimental person either. Skeleton Knights, charge. The Skeleton Knight leapt out at Yuan's command with a whoosh. Yuan turned to face the other soldiers. All of the units, including the Golden Behemoths, the Hellhounds, and Dark Goblins were eager to engage in combat. When she called for them, they were ready, which was in stark contrast to the time when they were motionless to her instructions. Is it possible that after accidentally spending my money, Yuan recognized his error and felt he let me down? Is that why he already commanded the other soldiers to heed me commands beforehand? Yuan's thoughts were dominated by her own fantasies. She reasoned that the Golden Behemoths and the other troops were particularly involved in this conflict because Yuan must have spoken with them beforehand. Really, I'm not upset about this small sum of money, but I wish that lazy bum would be more active. I'll allow him to carry this shame and perform well for now. Yuan's mind was filled with possibilities of making Yuan try to make up for what he had done out of guilt. Her mouth curled up in a faint smile. Wow, the goddess is smiling. The goddess is smiling at me. Mama, I'm in love. Who can resist that smile? Not good, our brothers have all fallen. Yuan, thinking of making Yuan do things out of guilt, made her smile. Appeared because of the guilt of making a wish in her head. She briefly enchanted countless people due to her cold disposition. But the good times didn't last long, and Yuan's imaginations ended. The Skeleton Knight had already charged up to the front of the slime army at this point. Zhang Wei was too lazy to even resist and didn't even command his slime army. Skeleton Knights, kill those slimes, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Goddess Yuan will win. In the midst of everyone's shouts, a Skeleton Knight made a mistake in the process of attacking a slime and accidentally attacked another Skeleton Knight. The Skeleton Knight appeared to be in a rage, so he struck back right away. But when he launched a counterattack, he attacked another Skeleton Knight. The scene briefly descended into chaos. What's happening? Are these Skeleton Knights here to be a joke? F***ck? Zhang Wei, you're really ruthless. These Skeleton Knights are your cards, right? You bribed these Skeleton Knights. Despite the fact that everyone was saying it, they all understood that this was a joke because every action made on the battlefield was visible to everyone. It was normal for Skeleton Knights, who had low intelligence, to accidentally hurt one another. No one was surprised by the chaotic situation before them. Yuan, however, harbored skepticism. Something's wrong. Yuan had witnessed these Skeleton Knights engage in combat with the barbarians before. The veteran Skeleton Knights had never before created such a problem. How could there be a problem when they were up against Zhang Wei, a failure and a repeater, and his slime army? Does Zhang Wei possess a unique item that confused the Skeleton Knights to turn against their own kind? Yuan wondered. Many people considered this possibility. Zhang Wei had attended school for a few more years than Yuan and had a lot more connections despite the fact that he repeated classes quite a bit. One could argue that Zhang Wei's possession of a few objects with the potential to confuse and kill her Skeleton Knights was a possibility. While Yuan was thinking, the Skeleton Knights on the arena had already murdered each other in pairs and fell off the arena one after another. There were still some of the Skeleton Knights in the ring. Zhang Wei thought he had a chance when he noticed this. Even if he couldn't succeed entirely, at least he had a fighting chance. He didn't want to be a sore loser. Go. Zhang Wei commanded the slime army to knock the remaining Skeleton Knights, who were killing each other, out of the arena ring. Yuan's Skeleton Knights had almost been exterminated. Yuan held her breath. It would be very strange if my troop type were eliminated. Yuan had not yet accepted the notion that she would lose. She still had Dark Goblins, the Hellhounds, and the Golden Behemoths. Her chances of winning were very high. My lord, please let us attack. The leader of the Dark Goblins with the flag wanted Yuan to let it fight. This was the first time that her troops had shown such enthusiasm. Yuan was moved. She consented to the Dark Goblins' request. For the Lord. The Dark Goblins charged. Heya. Who's shooting me? Bastard, which one of you cut me down? I've been stabbed by your spear, person in front. It wasn't what Yuan had anticipated. She had thought the Dark Goblins would lead her to victory. But the Dark Goblins also fought amongst themselves. In the chaotic battle, Zhang Wei saw another opportunity. Attack them as soon as possible, profit from their internal conflict. The slime army directly knocked the defenseless Dark Goblins out of the ring. Yuan eventually began to realize that something was wrong. The final trump card, Yuan. There was a gust of wind. Yuan felt the cold in her heart. The Dark Goblins were also eliminated once the Skeletal Knights began killing one another. Later, Yuan ordered the Golden Behemoths and the three-headed Hellhound to attack simultaneously to avoid any mishaps. This was dangerous. So-Wan purposefully provided her forces with the buff of Steel Shelter. Under the blessing of Steel Shelter, the Golden Behemoths and the Hellhounds charged at the enemy. Don't tell me this Golden Behemoth can't beat a slime. If I genuinely can't beat them, then something must be really wrong. Everyone, keep a close eye, see if there's any shady business. Everyone below the stage was observing the fight, especially Zhang Wei. At this time, everyone was cursing under their breaths thinking that Zhang Wei had cheated and had some prohibited items which caused So-Wan's troop to behave like that. Boom! Under the protection of a Steel Shelter, a Golden Behemoth moved in the direction of the Slime army. A slime bravely attacked the Golden Behemoth at this very moment. The slime hit the Golden Behemoth and bounced off as everyone watched. The Golden Behemoth just stood there and did nothing as the slime launched into the air. So-Wan sent out the Golden Behemoth. Can this match still be reversed? There's no need for the Golden Behemoth to do anything. Just stand there and let the slimes attack. They will eventually be tired to death. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. We can't lose this time, and there won't be any accidents. The audience was even more nervous and excited than the two people in the arena. So-Wan believed that this match was over when she witnessed the Golden Behemoth nonchalantly wave its claws and slam the slime out of the arena ring. Zhang Wei only had the slime, just as everyone expected. There was nothing the Golden Behemoth needed to accomplish. It would be able to exhaust the slime to death if it did nothing except stand there and let the slime attack. It would exhaust itself. How could they fail to win this contest? The three strong Golden Behemoths in the middle of the arena roared, sending shivers through the slimes. The three Golden Behemoths then advanced on Zhang Wei like supervillains. Zhang Wei kept retreating. The pressure from the three Golden Behemoths was too great. It was impossible for him to win. Zhang Wei nearly fell backwards in his retreat. He was unable to make further retreats after reaching the ring's edge. The three Golden Behemoths had also reached the ring's edge at this time. Roar! The sky shook by the three Golden Behemoths' thunderous roars. The slime army ran in terror in all directions as the Golden Behemoths advanced. The Golden Behemoths were amused at the slime army's retreat. To demonstrate their might, they even pounded their chests. Then, a Golden Behemoth staggered and fell off the arena ring. He was about to fall when a Golden Behemoth next to him reached out to help and pulled him. The Golden Behemoth that had been pulled back looked immensely angry for some reason as it hung in the air helplessly. It shook and raged. As a result, he dragged down the Golden Behemoth that was tugging it. In an effort to assist, the third Golden Behemoth pulled the other two. The scene was quite strange. The slimes failed to take down the strong Golden Behemoths. They chose to court death instead, and they left the ring. The third Golden Behemoth pulled at the other two, but the more it pulled, the harder it became to stand his ground. The third Golden Behemoth ultimately fell out from the arena. A dramatic scenario emerged. The Golden Behemoths and the Hellhounds appeared to get along well, and neither group wanted to see the other go. As a result, the Hellhounds went to grab their dearest friends, the Golden Behemoths who were about to fall out of the arena ring. But because the Golden Behemoth was larger, heavier, and more powerful than the Hellhounds, it not only was unable to help the latter but was also dragged out of the arena ring. No. So-Wan was so angry that her blood pressure was at an all-time high. This circumstance was too peculiar. Why did her troops experience such odd occurrences? It appeared as though her soldiers had been cursed. The crowd and the arena were both frighteningly silent at this time. Even the sound of breathing could be easily heard among the throng since it was so quiet. Something is wrong. What peculiar magic was Zhang Wei using? So-Wan had the upper hand in this fight. But how was it that the tables had turned so suddenly? Maybe Zhang Wei has something that can control the Golden Behemoths and my other troops. Everyone was speculating. The two people involved in the fight were equally dumbfounded, especially Zhang Wei, who had no idea what was happening. He only knew that he was waiting to be eliminated, and then he suddenly hesitated. Student So-Wan, I'm sorry, said Zhang Wei and commanded the slime army and his slime hero. Although slimes are weak in combat, there is strength in numbers. Let me use these slimes to eliminate you harmlessly. Zhang Wei's slimes began to move. So-Wan panicked. With so many slimes swarming toward her, she realized that this was the end. She might lose. However, at this precise moment, a sluggish voice sounded forth, giving So-Wan a glimmer of hope. The voice came from her back. You all make so much noise. A miniature dragon materialized in front of So-Wan as the tiny dragon's wings extended out. Su Yuan. So-Wan was excited. She wasn't completely annihilated. She still had a trump card, and that was her Su Yuan. Although So-Wan didn't think Su Yuan was as powerful as an SSS-class hero, she knew he was far stronger than the slimes. Su Yuan was definitely more than enough to deal with the slimes. That's So-Wan's initial hero. I knew she would keep her strongest trump card till the end. I'm looking forward to watching the abilities of So-Wan's hero. So-Wan's side was the subject of everyone's expectant gaze. She was an influential figure in the school. She had won first place in the freshman trials. She was a legendary person who had broken the record. Numerous people, not to mention the initial hero of her opponent, were watching So-Wan's every action. Zhang Wei was still hopeful. From the way this fight had gone, he thought he had a chance to win this no matter how talented So-Wan might be. She was, after all, a first-year student and her foundation was still weak. Even with her troops and heroes, Zhang Wei felt that he could win with his slime wave tactic and bring So-Wan down. He didn't anticipate, however, that So-Wan's hero would not advance into battle at the last second. You guys are the ones who disturbed my sleep. Impossible? There's a conspiracy? Su Yuan took to the skies, his dragon wings gently flapping. The slimes were so terrified when a wisp of the demon dragon's aura stretched out that they slumped on the ground and turned into a pool of muck. As he flapped his wings and flew, his afterimages appeared in the arena. There were numerous afterimages all over the sky. In the blink of an eye, countless slimes were sent flying out of the arena ring. Zhang Wei was shocked at Su Yuan's speed. The small dragon assaulted hundreds of slimes in an instant. Many people shouted from outside the arena. Student Suan will definitely win. Zhang Wei, you'd best give up. Everyone's clamor increased the pressure on Zhang Wei. No, I want Wufu to put up a final resistance. Zhang Wei ordered his initial hero, which was a slime. Su Yuan hovered in the air. He flapped his wings and Zhang Wei's slime blew away in an instant. We're done for. Zhang Wei's face fell. His hero had already fallen off the arena ring. Damn it, fate plays a mean game? I obviously can't win, but fate teases me with a chance and gives me hope only to be shattered. Zhang Wei muttered to himself. Suan, on the other hand, had already been traumatized by what had happened to Skeleton Knights and the Dark Goblins. She said to Su Yuan, please just hurry and finish it. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Su Yuan was in absolute control and crushed the slime anytime because the slime was at the bottom of the food chain. But no matter how great his strength was, defeating a slime was just a small matter. It wasn't very grand. Any average hero could defeat a slime. So, Suan didn't really think Su Yuan was very strong. She thought he was just average but strong enough for a slime. Even the golden behemoth had fallen for Zhang Wei's scheme and fell out of the arena ring. Suan felt that Su Yuan was definitely as strong as the golden behemoth, and if he continued to delay, he would suffer the same fate as the golden behemoths and the dark goblins. That was why she had asked him to be quick with it. Su Yuan pretended to listen to Suan to give her some face. He nodded at her in front of everyone to show that he had heard his lord's orders. He waved his dragon tail and flew toward Zhang Wei. That's bad. When Zhang Wei sensed a wind gust, he instinctively dodged. He just narrowly avoided Su Yuan's attack. A second wind gust then suddenly appeared from behind. The adversary was advancing. In a terrible state, Zhang Wei managed to avoid Wish's onslaught. Good work. Now take him out, said Suan. When everyone was cheering because Su Yuan had made a move on Zhang Wei, conflicting emotions ran through Suan's mind. This guy has given me enough face today, thought Suan. Even though he sleeps a lot and always goes against me, he chose to pretend to obey me in front of outsiders. Suan was moved. I will treat him better in the future, resolved Suan. However, her joy didn't last long. Su Yuan flew up in the air and down again. This startled Zhang Wei every time. He was playing with the enemy. Su Yuan, in a fit of overconfidence, overcharged and rushed out of the arena ring. Lord Suan no longer has any troops or heroes to use. According to the rules of the arena, Zhang Wei wins. Suan was stunned at the announcement. Suan was encased in a white light and disappeared from the arena. Zhang Wei was even more astounded than Suan. The match had been extremely confusing, to say the least. He had thought he was done for, but in the end, he had won. Suan reappeared outside the arena ring. She was surrounded by her friends. Everyone looked at Suan with a confused expression. They wanted to comfort her but didn't know how to. Everyone was silent. They were all in shock. It wasn't until Suan disappeared from the arena ring and reappeared in the audience that everyone finally reacted. For a moment, everything was a noisy chaos. Impossible. There's a conspiracy. There's a problem with the results of this competition. School leaders, please investigate Zhang Wei. Everyone was unable to accept that Zhang Wei had eliminated Suan. The teachers and school leaders were equally flabbergasted. In the office, the head of teaching was investigating Teacher Wang. Director, listen to me. Zhang Wei really didn't take any weird items to the fight. The fight had been Teacher Wang's suggestion. Now that there was a problem, he was the one held responsible. Zhang Wei was a repeating student who didn't do well in anything. All the teachers and the students knew about it. But now that there was a problem, there needed to be a scapegoat. Therefore, as the initiator of this proposal, Teacher Wang was held responsible. Teacher Wang wanted to cry. His plan had been foolproof. He wasn't sure how it had ended this way. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Teacher Wang still thought he could save himself. I think I know the reason. Everyone knows that student Suan has her pride. Maybe she found out somehow that by choosing Zhang Wei as her opponent, we were conspiring to let her win? Because of her pride, Suan might have thrown the fight. Teacher Wang's explanation made most of the teachers come to their senses. It seemed like the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, the way the fight had progressed had been too bizarre. Don't worry, there's still the revival round. If Suan threw the fight because of our interference, she will have the revival round to prove herself. Without her interference, she will definitely win. While the teachers were trying to find a reasonable explanation for the strange happenings in that fight, Suan received a message. She just received a large sum of money in her account. Suan traced the source of the funds. If she hadn't, she would have never found out the truth. Suan's blood pressure rose. A fraud? Su Yuan? Can you explain this? Suan's account was only accessible to herself and her initial hero. Zhao Qingrong's initial hero had taught Su Yuan to squander all her money? Since she had not made any transaction, it must have been Su Yuan, obviously. Su Yuan flapped his wings. I told you. Call me Director Su. Su Yuan had no remorse. Yuan finally understood why he had told her to call him Director Su before. Yuan had planned this from the very beginning. You be asterisk starred. You acted as me and used my account. You don't even do anything good, but you are so enthusiastic about all the wrong things. Yuan was furious, and her hatred for the elf archer, the initial hero of Zhao Qingrong, grew. This wouldn't have happened if that accursed elf hadn't taught Yuan to gamble. Yuan was on the verge of erupting, but she restrained herself and remained calm in front of her friends. Wan, what's wrong? Zhao Qingrong asked in concern. Yuan glared at the elf archer beside her friend. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. I'm sorry, I was in a bad mood because I lost the match. Yuan stopped talking to her friends after realizing she had lost her cool and instead left the place, desperately wanting to return to her territory. When she returned to her territory, Yuan put her hands on her hips and glared at Yuan. Tell me honestly, Fraud Su, how did you come up with the idea to pose as me in the first place? Yuan had certain assumptions when she saw the money and the source of the fund, but she was interested in hearing it from Yuan's mouth. Yuan had no qualms. He raised his head and explained animatedly to Yuan. Zhang Wei's odds were not very good, he said. I bet everything on him, and others bet on you. So, having him win would make us rich. Yuan didn't know what to say. Yuan could sacrifice her future for a meager sum of money? Yuan took deep breaths to calm herself. The matter had already happened, and there was no point in pursuing it. She decided to utilize the money properly to make up for the loss she had suffered. What should I buy? Something that can increase my strength? Or something that can improve my territory? Maybe something to enhance my troops? Yuan hesitated. But money will bring its own troubles. A box suddenly materialized out of the warp space at this precise time. Hello, please sign for your express delivery. Yuan flew to it and signed her name on the receipt. He then took the box for himself. Yuan was stunned. Wait. Yuan realized that something seemed to be wrong. Yuan opened the box. Nestled inside was a dark magic crystal. It had a note that said it was a magical item from an unknown source and couldn't be used by Blue Plant's technology. It was also expensive. Yuan hurriedly checked her account. Her money was gone. You damned be asterisk starred. Yuan exclaimed. Yuan had convinced herself with difficulty that losing the match wasn't that bad. With the money, she thought she could make up for that loss by buying resources to strengthen her territory and her troops. But now, her money was squandered once again by Yuan. He had bought a useless dark magic crystal. Fraud, give me my money back. Yuan's face was red with anger. Give me that? Maybe it is not too late to return it. Before she could snatch the crystal away, Yuan swallowed it. Burp. He then lay on the ground to sleep. Good night, he said. Please dim the lights. Thank you. He fell asleep to digest the power of the dark magic crystal. Yuan's eyes were wide. She looked at Yuan who lay motionless. She was still angry, but she was more worried. Yuan, are you okay? The dark magic crystal contained chaotic and unknown magic. Yuan, you didn't have to swallow it just because I was angry. Just spit it out. Yuan started to worry. Yuan didn't respond. When he ate the dark magic crystal, the system prompted him that he had received skill enhancement points. Yuan now faced a dilemma. Which skills should I enhance? After careful consideration, Yuan decided to enhance the Lord of Darkness skill. With that, he would have absolute control over all dark creatures. Yuan wanted to sleep and gain experience points. He didn't want to waste valuable time fighting pesky enemies. Lord of Darkness skill would allow him to control dark creatures to fight the enemies while he slept. Now, Yuan used the points to enhance the Lord of Darkness skill. Lord of Darkness LVL2, as the Lord of Darkness, you can control all dark creatures. Within your territory, you can use a certain amount of dark energy to resurrect the dead dark creatures. This ability is not bad, Yuan thought. As long as the Lord's territory core was still unharmed, the dead soldiers could be resurrected after consuming a certain number of resources. However, there were many limitations to this resurrection. The most important limitation was that it did not support expeditions. The dead troops could be revived only in the territory. When the Lord fought outside of the territory, the resurrected dead troops might not make it back to the fight. The Lord of Darkness ability made up for this weakness. Within the area of Yuan's domain, dead dark creatures could be resurrected on the spot. After being resurrected, they could immediately return to the fight. Yuan woke Yuan. He thought about how he could explain the situation to her. Just as he was about to tell her, her attention was diverted by messages in her group chat. After making sure Yuan was okay, Yuan looked at the messages in the group chat. They were discussing the next problem. The next problem was the revival match. The hero, Yuan's, favorability toward you has increased. Wan, although there were some accidents during the competition, we all know how powerful your unit is. As long as we don't encounter any strange things in the revival round, it won't be a problem for you to win the revival round. One by one, Yuan's close friends consoled her. No one knew that her hero had betrayed her. She looked at Yuan. He was the main culprit? If Yuan would only take the match seriously, there would be no problem at all in the revival round. At this period, the school's teachers were the primary sources of information. Yuan was being comforted. Some asked how she was coping and encouraged her to give it her all in the revival round. So-won decided to communicate well with Su Yuan this time. Director Su, please can you not pretend to be me from now on? The revival round is our last chance. We won't get any more chances, said Su-won earnestly. I know we have not communicated well with each other. I will try my best to understand and accommodate your needs. I would be grateful if you could do the same too. We can negotiate if there is something we both want so that we can reach a win-win situation without throwing the other under the bus. Please. All right, said Su Yuan. He nodded. So-won was happy that her efforts weren't wasted. The hero, Su Yuan's, favorability toward you has increased. A message appeared on So-won's panel. Her actions had boosted Su Yuan's favorability toward her. However, the increase in favorability was of no use. Su Yuan yawned and continued to sleep. Did my favorability really improve? So-won was skeptical. She saw that Su Yuan was the same as always, no matter what the prompt said. Maybe I need to take more initiative to increase my favorability. So-won had promised Su Yuan that if he didn't cause any trouble, she would give him a soft nest to sleep in. Even though he had betrayed her in the second round, she had won the first match. So-won fulfilled her promise. She knitted a soft nest for Su Yuan while trying to learn from the internet. So-won finally created a soft nest for Wish. The soft nest was large enough for him. Here, Su Yuan, said So-won. Wake up. As per my promise, I have made you this. When Su Yuan woke up and saw the soft nest, he was in high spirits. The hero, Su Yuan's, favorability toward you has increased. A message instantly appeared on So-won's panel. Her actions pleased Su Yuan. He pounced on the soft nest, rubbed his head on it and went to sleep. How can he sleep so much? So-won wondered. So-won was about to snicker as she continued to stare at Su Yuan. She had made him a soft nest, but as she did, she thought back and got angrier and angrier. Why did she have to work so hard to please him when he tricked and betrayed her? So-won wanted revenge. So, she had stuffed a few beans in the soft nest. She wanted to see his reaction when he leapt on the soft nest. But he just fell asleep without any discomfort. What's happening? I made sure it was in the center. No matter how much he snoozes, the lazy bum should have felt the beans by now. So-won couldn't understand. No, I have to find out what's going on. So-won picked up the sleeping Su Yuan and kept him aside. She gently patted the pillow. There was nothing. Where did the beans go? So-won was puzzled. So-won felt worn out. Making the soft nest had taken a lot of work. She was also sleepy. I really put in a lot of effort to succeed. Even though I didn't like it, I gave it to him anyway. The more So-won thought about it, the angrier she got. She decided to use the soft nest herself. She lay down on it. It's so comfortable, thought So-won. No wonder the lazy bum likes to sleep every day. I wish I could just sleep all day and do nothing like him. So-won's feelings were complicated. She turned the other side and felt the beans poke her. In front of her, Su Yuan opened his eyes and looked at her innocently. So-won felt really bitter at that moment. She had put the beans in the center of the soft nest so that it would make Su Yuan uncomfortable to sleep. But for some reason, the beans were pushed all to the side. When she used the nest, she had just assumed the beans had disappeared. But when she turned to her side, she felt them. Wish appeared to be a little unsatisfied, and So-won improvised. I am only testing your soft nest. Well, there are some flaws in your soft nest. So-won took the beans out from the nest and threw them away. Su Yuan wagged his tail happily. The overlord in front of him was doing well. Although she was a little weak, she was very resourceful. The hero, Su Yuan's, favorability toward you has increased. The message appeared again, but So-won didn't feel happy. She felt like crying. Su Yuan, in contrast, wanted to laugh. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Up until the start of the next day's revival match, So-won remained gloomy. The golden behemoths and other forces had already started their drills while Su Yuan continued to sleep soundly. The revival round shouldn't be a problem, in any case, muttered So-won. She took a deep breath. White light encased her, her hero, and her troops. They appeared in the arena ring. A strong opponent, SS-class hero, Golden Dragon. The match begins. With the announcement, the two sides officially started the fight. Su Yuan didn't fight this time. So-won's leadership led the Skeleton Knights to attack, and the final battle included the Golden Behemoths and the Hellhounds. The enemy was quickly defeated. Those who participated in the revival round had all lost in the elimination round. Except for So-won, all others who participated were very weak. So-won quickly took the lead and obtained enough points. After she won the revival round, So-won made it to the top 20. Only 10 people would be chosen, which meant that half of them would be eliminated. So-won looked at the group chat. Lin Yao and the others had also entered the top 20. Everyone was competing to make it to the top 10. The next fight for the top 10 will be between So-won and Long Quan. When that was announced, everyone discussed in hushed tones. So-won's luck is quite bad. First, a repeating student like Zhang Wei defeated her. After doing good in the revival round, she now has to face the one who was in second place in the previous tournament. The heir of the Long family, Long Quan. If she doesn't win against Long Quan, So-won's hope of entering the top 10 will be crushed. There were several teachers in the office who were also nervously observing the match. The dean was anxious. He tapped his fingers on the table. Believe me, Long Quan's chance of winning against So-won is slim seeing how she performed today. Teacher Wiang was running his mouth again. Why don't we try to bribe him? The dean immediately rejected this foul proposal after it was put forth. He is the heir of the Long family. What would you even bribe him with? If it wasn't for your bad idea at that time, Yuan would never have thrown the game while fighting with Zhang Wei. Then, she wouldn't have to fight Long Quan at all. In the arena, Yuan was focused. Long Quan was a veteran. He was an influential person in the school. He was one of the competitors for Star Academy in the Intercampus tournament last year. Moreover, Long Quan had won second place at that time. Long Quan was calm and collected. He faced Yuan elegantly. "Hello," he said. "I am Long Quan. Nice meeting you, Junior." Many young women screamed from the audience watching Long Quan's polite greeting to Yuan. "Marry me, Long Quan. Please look in my direction. I also want to fight you if it means that I can be closer to you." Yuan filtered out the screams of those people. "Ariga, you need to be careful. The opponent is not an easy one." Yuan warned the Golden Behemoths and others. The opponent was Long Quan, and he had 3 types of troops. One of them had a human form, but he had a dragon tail, dragon claws, and dragon scales on his body. He was a half-dragon human. The other 2 were the Earth Dragon and the Sky Dragon. He had many smaller dragon troops. Most were Earth Dragons, and a few were Sky Dragons. This is not good. Yuan knew that even with the Golden Behemoths, this battle would not be easy to fight. The Golden Behemoths could tear an Earth Dragon apart with their bare hands. But the dragons were too many. At present, Yuan's resources were not enough. She only had 3 Golden Behemoths. It was very difficult to deal with dozens of Earth Dragons. Moreover, Long Quan had the sub-dragon troops. "Since Junior is not making a move, I will take the liberty to make the first move," said Long Quan. The half-dragon half-humans rushed towards Yuan. "Skeleton Knights, prepare for battle." Yuan deployed them. She only had 3 Golden Behemoths, 10 Hellhounds, and 10 Dark Goblins. They were too few compared to what the opponent had. There was a 40 to 60% possibility that the Skeleton Knight would triumph over the dragons. In the face of the dragon's brutal strength, the Skeleton Knights were forced to retreat. Long Quan still had the Earth and the Sky Dragons and the remaining sub-dragons. "How can I win against that?" Yuan fixed her gaze on Long Quan. A golden dragon was positioned next to him. The air was filled with the dragon's power. Because of that, the Skeleton Knights were only able to exert half of their strength. SS-class hero, Golden Dragon. As expected of the heir of the Long family, the troops and heroes are all related to dragons. This is the Dragon Blood family. Everyone exclaimed. Seeing her Skeleton Knights so easily defeated, Yuan was anxious. Detestable. Damn fate. Yuan clenched her fists tightly. She ultimately succeeded in making it through the revival round and entering the arena after a series of unpredictable battles. However, she lamented encountering such a strong opponent at this stage. Yuan felt a surge of hopelessness and sorrow. She didn't have a chance even if she had the Golden Behemoths with her. Yuan glanced at the majestic SS-class hero, Golden Dragon. Then she looked at her own hero, Yuan, who did nothing but sleep. Yuan felt her blood pressure start to rise once more. Yuan had brought the soft nest she had knitted, and he slept soundly. As she pondered, a black mist rose. It engulfed the Skeleton Knights and the Dark Goblins. They burst into pitch-black flames. They are mutating. Yuan was no longer surprised as she had seen this happen many times. She felt even more hopeless. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even unlock the mystery behind their transformation. The opponent indeed is very interesting, said Long Quan eagerly. Don't worry. Those small fries can't compete with us no matter how much they're strengthened, said the Golden Dragon in disdain. n/o/vel/b/c/n.c//om. The Golden Dragon could tell at a glance that the Skeleton Knights had been strengthened by an unknown power. However, the difference in their strength was too great. Even if the Skeleton Knights had been strengthened, they would still lose against the Dragon Army. Yuan has worked very hard. Any other new student would have broken down by now. Yuan hadn't even lost and yet everyone was feeling sorry for her. The Skeleton Knights and Dark Goblins, who had been strengthened, steadily swung the battle against the dragons in their favor while everyone watched intently. They were even somewhat restraining the army of half-dragons. They weren't the strongest half-dragon army, though. Long Quan's Earth Dragon Army and Sub-Dragon Army had yet to make a move. The Earth Dragon Army and Sub-Dragon Army of Long Quan were still stationary. If they joined in, the fight would be over in seconds. It's a pity. Both of them are deserving of being in the top 10. But since they have to face each other, only one will make it. Long Quan did not appear to want to stretch things out any longer. He started his final assault. So, you are Lord Lupus? Junior, I am sorry. This match is getting too long. I can't play with you any longer. Yuan gritted her teeth in anger. She had worked so hard to reach here but to Long Quan, this was just a silly game. She was just a plaything. After Long Quan spoke, his minions, the Earth Dragon and Sky Dragon, launched successive attacks. They immediately dispersed the Skeleton Knights and the Dark Goblins easily. Yuan opened his eyes and raised his head drowsily. Lin Yao, Shi Linglong, Zhao Qingrong, and their heroes were gathered outside the ring at this point, anxiously observing the match. Shi Linglong and Zhao Qingrong were both looking at the Earth Dragon and Sub-Dragon army. Meanwhile, Lin Yao's eyes were focused on Yuan. Is Wan's initial hero finally going to make a move? The Flower Fairy and the Elf Archer were different. They did not know much about Yuan, but Lin Yao's Ice Phoenix, Bing Yao was an SS-class hero. She had hinted at Su Yuan's status. Suwan's initial hero was definitely not as harmless as he seemed. Lin Yao stared at Su Yuan. Su Yuan woke up and wagged his tail slowly. The blue flame at the tip of the tail flickered. Activate Lord of Darkness. When the ability was activated, the whole arena filled with black mist. The defeated and dead skeleton knights reformed again. The bones that had fallen apart fused together. They were resurrected. The skeleton knights, dark goblins, and other troops resurrected on the spot. What's happening? Suwan, how did you do that? The dead have the ability to resurrect infinitely. It was hard to relate any of this with Su Yuan, who was still curled up in his soft nest. However, Lin Yao had been watching intently and she was a bit certain about what had happened. Is this her hero's ability? Other than the golden behemoths, can all the dark-type creatures resurrect infinitely? Nobody else was aware of the limitations on resurrection. Long Quan just saw the dead skeleton knights and others on the battlefield being revived on the spot. This might turn out to be difficult, thought Long Quan, getting a little angry. He had assumed that he would be able to easily overcome his opponent, but he had not anticipated that she would possess such a skill. Long Quan's forces were diminishing as time went on, but Suwan's forces had been revived and were still strong in their numbers. I can't drag this on any longer, decided Long Quan. In the end, Long Quan had no choice but to let the Golden Dragon take action. Allowing the Golden Dragon to deal with these troops in front of him was a waste of talent. But if this dragged on, who knew what kind of outcome it would beget? Don't worry, just leave it to me. The Golden Dragon opened its mouth, and a scorching flame gathered in its mouth. The Golden Dragon suddenly let out a mouthful of fire. Dragon's breath. The arena was hit by the scorching dragon's breath. The rest of the troops, including the skeleton knights, were drowned in the dragon's breath and instantly burned to death. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. By the power of the Lord of Darkness, they were resurrected, but as soon as they died yet again. In the face of absolute power, all struggles are futile, the Golden Dragon said softly. Suwan instinctively retreated a few paces in response to the Golden Dragon's pressure. Suddenly, Suwan bumped into something. She realized that she had reached Su Yuan's side in a hurry to get away. Su Yuan raised his head and looked at her. Su Yuan, do you still want to fight until the last moment? He asked. Suwan's troops had fallen. The only one who remained was Su Yuan. No, you aren't his match. I can't let you go to your death. We will just surrender. Are you mad? Said Yuan in disgust, then he smuggled into the soft nest and slept. Suwan thought he was getting ready for a fight. She was wrong. How could this lazy bum even fight with something like that? Ever since she had met him, she had only seen him active twice. That was when he was pretending to be her and using her money to bet and buy things online. The first time she had seen him fly, she had thought he would contribute to fight the barbarians. But he had flown into a corner and fallen asleep. The second was when he had impersonated her and bet on Zhang Wei and bought the dark magic crystal. Suwan was about to shout that she wanted to surrender when everyone exclaimed in the arena. Suwan turned around. She saw that the golden behemoths had turned into dark gold behemoths. Their bodies were covered in pitch-black flames. There was a flash of blue flames and the three black gold behemoths fused together, becoming a monstrous entity. Black Gold Behemoth King. Suwan cried out in alarm. As the Lord, she could see the name of the Black Gold Behemoth King. It was an entity which was formed by the fusion of multiple black gold behemoths. Roar. The Black Gold Behemoth King roared, and a terrifying wave of air instantly extinguished the dragon's breath. What is that? The golden dragon's face was solemn. It wasn't that it couldn't defeat the Black Gold Behemoth King, but the aura that entity radiated unsettled him. Boom! The Black Gold Behemoth King swung his fist enshrouded in black and blue flames. The golden dragon wanted to fight back. However, when he was about to launch a counterattack, a shiver came from his soul's instinct. That was the pressure of a Dragon Clan's superior? It was an SS-class Golden Dragon, and only an SSS-class Dragon King could defeat it. But where was the Dragon King? Is it that guy? The Golden Dragon only noticed the existence of Su Yuan at this moment. Dragon horns, dragon tail, dragon wings. The Golden Dragon realized that Su Yuan was indeed a member of the Dragon Clan. Su Yuan opened his eyes and met the gaze of the Golden Dragon. Su Yuan was someone that the Golden Dragon could not afford to offend. The Golden Dragon was sure that the shiver it felt was because of Su Yuan's aura. When did the Dragon Clan ever have someone this powerful? It's a dark type at that. The Golden Dragon seemed lost in thought. At this moment, the Black Gold Behemoth King threw a punch and hit the Golden Dragon. But the Golden Dragon didn't resist. He let the Black Gold Behemoth King punch him out of the arena ring. It wasn't that the Golden Dragon couldn't fight them, but that he didn't dare offend the dark type creature he had just seen. So, you are Lord Lupus. The Golden Dragon cried out softly the moment he fell off the arena. You willing to let me see your interface? Long Quan, the Long family's heir who had drawn a lot of attention during the selection contest, had lost. This information sparked a major commotion. Everyone acknowledged Suwan's strength, but they were curious. How did a freshman get so strong that she could even defeat someone as strong as Long Quan? It must be that Long Quan liked Suwan, so maybe he threw the fight to win her favor. Or maybe Suwan bribed the patriarch of the Long family to have Long Quan give up the fight. Everyone discussed their own theories. Suwan, one of the persons concerned, went back to her territory and rested briefly. After winning this match, Yuan entered the top 10 and had already firmly won the chance to participate in the Intercampus tournament. The top 3 with the best results will be chosen from the 10 people to be the captain and vice-captain. Yuan was explaining the process to Yuan. She wasn't stupid. When she noticed the blue flames on the black gold behemoth king, she noticed that it was similar to the flame on Yuan's tail. She figured that the two things were related. It was possible that maybe Yuan wasn't physically strong for combat, but he had other abilities he could use. She guessed that the Skeleton Knight's transformations might also be related to Yuan, but Yuan didn't have any evidence. Yuan discovered that the circumstances surrounding Yuan had changed at this point. He could no longer hide his changes from her. Name, Yuan. Demonic dragon's true name, Lapis Olga. Race, Dark Demon Dragon. Level, 25. Strength, 1210. Spirit, 1208. Agility, 1207. Constitution, 1210. Abilities. Night Shift LVL1. Dragon God Slumber LVL1. Lord of Darkness. Demon Dragon's Blessing. A small, black energy ball appeared behind Yuan. The small black ball spun madly. Another small, black energy ball appeared behind him. Yuan, you are so cool. Yuan narrowed her eyes and stared at Yuan. You look like you are the center of a blizzard. Your abilities might not be so simple, after all. Yuan was trying to get Yuan to spill his secrets. However, he wasn't paying attention to her. He was focused on his own panel. He had gained a special ability after the upgrade. N/O/vel/B/C//OM. Chaos Realm. Gather 12 elemental hearts and fuse them into a chaos core. Use the chaos core as support to release the chaos realm. Within the territory, all other elemental powers will be suppressed, and the skills of the territory's master would be greatly strengthened. Yuan was pleasantly surprised. The demonic dragon's blessing and dark fusion would allow him to achieve this. He would be able to sleep peacefully to gain experience while sending out his underlings to do his bidding. Yuan, however, continued to grow, and as a result, the foes she faced also grew more powerful. She would not have dared to continue fighting if the golden dragon hadn't recognized Yuan and backed away. Even the black gold behemoth king might not be enough for the powerful enemies she would face in the future, and he would have to lose his sleep again. However, the conditions for enhancing his skills were too troublesome. He only got one skill enhancement point after every 10 levels. The alternative would be to devour another dark magic crystal. If the Chaos Realm could strengthen his other abilities, it would be for the best. Yuan called him. Yuan. Her voice interrupted his thoughts. She was peering closely at him. She blinked. Can you tell me about your abilities? Besides the 12 black balls behind his back, Yuan could see no other changes. Yuan decided to show her a part of his panel. It's too troublesome to describe. See for yourself. Yuan hesitated. She was surprised. Are you willing to let me see your interface? She thought she was in a dream. A panel appeared before her eyes. Name. Race. Level. Abilities. Chaos Realm. Gather 12 elemental hearts and fuse them into a chaos core. Yuan saw the problem. You have to gather 12 elemental hearts, until then your abilities will remain weak. Correct. It's useless for now. In reality, it wasn't completely useless. But it was wise for him to not reveal everything at once. Yuan's demeanor changed. She had thought that Yuan had some kind of powerful ability, but ultimately, it was futile. Yuan wasn't willing to give up. She thought that her talent was outstanding, and so, her hero might not be someone without power of his own. If she could help him gather the 12 elemental hearts, Yuan could grow into someone stronger. Where do we find the elemental hearts? Yuan shook his head gloomily. He didn't know what the elemental hearts were and where they could be found. He passed by the territory core and his abilities pinged. He stared at the territory core. Yuan saw him staring at the territory core. She panicked and pulled him away. Yuan, calm down. Clear your head for now. That is the territory core. Yuan calmed himself. But he realized that the elemental hearts were related to the territory core. His knowledge was limited, so he explained this to Yuan, hoping she could find something out. Yuan contacted her friend Lin Yao, who was very knowledgeable. Lin Yao, a long time ago, the territory core was called the elemental heart. According to the Lord and the hero's attribute, the territory core was considered the heart of them both. Lin Yao explained everything, including some ancient rumors related to the elemental hearts. Yuan couldn't bear to listen anymore. She told Yuan about her findings. So, it seems the elemental heart is the territory core. I think we will have a lot of opportunities to encounter the territory cores of other overlords participating in the Intercampus tournament. Yuan's eyes lit up at her words. He hadn't been interested in the Intercampus tournament because it hadn't meant anything to him. However, if he could encounter the territory cores of other lords and collect the elemental hearts, he was very eager to be in this Intercampus tournament. You fraud! Don't you betray me again! The following day drew near. Yuan welcomed the commencement speech of the qualifiers after a full day of rest. In the Stars Academy public square, a teacher was giving the speech on a stage. Here, I'll recap the rules of the preliminary round, which are also the rules of the Intercampus tournament. Although the old students are already familiar with the competition's rules, they are still unknown to the new students. Seniors, just treat this as a reminder. However, juniors, I want you to listen very carefully. There were many students gathered in the square. The teacher's explanation led to a progressive understanding of the competition's regulations. The rules of the preliminary round were different from the elimination round. In the preliminary round, the students would enter the school's simulated arena. This arena is different from what you have encountered before. It will be a wide simulated field with mountains and rivers. In the simulated arena, the 10 lords will be divided into different areas. You will be given your own territory and a territory core. Different degrees of points will be awarded for destroying other overlords' territories and territory cores. After a day, the points will be tallied, and the candidates will be ranked accordingly. The lord will be eliminated from the contest once their territory core is destroyed. Therefore, all lords should make every effort to defend territory core while engaging with the enemy. The teachers and students were both talking and chit-chatting in the public square. One of the teachers said, "I'm certain the top 3 of this competition will be Chen Ye, Mu Qing, and Wei Wengzi." Another teacher had a different opinion. Wei Wengzi's strength is barely adequate. If it wasn't for the problem with Long Quan, I'm afraid Wei Wengzi wouldn't have made it to the top 10. Chen Ye still has some value. The SS-class hero, Blood Dominator, is not any less than the Golden Dragon of Long Quang. The teachers were having a heated discussion. Naturally and swiftly, the conversation turned to Suwan, who was currently receiving attention for her good performance in the past few days. It's a shame for Suwan. Although she won against Long Quan, I still felt that something was wrong with that fight at the last moment. The Golden Dragon couldn't fall that easily. The dean interrupted. Suwan's performance has been more than satisfactory. At her pace, even the Golden Dragon isn't a match for her. Chen Ye's SS-class hero, the Blood Dominator, is not inferior to the Golden Dragon. If Suwan doesn't have any other cards up her sleeve, it would be immensely difficult for her to make it to the top 3, let alone the first place. Some of the students were also discussing the current state of affairs in the public square. Suwan has a lot of potential, but her time given to her to prepare has been far too limited. If she was given more time, she would definitely increase the number of Golden Behemoth soldiers. She might have had the chance of making it to first rank. One of the students nodded in agreement. The Intercampus tournament isn't something that new students should be participating in. Suwan's ability to break into the top 10 as a freshman is already exceptional. Lin Yao, with an SS-class hero, was also eliminated in the first round. She didn't have time to build up her troops. Qualifiers, begin. All participants, please enter the simulation arena. Suwan, who was on the square with her friends, transformed into a white light, vanished, and entered the simulation arena. At the same time, Su Yuan and others also disappeared into white light and re-emerged into the simulated arena. This place has some decent terrain. Simple to protect, challenging to attack. Suwan studied the topography of the area. There was only one exit from the valley she was now in, which was encircled by mountains. It would be challenging for the enemy's army to attack as long as the path was guarded. Suwan mentally considered her next course of action. However, at this moment, she realized that Su Yuan had other ideas. He was staring at the territory core of her territory. Suwan panicked. Su Yuan, you fraud, don't you betray me again. The territory core of this place wasn't the real core. It was just a simulation. In any case, this territory core was still theirs to protect. Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. You should be eyeing other overlords' territory cores, anyway, insisted Suwan. She had been tricked by Su Yuan so many times before that she was suspicious. If he went crazy and attacked their own territory core, she would be eliminated. Su Yuan yawned. What are you even saying? Do you honestly think I would do that? He rolled his eyes at her and lay on the ground to sleep. The most crucial thing in the entire world for him was to sleep. Suwan likewise heaved a sigh of relief when she realized that he just wanted to sleep peacefully. Suwan consequently drew a few soldiers with a higher IQ to discuss strategy. According to the past competition results, the gap between 3rd and 4th place among the 10 competitors was the largest. I think the final 6 of us should band together to combat the top 3. Suwan explained, but it was a pity that the intelligence of the Golden Behemoths, Dark Goblins, and other troops in front of her was not very high. Suwan missed human soldiers at this moment. If there were human troops, she could discuss strategies with them. The only other alternative was Su Yuan. But Su Yuan. Suwan sighed and shook her head as she regarded the sleeping wish. She ultimately made a choice. Let me examine the map first. The Academy had very kindly provided them with a complete map for the present competition that showed the movements of each lord in real time on the map. If it was in the Intercampus tournament, the lords could only see their location and not anybody else's. But this one showed everyone. Nearby, there are 3 lords who are all in the bottom 6. We can rope them in. Suwan dispatched 3 skeleton knights right away and allowed them to approach the 3 lords. She intended to form a partnership. The top 3 would have their pride and would only ever fight for themselves. If a few of us join forces and defeat the top 3, we will have a chance. Suwan drafted the letter and handed it over to the skeleton knight to give to the lords. Near Suwan's territory. Suwan wants to join forces with us to defeat the top 3. After some thought, one of the lords got in touch with the other 2 lords. The other 2 lords gathered shortly after. This Suwan? What a laughable proposal. If she hadn't used some heinous technique to eliminate Long Quan, we might have considered it. She is now on our hit list because she used horrible tactics to get rid of Log Quan, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The three lords had all been trained by the Long family, so their loyalty was with the Long family, and ultimately with Long Quan. They couldn't believe that Yuan had defeated Long Quan. If she had, she must have used some heinous tactic. Why don't we agree to her alliance and then stab her in the back when she's feeling hopeful and confident and make her feel dejected? The idea is brilliant. If Long Quan knew about this, he would have definitely praised us. And I watched the three lords in calm conversation. The cooking skill of Yuan. Yuan moved around while she waited for the lord's response. Yuan opened his eyes. The eye on his chest also opened a crack. True Eye of the Demon Dragon has such a wonderful use. Yuan's plan, in his opinion, was a touch clumsy. She knew nothing about the lords, so why did she think they would support her? Furthermore, the alliance would disintegrate on its own after it was established and the other lords were vanquished, and everyone would battle for supremacy. Everyone in the alliance would undoubtedly be hiding their abilities and making no effort during this time. They would hold off on disclosing their secret weapons until the final battle for first place. Therefore, Yuan had tried to use his ability, True Eye of the Demon Dragon, to look around other lords' territories. He found out that the True Eye of the Demon could see through illusions and time itself. It could even help him see the surrounding places through the dark shadows. It was just like the ability of the Demon Dragon Wings, which allowed Yuan to travel from one dark shadow to another. The True Eye of the Demon Dragon was similar. As long as there were dark shadows within a certain range, Yuan could use the ability and see and hear everything in that area. I knew this overlord wasn't reliable. Yuan lazily stretched on the ground and fell asleep. Yuan usually thought Yuan was unreliable, but she didn't know that he thought she was unreliable. The three lords eventually sent their messengers with a reply. Yuan was still organizing. Her desire was to catch a distant glimpse of the three-headed bird flying over as a messenger. Swish! The three-headed bird shrieked, but before it could deliver the message, a loud buzz woke up Yuan. Yuan activated the demon dragon wings and appeared beside the three-headed bird in the sky from a dark shadow. Hey, what are you doing? Yuan grabbed the three-headed bird by the neck. Let me go. I am only here to deliver the messages from the lords. They are ready to form an alliance. The three-headed bird flapped its wings desperately. However, no matter how the three-headed bird struggled, it could not break free from the dragon's claws. You are noisy. You are disturbing my sleep. Yuan was in a bad mood. The three-headed bird became agitated when it looked into Yuan's eyes. He sensed that something terrible was about to occur. It had good instincts. After some time had passed, the skeleton knights informed Yuan about the three-headed bird's arrival with the intention to forge an alliance. Yuan put her strategies on hold. Immediately put down the plan in her hand. She had high self-esteem and high ambitions for the future. It's their messenger, right? Yuan was delighted that they were willing to form an alliance. If they weren't interested, they wouldn't have sent a messenger in the first place. Yuan sprang up and headed for the valley's entrance. At this time, Yuan smelled barbecue. Nov.L.B//JNN. Yuan, aren't you sleeping? This is the first time I have seen you awake and doing something else. Yuan was roasting something on the fire rack. For Yuan, who had only ever seen Yuan sleeping, this was a miracle. Yuan was actually roasting and cooking. Lazy Su, have you finally overcome your laziness? Yuan guessed that these changes in Yuan were a result of his recent evolution. He grew dragon wings, and then the dragon horns. Then, the 12 balls of energy appeared behind him. Yuan was gradually evolving and even his laziness was diminishing. What are you roasting? Can I try one? Yuan grabbed the roasted leg from the rack. Hehe, this leg is mine. You always trick me. This time I am going to snatch the juicy roasted leg right from your hands and eat it. Yuan was very generous today. He didn't get annoyed at her but just picked up another roasted leg to eat. Yuan had expected him to get angry at it but he was indifferent. She was a little disappointed. But she brushed it away, picked up a roasted leg and bit a piece of meat from the roasted leg. Oh, this tastes excellent. Your cooking skills are amazing, Fraudsu. Yuan took another bite. No, when I think about it, your cooking skills are subpar. I think the meat itself is delicious, it tastes divine. Yuan was about to ask him about the origin of the meat. Yuan smiled as he chewed on another roasted leg. This is the meat of that three-headed bird I found. Oh, it is indeed very delicious. Yuan's face froze when she realized what he had said. Wait, what? The three-headed bird. Yuan remembered the letter her skeleton knight messenger had brought back. The three lords had written that they would discuss the matter and send her a messenger soon to plan out the details. The messenger was a bird with 3 heads. Yuan, did the bird say anything about forming an alliance with us? Yuan's voice trembled. Yuan was full now. He yawned. Alliance? I was asleep and the bird disturbed me. He smacked his lips as he ate. Yuan's face turned pale. She couldn't rely on Yuan's words, so she called the golden behemoth to ask him. The information she got confirmed her suspicions. The three-headed bird had disturbed Yuan's sleep, so he had killed it and roasted it. Yuan roared at him. Her face was red in anger. It had not been easy for her to contact the 3 lords and suggest forming an alliance. But in the end, Yuan had tricked her again. Yuan had gotten used to her roars. She burped and went back to sleep. Oh, the three-headed bird opened its eyes and awoke in its own territory. It was confused. Did I die? It realized that it had indeed been killed and the overlords had used their resources to resurrect it. The Lord asked angrily, Number 77, how did you die? Number 77 of the three-headed bird army turned its head around and told its lord about Su Yuan in tears. What? How dare they eat the messenger I sent? What kind of attitude is this? Is Su Yuan mad? First, she says she wants to form an alliance and then this. Does she really want an alliance or not? The other two lords gave it some thought. One of them said, is there a possibility that she found out about our plan to pretend to form an alliance? Maybe that's why she had our messenger killed. The three lords discussed it for a while. The more they thought about it, the more likely they felt this to be true. Why don't we all go and eliminate her first? The three lords discussed in secret and made their final decision. Poor Yuan and her cheating hero. We're finished? The three lords have challenged me. Su Yuan was anxious. Su Yuan, the perpetrator, was sleeping soundly again. Su Yuan, wake up. You are the one who caused this? Wake up. Su Yuan shook the Su Yuan awake. She didn't expect him to have any solutions, but she didn't want to let him sleep peacefully seeing how he had caused all of this. Su Yuan was furious. She didn't have a good life, but with Su Yuan by her side, her life was bound to get worse. At the very least, she didn't want to let him sleep peacefully. She shook him awake. Congratulations to the hero for gaining experience in the depth of darkness. The voice rang pleasant and clear in Su Yuan's mind. But the beautiful voice was interrupted by Su Yuan. What are you doing? I am absorbing experience right now. Su Yuan flapped his wings and flew away from Su Yuan into a tree and continued sleeping. Su Yuan couldn't reach the top of the tree. Detestable. Su Yuan kicked the tree. Ow, ow, it hurts. She grabbed her toes. When she realized what he had said, her angry face relaxed and was replaced by surprise. Experience, she muttered. Su Yuan raised her head and looked at Su Yuan who was sleeping soundly. Absorbing experience points? This lazy bum was clearly sleeping, Su Yuan muttered. Humph, I knew this B***starred wasn't as simple as he looked. Su Yuan felt that she was a little closer to understanding her mysterious initial hero, Su Yuan. How can my hero ever be simple? Su Yuan felt better. But before she could feel the joy of discovering this, she got the news that the three lords had sent their allied armies to fight her. Skeleton Knights, block the front. Hellhounds, defend the back. Dark Goblins, set up a trap. Golden Behemoths, go move the rocks to block the passage. Su Yuan commanded them one by one. Su Yuan was currently in a valley that was encircled by mountains and had only one passage as entrance. As long as Su Yuan blocked the only passage, they could guard it. It's a game now. They can't waste time on me. They'll give up if they can't take me down in a short time. When they are engaged in attacking me, their territories will be defenseless to the other lords. Su Yuan, who had calmed down, issued all kinds of orders very decisively. At that moment, people were watching everything in the Star Academy public square. Student Su Yuan is worthy of being valued by the dean. Even while being attacked by the other lords, she faces them so calmly. If it were any other new student, I'm afraid they would have already lost their composure. In the public square, a huge screen was showing the situation in the simulated arena. Su Yuan had captured the three-headed, which had arrived to deliver the news of the alliance. Everyone felt that there was injustice against Su Yuan. Su Yuan is really exceptional. She can still instruct her troops and make plans despite being the target of three seniors. A bespectacled male student complimented her. Another male student clenched his fists. He stared at the sleeping Su Yuan on the screen with contempt. It's all because of that B***starred? It's him who framed Su Yuan. If it wasn't for that hero, Su Yuan should have already joined forces with other lords and defeated the strongest contestants one by one, setting a new record for the academy. The students were all in a serious discussion. The majority of responses were criticisms of Su Yuan's initial hero. Everyone believed that Su Yuan was duped by her own hero and put in this predicament. Su Yuan's three best friends were no exception. They talked about the issue as well. Poor Yuan. How did she meet such a cheating hero? She is in big trouble now. Shi Linglong was worried about Su Yuan. Zhao Qingrong nodded in agreement. No matter how one looked at it, Su Yuan's performance this time was excellent. She had calmly observed her surroundings and made strategic arrangements. She had made plans to work with other lords to deal with the stronger lords. After being tricked by her hero and being put into this situation, she still had calmly deployed her troops to defend the passageway. Even as a new student, she had done very well. Lin Yao was staring intently at the screen but didn't give an opinion. Yao Yao, don't you think Yuan's hero is infuriating? Shi Linglong grabbed Lin Yao's arm and gently shook it. Lin Yao didn't answer for a long time. She gently shook her head and said, let's look at the situation very carefully first. Yuan's hero isn't that simple. Maybe he had his reason for doing that. On the screen, because of the war, only the most exciting scenes were shown. The armies of the three lords had already arrived outside the valley. The skeleton knights blocked the path at the narrow entrance. However, the three overlords had a large number of troops: human knights, dwarven musketeers, half-elf archers. The three lords were all seniors to Su Yuan, so they had plenty of time to develop their troops and build their foundation. Su Yuan couldn't compare to them in terms of numbers of troops or the type of soldiers. Furthermore, the three overlords were working together. The skeleton knights on the front lines perished one after another as a result of the barbarians' gunfire. The traps that the dark goblin had placed could not buy much time. N/O/vel/b/n.c/om. Boom, boom, Under Suwan's command, the golden behemoths threw large boulders one after the other to block the entrance. I hope that I can buy some time. While stalling for time, Yuan consumed the resources given at the start of the competition to resurrect the skeleton knights and the hellhounds. But at this moment, the valley started to shake. The roar echoed throughout the valley. That's the Earth Dragon Cavalry. Yuan was in despair. The Earth Dragon Cavalry charged forward one after another, knocking away the rocks blocking the entrance of the passageway. The front line has fallen. Yuan's palms were sweaty. This is the end. Will there be a miracle? Yuan subconsciously glanced at the snoring Su Yuan. She hadn't lost yet. She wished for the black gold behemoths to appear or even just the black skeleton knights, but nothing happened. There was no black mist this time. However, the skeleton knights did resurrect. She had not used any resources to revive them and yet the dead skeleton knights were resurrected automatically. Was it you who gave the order? Yuan was no stranger to this situation. She had seen once before when the skeleton knights and the other troops had been resurrected directly on the spot. Yuan glanced at Su Yuan once again. He seemed to be sleeping soundly as though this situation had nothing to do with him. Yuan almost thought that this had nothing to do with him at all. While Yuan was in a daze, the dead skeleton knights resurrected one after the other. The hellhounds, the dark goblins, and other units that had died in battle were also resurrected. What magic is Yuan using? The three lords were also astonished. They had thought that it would be easy enough to bully a freshman. However, the current situation made them realize that they couldn't take down the new student in a short time. Because no matter how many were killed, Yuan's troops resurrected on spot? Doesn't this resurrection have a cooldown? There's no limit to it, asked one of the lords. The opponent's resurrection skill was infinite. Their troops had just killed a few skeleton knights, but those dead skeleton knights had been resurrected in the blink of an eye. Everyone saw this. In the office, the dean patted his belly happily. As expected of student Yuan, she did something that the previous generations of freshmen couldn't do. She is fighting 3 seniors at the same time. The head of teaching was very optimistic about Yuan. However, a teacher's voice made the dean's expression turn stiff. The teacher analyzed the situation. Everyone, don't be too optimistic. The resurrection is not without limits. The teacher analyzed the situation from 2 perspectives, time and energy consumption. If there is a time restriction, Yuan can only use the resurrection for a limited period. When that time period is up, she might not be able to resurrect her troops again. If the resurrection is related to energy consumption, she might be able to resurrect her troops only until her energy exhausts. Looking at how she is continuously resurrecting her troops, her energy might exhaust soon. Now we can only pray that Yuan can exhaust the resources of the enemy before her time or energy runs out. On Yuan's side, the troops continued to join the battle. It was the same for the 3 lords. They used their resources to resurrect their fallen troops who joined the battle once again. If this was the Overlord plane, the 3 lords held the confidence and the strength to crush Yuan. They were Yuan's seniors. They had accumulated plenty of resources and troops. The number of resources they had was more than Yuan could even imagine. In terms of resources to resurrect their troops, the 3 lords had the upper hand. Not to mention, it was 3 against 1. However, the current simulation venue was not the Overlord plane. When the competitors entered the simulation arena, all of them were given equal initial resources. This greatly affected the way the 3 lords fought. If they kept reviving their dead troops, there will come a time when they will have exhausted all their resources and will have fewer troops. In the end, Yuan would have won. I hope she can do it. The head of teaching worried about Yuan. At the battle scene, the 3 lords strategized. They came to the same conclusions as the teachers. Yuan surely can't keep resurrecting her troops infinitely. There must be a limit to it. Let's continue to fight. I believe we can exhaust her resources and then fight her directly. The 3 lords were determined to waste Yuan's time and resources. Yuan was aware of the lords' conspiracy. She was bitter. She was very anxious now. Everyone thought she was using some magical item. However, only she knew that she had done nothing at all. Her situation was not as stable as everyone guessed. If it was a magical item, Yuan would have been more at ease. She would at least have an idea of how long the resurrection would last. In this situation, she felt lost. She was anxious that the resurrection would stop abruptly, and she would lose. She couldn't take it anymore. I have to find out the cause for this. For now, Yuan decided to take advantage of the resurrection ability. She wanted to deploy the golden behemoths and the hellhounds. Even if she could exhaust a little of the enemy's resources, it would be good. She looked around. She did not see the golden behemoths and the hellhounds anywhere. She couldn't find the dark goblins, either. I haven't even given them any orders yet. Yuan instinctively looked at Su Yuan, sleeping at the top of a tree. Without orders, the troops would never leave. Besides her, the only one who could order her troops around was Su Yuan. Yuan. Su Yuan had just woken up. He opened his eyes and looked at Yuan. Congratulations Lord Yuan for destroying the enemy lord's camp and obtaining points. Congratulations Lord Yuan for destroying the enemy lord's sentry tower and obtaining points. Congratulations Lord Yuan for destroying the enemy lord's city wall and obtaining points. Yuan had pretty much guessed what the golden behemoths and the other troops were up to before the notifications came. Taking advantage of the skeleton knights' unlimited resurrections to delay the enemy, the golden behemoths had sneaked up the mountain and left to attack the territory of the 3 overlords. Was it you who gave the order? Yuan asked Su Yuan in a whisper. At the mouth of the canyon, the three lords received the news that their territory had been destroyed. This is bad. Our base camp was attacked. We need to go and defend it. The three lords hastily made a decision to retreat. Yuan, however, was not a fool and refused to allow them the chance to go back and defend their territory. Don't let them retreat, Skeleton Knights. The Skeleton Knights tried their utmost to keep the overlords fighting as directed by Yuan. The three lords were in a dilemma as they watched the Skeleton Knights fight without any concern for their own lives. They were unable to keep fighting and they couldn't return to their territory to defend it as well. They had no idea when Yuan's limitless resurrection technique would stop working if they kept up the onslaught. What if Yuan's resurrection went on for a long time until their territories were destroyed completely? When they tried to retreat, the Skeleton Knights swarmed them and prevented them from fleeing. The ideal strategy was to invade straight, kill everyone there, and demolish Yuan's territory. If Yuan was eliminated, her troops would be destroyed, and the crisis could be solved. But there was a problem. If they wanted to eliminate Yuan, they needed to find a direct way to her. However, her infinite resurrection was hampering their progress. With the unending resurrection, the damned Skeleton Knights made it impossible for them to reach her. A never-ending negative loop had developed in the scenario. Nov.l.b//jnn. Be careful of Yuan and her hero. Congratulations Lord Yuan for destroying the territory core of the enemy lord and obtaining points. Congratulations Lord Yuan for destroying the enemy overlord's territory hall and obtaining points. Yuan looked at the continuous prompts and for a moment, she felt numb. She had believed that the golden behemoths and other troops would be sufficient to worry the enemy, but she hadn't expected that the golden behemoths and other troops would be able to annihilate the enemy's base camp completely. These troops were so fierce that they directly wiped out the enemy. The lords and their troops were encased in white light, and they disappeared. Yuan realized that their territory cores had been destroyed. Fraud Su, come down quickly. Did you plan this? Yuan was in disbelief. She knew that the golden behemoths and the other troops, which were low on intellect, could make the plan on their own. At the top of the tree, Su Yuan opened his eyes and wagged his tail happily. Seems like she is finally catching up. Not bad. However, Su Yuan couldn't let her know the whole truth just yet. She could guess all she liked but without evidence, guesses held no weight. If she finds out that I am the one who gave the order and can strategize, she will order me all day to handle the situation. Su Yuan stretched lazily. He neither admitted nor denied it. He continued to sleep. The other regions were also in a state of intense competition when Yuan defeated the three enemy overlords. Yuan had little opportunity to rest. The three kingdoms' most crucial predicament began in front of the entire arena. The two strongest lords, Chenya and Muqing, had eliminated the remaining lords. Now, only Yuan, Chenya and Muqing were left. We'll keep defending this location using the safest defensive strategies, said Yuan to her troops. Chenya and Muqing are both seniors. I can't compare to them. If I just defend my territory, they will fight each other first and then one of them will come to deal with me. Yuan was clear about her plan. There wasn't much of a difference between second and third place compared to first place. The one who got the first place would be the captain, and the other two, in second and third places would be the vice captains. If Muqing couldn't beat Chenya, then he would either be in second or third place. It wouldn't matter whether he could beat Yuan or not. On the contrary, if Muqing did defeat Chenya, then he would come after Yuan as well. Either way, Yuan was irrelevant right now for the competition to obtain first place. Yuan analyzed the situation and decided to stay put. She had done very well as a freshman to reach this far, and she was satisfied with where she was right now. However, things didn't go as Yuan wished. Muqing and Chenya received messages from their friends from outside the arena reminding them to be careful of Yuan and her hero. Chenya looked at the direction of Yuan's territory. He recalled the things that had happened since Yuan's arrival. He thought that Yuan's hero hadn't made a move yet. Chenya was cautious. Yuan's hero Su Yuan was not worried. He slept soundly. It's better to be safe than sorry, muttered Chenya. He thought about Yuan's performance till now, and he remained vigilant. I am pretty sure her hero has some moves up his sleeves, said Chenya's SS-class hero, Blood Dominator. The Blood Dominator was a humanoid creature with blood-red wings on his back. Blood flowed on the surface of his body in rivulets. But that time, it was like a child's play, wasn't it? Chenya said. I can't understand them. When Yuan had faced Zhang Wei, she could have easily won. But her hero, at the last minute, had flown outside the ring accidentally and Yuan had lost the match. My lord, I can feel that Yuan's creature isn't simple. He might be a formidable enemy. The Blood Dominator wasn't able to see through Su Yuan's real identity, but his senses still told him that Su Yuan wasn't as simple as he looked. The Blood Dominator suggested Chenya to form an alliance with Muqing. He didn't have the confidence to go against Yuan's hero on his own. If Chenya joined forces with Muqing, it wouldn't look like he was bullying a freshman alone. Chenya found Muqing to be in a similar situation. Muqing had received messages from his friends warning him to be careful of Yuan and her hero, too. Why don't we band together and get rid of Yuan, suggested Chenya. Nov.l.b//jnn. Initially, Muqing didn't want to do this, but his hero and Chenya's hero both believed that they should collaborate. There's no time to lose. We need to act now so that Yuan won't even find the time to prepare. Chenya felt that they should immediately dispatch the troops. Mu Qing agreed. Suddenly, the area was filled with black mist. What's wrong? What's happening? Mu Qing realized that something was wrong with his S-class hero, the Dark Magister. Dark Magister's face was pale as though he had seen something frightening. He pointed his wand at Chen Ye's troops. Dark burst. The black energy ball flew toward Chen Ye's troops and exploded. In the blink of an eye, numerous troops were killed or injured. Mu Qing, what do you mean by this? Chen Ye was furious. Mu Qing hesitated. He was just about to explain when the gargoyles, night elves, and demonic corpses under him attacked Chen Ye's troops. Stop it, shouted Mu Qing. Why don't you listen to my orders? He was confused. His troops didn't obey him at all. He had thought of betraying Chen Ye to take the first place later. But he hadn't expected his troops to turn against Chen Ye right now. Why are my troops attacking without my orders? Mu Qing wondered. Mu Qing, you traitor. Chen Ye was enraged. Since you have chosen death, I will eliminate you first. Mu Qing could not defend himself. He was astonished. Nobody would even believe him if he said he hadn't given the orders for his troops to attack. If not me, who ordered my troops? The true eyes of the demon dragon observed everything from a distance. The dark mist was Su Yuan's doing. He had activated the ability, Lord of Darkness, and forcibly controlled Mu Qing's troops, making them turn against Chen Ye, to create a conflict between them. The battle between Chen Ye and Mu Qing wasn't very long. The difference in strength between Chen Ye and Mu Qing was too great. Chen Ye won easily. However, he did lose some troops. Now, only 2 lords were left. Why do I feel like Chen Ye is fighting the great demon king himself? In her territory, Yuan was nervous. She had once fantasized about getting the first rank. However, that was just wishful thinking. She knew she could never defeat the reigning champions. Now, she was so close to the first place, and she didn't even know how it had happened. Outside the simulated arena, the teachers and students, watching everything on the big screen, were equally nervous. There were only 2 lords remaining in the arena. There would be the inevitable battle between the lords. Will Yuan win? The male students who supported Yuan also hesitated. No matter how much they wanted to see Yuan win, they knew of Chen Ye's strength. Nov.L.B/JNN. There were 3 monstrously powerful people in the Star Academy. The most powerful among them had already graduated. The second was Long Quan and the third, Chen Ye. It will be close to impossible for Yuan to win against Chen Ye. The teachers had the same opinion. The teachers had felt that if Yuan could make it into the top 10 and get selected for the Intercampus tournament, it would have been enough. The teachers would have an answer for the dean when he returned. However, Yuan had actually fought through to the top 2. If Yuan could eliminate Chen Ye, she would be fully deserving of the place seeing how she had performed till now. No matter what, we have complied with the dean's instructions and even exceeded his expectations. The head of teachers was in a good mood. The dean's instruction was to get Yuan to compete in the Intercampus tournament. As for her rank, that wasn't specified. Even if Yuan was defeated, she would still be in second place. In the arena, Yuan tried to calm herself. She used the same strategy as before. She opted to defend the one entrance that was open to the valley. It would be easier to defend her territory this way. I'm just a new student. No one will say anything if I just stay here and refuse to seek out the opponent. Chen Ye was a senior. If he chose to stay put and not choose to attack, he would be the laughingstock of the entire academy. His pride as the senior won't let him stay in his territory and do nothing. Yuan didn't really care to obtain the first place. She just wanted to do her best to survive and be considered a good competitor for the competition. Knowing Chen Ye's usual fighting style, he will definitely send his troops here and hack his way through, contemplated Yuan. Yuan was aware of the gap of strength between her and the seniors. In terms of troop type, she wasn't that bad. She had the black gold behemoths, after all. But she was hugely lacking in the resources department. She hadn't had the time to amass as many resources like the seniors. The outside world was also discussing Chen Ye's next move. On the screen, the scene switched to Chen Ye. Although Chen Ye had lost many troops in the combat with Mu Qing, the surviving soldiers were more than sufficient to defeat Yuan. Yuan doesn't have a chance of winning. I would send my army across and drive them to despair if I were Chen Ye. Everyone anticipated that Chen Ye would be cold and uncommunicative. To put an end to this tedious farce, he would just rush with his troops. On the screen, however, Chen Ye's circumstance was unexpected. A substantial number of soldiers were stationed beside Chen Ye. It appeared as though everyone was waiting for Chen Ye to order an attack. However, Chen Ye did not issue any order. He waited as the Blood Dominator unfurled his wings and hovered in the sky. It's almost time, said the Blood Dominator. Chen Ye's troops seemed to realize something. They knelt on the ground in front of the Blood Dominator. What are those soldiers doing? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Everyone watching the screen felt terrified. They thought Chen Ye could clearly crush Yuan's troops with his army. Chen Ye is still too cautious. He thinks that Yuan might have some kind of trump card, so he is planning something big. Some people were of the opinion that Chen Ye was being overly cautious for nothing. But Chen Ye was using everything he had. When pursuing a prey, a lion would likewise employ all of its strength. In order to completely eliminate Yuan's chances when Chen Ye met her, he had to deploy his potent trump card. So, Yuan had no chance at all. As everyone watched in anticipation, something changed on Chen Ye's side. What kind of final maneuver would the Blood Dominator use? Finally, it was time for the big move that everyone was expecting. Sacrifice, the Blood Dominator said in a low voice, and Chen Ye's whole troop turned into a pool of blood. Numerous soldiers turned into blood and gathered around the Blood Dominator. Isn't he being too cautious? The Blood Dominator absorbed the power of numerous troops. The wings on his back grew larger and larger. The Blood Dominator's body simultaneously developed enigmatic patterns and odd inscriptions flickered on it. The Blood Dominator softly flapped his wings, sending the sand and stones in the area flying. The storm blew hundreds of trees away. With such horrific qualities, not even the teachers could possibly stand a chance against them, much less a new student. Sacrifice all of your subordinates to raise your characteristics to a new height. With such a terrifying ability, Chen Ye could surely perform excellently in the Intercampus tournament. Chen Ye's actions undoubtedly startled everyone. They had guessed Chen Zhao's strategy, response, and course of action. However, they hadn't expected Chen Ye to sacrifice all his troops to put all of his faith on the Blood Dominator alone. Why do I feel like Chen Ye is fighting as though he is going to face the Great Demon King himself? One of the students blurted out. It really does look like that. Gathering all the strength for one fatal blow. Chen Ye regards Yuan as the final boss? This is unbelievable. Everyone acknowledged Yuan's talent and strength. They had seen her reach her current state. But Chen Ye being overly cautious to the extent that he considered Yuan as the final boss was too confusing. How will Yuan deal with this? Yuan's towering presence appeared on the screen as the audience's concerns were growing. Yuan was, at this moment, standing in the valley and gazing into the distance. Her clothes rustled as the wind blew, and she appeared breathtakingly gorgeous. The sky was suddenly clouded in dark clouds. The sun was obscured by thick clouds, and red lightning blazed. From the heavens, a purple-black shaft of light descended and hit Yuan's territory. Purple-black runes developed as the purple-black light radiated in all directions. Not long after, the purple-black array enveloped Yuan's territory. The powerful Hellhound, Cerberus. What's that? Although I'm not sure what that array is, I've always thought that student Yuan had a very commanding presence. Yuan might actually be able to compete with Chen Ye. Everyone who was outside witnessing the battle was in awe. Yuan was likewise perplexed when the light enveloped her territory. She was unsure of the cause of the territory's unexpected change. A purple-black light pillar plummeted as suddenly heavy clouds filled the sky. Her territory was covered with a huge array of light. Which B*******'*'********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** She finally turned to look at Su Yuan, genuinely believing that he had something to do with this. N/O/vel/b/c/in.c//om. Yuan lacked proof, though. Yuan's assumption was accurate. All of this actually had to do with Su Yuan. Su Yuan was surreptitiously turning on the incomplete Chaos Realm ability at this precise moment. The Chaos Realm could only be fully used when Su Yuan could collect 12 elemental hearts. Before that, Su Yuan had no use for the Chaos Realm. The current Chaos Realm was incomplete and didn't have many features. Su Yuan had considered the scenario. The Blood Dominator had absorbed all the power from the troops, and Su Yuan felt that he was the only person who could defeat him. The enormous array was shaped like a six-pointed star and flickered with purple-black light. Numerous profound runes were rotating within it as though they were alive. Su Yuan suddenly had an idea as he turned to face the Hellhounds. Can that Hellhound become a three-headed Hellhound? He wondered. He was interested to find out. Unfortunately, he only obtained the Hellhound troop class rather than the three-headed Hellhound after defeating it. Does having 3 Hellhounds mean you can combine them to create one with 3 heads? Su Yuan decided to give it a try. The Darkness Fusion Wish could previously only combine 2 monsters. He couldn't combine 3 or 4 monsters. The Chaos Realm was not in its full form, he was nonetheless in it right now. It had strange effects on his various abilities. Dark Fusion. Su Yuan activated Dark Fusion. The 3 Hellhounds merged together on the spot and formed a massive meatball. Wrong? Why haven't you become Cerberus yet? Su Yuan saw that the 3 Hellhounds did not transform into a glorious 3-headed Hellhound after they fused together, but rather into a mass of meat. The plan had failed. Yuan was already questioning her life decisions when facing Chen Ye, and Su Yuan made her life even more difficult. The Hellhounds that were only second to the golden behemoths in strength had suddenly merged into a giant meatball. What's going on? Yuan glanced at Su Yuan. Yuan suddenly looked at Wish. She had strong doubts about Su Yuan. All her troops, including the golden behemoths, the Hellhounds, and the DAR goblins, were always overly courteous to Su Yuan. Therefore, Yuan guessed that he might have a strong ability that could strengthen her troops. That was why the troops always respected him. When Su Yuan turned to face Yuan's gaze, he looked equally bewildered. Yuan thought that he was confused about the situation as well. Strange, he really didn't do anything in secret. Yuan muttered to herself. Su Yuan stared at the giant meatball. He had another realization. Perhaps it needs more Hellhounds. He could see that the meatball strained to form into some kind of creature. However, either due to lack of energy or samples, it could not transform completely. Su Yuan activated Dark Fusion once again and fused other Hellhounds with the meatball. The remaining Hellhounds merged with the others. Yuan was dumbfounded. How did the meatball become this huge? There was an awful feeling of tyranny at this precise moment. The gloomy clouds turned into crimson. Blood gradually spread. Everything beyond the valley was covered in blood, including the soil, sky, flowers, and trees. SS-class hero, Blood Dominator. Yuan saw the enormous wings cover the sky. She had seen the Blood Dominator before. How had it turned into this? It seems that my troop class is not the only one that can mutate. Yuan laughed at herself. Every time, her soldiers were the ones who suddenly developed superhuman power, mutated, and destroyed the adversaries. But now it was her job to deal with such a foe. The Blood Dominator stood not far away, spreading his enormous blood wings, and turned to look at the top of a tall tree in the valley. It was the place where Yuan slept. The only thing that the Blood Dominator cared about and was wary of was Yuan. Yuan opened his eyes and gave the Blood Dominator a thoughtful look, and the Blood Dominator regarded him carefully. Don't disturb my sleep, Yuan muttered softly. The enormous meatball constructed of many hellhounds suddenly made a tremendous noise. A fierce head peered out of the meatball. Another loud noise followed by the extension of a claw. The enormous meatball then changed into a scary creature with 3 vicious heads. Cerberus! Yuan cried out in surprise. Nobody was more aware of the stifling sensation that Cerberus conveyed than her. Back when she was near her territory, she was fortunate enough to see a terrifying Cerberus. That 3-headed hellhound had been just like the one in front of him. Its size resembled a tiny mountain. My god, the legendary 3-headed hellhound. How did Yuan get it? We all thought that it was only luck that Yuan made it till here. We never really acknowledged the idea that maybe she is indeed powerful and has hidden cards that she can use. Isn't Yuan, as a freshman, legendary? Who are you? What they witnessed astounded them all. On the battlefield, Yuan wagged his tail. Demonic Dragon's Blessing. Under the enhancement of the Chaos Realm, Cerberus benefited from the Demonic Dragon's Blessing. In an instant, its body was engulfed in purple and blue flames. Woof! The entire valley trembled as though it were about to fall apart as the devilish Cerberus growled. Cerberus had gained a lot of strength. The Blood Dominator turned to Cerberus, then at Yuan, who was still sleeping. He was aware of one thing at this very moment. He has never taken me seriously, despite the fact that I have always regarded him as my mortal enemy. We'll have to get around his subordinates first if we want to challenge him. The Blood Dominator's face was grim. Then let's fight, he resolved. I hope I have what it takes to challenge you. The blood that covered the sky turned into numerous spears and charged at Cerberus. The blood-filled spears, however, were promptly destroyed by a mixture of purplish-blue flames that the infernal Cerberus spat out. Boom! The 3-headed hellhound leaped out and engaged the Blood Dominator in combat. The blood transformed into abundant sharp blades, but Cerberus dodged them all. The audience, whose eyes were glued to the screen, cried out. Why does it appear that Cerberus already anticipated the Dominator's attacks before dodging them? Everyone saw Cerberus avoiding the strike as if it knew the landing site of the opponent's attack beforehand, rather than depending on its positioning and speed to do so. Cerberus might be aware of the Blood Dominator's next attack. Can it see the future? Cerberus has 3 heads in the myths. One head looks up at the future, one looks down at the past, and one stares at the present. Everyone's curiosity in Cerberus increased after someone revealed the mythology. Many individuals at the time were envious of Yuan. When had Yuan amassed an army as formidable as the 3-headed hellhound? The competition this year is incredibly intriguing. The conclusion is superb. While everyone rejoiced, one of Yuan's closest friends, Lin Yao, frowned. The succeeding occurrence drew everyone else's attention, but she had remembered everything distinctly. Every alteration appeared to be based on that enormous array. The 10 hellhounds fused into a 3-headed hellhound due to the purple-black array. Everyone envied Yuan's Cerberus, but few people were aware of its profound array's secret. I have never known Yuan having such an ability. It's highly possible that this is because of Yuan's hero. Lin Yao unintentionally hit the right note. It was unfortunate that she was only speculating without any proof. On the battlefield, the Blood Ruler and Cerberus were engaged in combat. While Cerberus trampled out enormous pits, the ground sank. Even the valley, where Yuan was located, was directly destroyed because of the battle between the 2 terrifying existences. Fortunately, Yuan's territory core wasn't affected. Except for the mountain where Yuan and Yuan were located, all the surrounding hills and mountains had collapsed. The 3-headed hellhound growled and spat out scalding flames into the sea of blood. The bloody sea, however, was sinking deeper and deeper, like quicksand. Yuan opened his eyes. A bit excessive, he muttered. Under the enhanced dark fusion, Cerberus, formed from the fusion of 10 hellhounds, had powerful attributes. With the demonic dragon's blessing, Cerberus was even more potent. Among the freshmen, no one could even think of overcoming Yuan's Cerberus. It was the ultimate troop type. However, Yuan's enemy wasn't a freshman, he was a senior elite student who had advanced and built his foundation for several years. Powerful Cerberus was now trapped in the sea of blood. It was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Maybe Cerberus could defeat the Blood Dominator, however time is limited. The Dark Fusion and the Demonic Dragon's Blessing had a time limit. After the time limit was over, Cerberus would return to its original state. Yuan would have to determine the winner before the time was up. The Blood Dominator was stunned at Cerberus' strength. Yuan exclaimed. This is our chance. Cerberus seized the opportunity to counterattack. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The Bull Dominator gasped in shock and looked at the tree where Yuan slept. It can't be wrong. A terrifying aura is coming from that tree. Blood Dominator felt that the aura was very familiar. Who are you? Asked the Blood Dominator. The moment he was distracted, Cerberus tore him apart. D*MN. The Blood Dominator's strength was on par with Cerberus, and he was seriously injured. The monstrous head of Cerberus grinned venomously. Purple-black energy gathered in the mouths of the three heads. This aura, I can't be wrong. From the power Cerberus emitted, the Blood Dominator was able to verify its identity. Boom! When the purple-black energy hit the ground, it made a sizable pit. A strong wind blew, and the air was thick with dust. Lord Chenya has lost all his troops and heroes. Eliminated. The system announcement indicated that the match had come to an end. Chenya dissipated in a white light, appearing astonished. The match was over? Everyone was surprised by the outcome. If Suwon had won the match after a few years, everyone would have felt that it was expected. But right now, Suwon was just a freshman without much experience and resources. She hadn't even been an overlord for long. A newbie like her had defeated Chenya. I declare that the champion of the qualifiers is student Suwon. The instructor made a loud announcement in front of the screen. There was a commotion among the students in the square. Everyone was chatting and discussing what had happened. In the arena, Suwon had yet to disappear into white light. She looked at the vast simulated arena in front of her. The mountain range was flattened at this point. I wish for all of this to fade away. Suwon really couldn't think of any other reason everything had turned out the way it had. She decided to talk to Su Yuan. But just as she was going to speak, the arena disappeared. While returning to the Star Academy public square to get ready for the award ceremony, she made a wish to return to the Overlord plane with her troops. 41. Did you use up all the resources? It was going to be a sleepless night in the academy. The new Overlord had broken the academy's record. As a new student, she had defeated the elite of the senior students and won the championship. Some people cheered for Suwon's victory, while some were jealous of her capability. Many different people have contrasting thoughts. The school had even arranged a dinner party to celebrate the success of the students who had gotten selected. Suwon, meanwhile, hurriedly left for the Overlord plane. Suwon was impatient as she searched everywhere. She should have been with the thousands of people, enjoying the glory. However, Suwon didn't want to stay at the Star Academy. She just wanted to share her joy with Su Yuan. After dealing with the teachers and students, Suwon returned to the Overlord plane. In her own territory, she could see the Golden Behemoth, the Hellhounds, and the Skeleton Knights. But she couldn't find Su Yuan. That lazy pig, doesn't he usually sleep? Why isn't he sleeping today like always? Did he go out for a walk? Suwon walked around the territory. She didn't see Su Yuan anywhere. She realized that he might not be in the territory at all. Usually, when she saw Su Yuan sleeping soundly, she would feel annoyed. But now, when she didn't see his snoring figure anywhere, she felt disappointed. She felt empty, as if she had lost something. Where are you, Su Yuan? Suwon looked at the night sky and called out softly. At this moment, a black shadow appeared on the horizon. 12 black energy balls were floating in the air, and the terrifying demon eye on his chest was burning with purple-black flames. The dragon's wings flapped gently, flying freely in the dark night sky. Su Yuan. Although Suwon knew that Su Yuan looked like that now, she was familiar with him hiding these from her. She tried to ignore the new appearance. After seeing Su Yuan like this, Suwon felt a little shock in her heart. Su Yuan was definitely not a simple person. Su Yuan flew straight to her. Wait, are we going to crash? Suwon thought in alarm. Suwon was so scared that she stretched out her hand to block him. But in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. She heard his wings flapping. Suwon turned to see Su Yuan floating beside her. Su Yuan, she said. Please let me see your attribute panels. Suwon changed her usual elegant and cold appearance and asked him politely. She wanted to look at his attribute panel to see what Su Yuan's actual state was. But Su Yuan only yawned. He seemed to be sleepy. He laid on the soft blanket back in the territory and went to sleep. The more he ignored her, the more she wanted to find out who Su Yuan actually was. She wanted to see what race he was and what kind of ability he had. This bastard is definitely not simple. Suwon didn't want to give up until she could pry out the secret from Su Yuan's mouth. But very quickly, something happened that diverted Suwon's attention. Suwon noticed that the skeleton soldiers were dying slowly. On closer inspection, she realized that they weren't dying, they were being upgraded into skeleton knights. How is this happening? She wondered. Suwon checked and found out that the territory hall was constantly using resources to create troops. Suwon tried to rule out the obvious. The troops under her command did not have the authority to operate the territory hall. Secondly, she excluded herself. She had never done anything like that. I was planning to save the resources to make black gold behemoths. Su Yuan, did you use up all the resources? After Suwon eliminated all the wrong guesses, there was only one remaining truth. It's him. When Su Yuan heard Suwon's question, he acted sheepish. Su Yuan neither acknowledged nor denied it. In reality, it was his doing. Under the effect of night shift, and the experience he had accumulated because of the tournament, Su Yuan's level rose rapidly. In just a short time, he had reached level 29 and was just about to reach level 30. But there was a problem. Suwon's territory core was still level 1. The current upper limit that Su Yuan could reach was just level 29. He could not make a breakthrough to level 30. He could only upgrade further if Suwon's territory core reached level 2. He was stuck at this level no matter how much experience he gained. That was the reason why he had gone out to fly. This was the first time Su Yuan had not continued sleeping but went out for the first time. Su Yuan looked at the panel of the territory core. Territory core upgrade requirements. Land area reaches 0.4 square kilometers, achieved. Total resources reach 100 tons, achieved. Possess 5 buildings, incomplete. Population has reached 2,000, not yet achieved. There are still 2 projects that haven't been completed, Su Yuan muttered to himself. He needed to meet the 4 requirements listed above in order to upgrade the territory core to level 2. The overall number of resources and the land area had long since reached the desired target. The construction issue was likewise simple to resolve. The population of 2,000 was the only challenge. The only soldiers that could be produced in vast numbers quickly and with minimum resource usage were the skeleton soldiers. This was also the rationale behind Su Yuan's unauthorized creation of a large number of skeleton soldiers. All of these skeleton troops were created to increase the population of the land and occupy the available space to meet the requirement. If the Lord knew about this, she might stop me from doing anything, thought Su Yuan. He knew that Yuan had been scammed by him before, so if she knew that he was trying to upgrade the territory core to level 2 without her permission, she might really kill him this time. Maybe if he showed her his attribute panel to her, then maybe she would be willing to upgrade the territory core to level 2. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, Su Yuan had never discussed it with Yuan and began to produce skeleton soldiers. Su Yuan, are you even listening to me? What's the point of making so many skeleton soldiers? Yuan had already forgotten about Su Yuan's mysterious powers. She was only aware of Su Yuan being a scammer. It made her blood pressure rise yet again. Even under her thunderous gaze, Su Yuan appeared calm. He didn't justify but showed her through his actions. Under Su Yuan's command, the skeleton soldiers moved in an orderly manner and marched outside. The sound of trees being cut and ores being mined rang through the air. 42 Yuan is jealous. Skeleton soldiers and the undead troops were supposed to be cannon fodders. They were supposed to do menial work, but they only obeyed Su Yuan's command. Seeing that the resources of the territory were rising, Yuan's displeasure disappeared. It was true that she was peeved because Su Yuan had wasted resources to make useless skeleton soldiers. However, if the skeleton soldiers were sent to work for 24 hours a day, they could get back the resources they had spent. Alright. I admit that you aren't all that bad. Yuan's view about him changed a little. However, her blood pressure rose yet again. Fraud Su, what do you mean by this? Under Yuan's gaze, the skeleton soldiers transported the resources back to the cave but they did not store them. They squandered them again. One by one, the skeleton soldiers chiseled the stones that were transported back to the cave and built a cemetery in the territory. Congratulations to Lord Yuan for building the cemetery and unlocking army type, ghouls. Yuan was stumped. She was infuriated. What use did she have for a bunch of ghouls? What they lacked weren't cannon fodders like skeleton soldiers and ghouls. She needed to gather resources so she could construct the black gold behemoth, her ultimate weapon. Even if she couldn't achieve that, she wanted to create, at the least, a few golden behemoths. But why was Su Yuan constructing cemeteries? In the face of Yuan's anger, Su Yuan, once again, appeared sheepish. His sheepish face made her even more enraged. Congratulations to Lord Yuan for building a slaughterhouse and unlocking the army type, hatred. Congratulations to Lord Yuan for building a crypt and unlocking the gargoyle army. Yuan quickly assessed the resources in her domain as a series of notifications arrived. As anticipated, the need to construct these pointless constructions completely wasted the resources the skeleton soldiers had gathered throughout the night. You scammer? You tricked me again. Yuan stomped her feet. She had wanted to save resources to create a black gold behemoth instead. Don't waste any more resources. She pointed a trembling finger at Su Yuan. At this point, she was no longer impressed by Su Yuan. He nodded. All right. If you don't want it, you can just say so. Do you have to be so angry? When he said this, Yuan became even more infuriated. Seeing that Yuan was about to explode in rage, Su Yuan flapped his wings and flew out of the cave. The buildings reached the standard number required but the population was still not adequate. We need more resources to create more skeleton soldiers. Su Yuan had already planned everything. He would use the resources amassed by the skeleton soldiers to create even more skeleton soldiers in order to meet the requirements for the territory core to be upgraded. He felt that Yuan's wish to amass the resources to make black gold behemoths was just overthinking on her part. Su Yuan was not in a hurry to sleep and acquire experience now that his level was stalled. He went out for a spin and came back, thinking Yuan's rage might have subsided. Although he didn't understand why she got angry so fast, it was true that her anger was always temporary. When he returned to the cave, Yuan looked panicked. When she saw him come back, her mood stabilized. Although Yuan had never seen Su Yuan show any remarkable ability, she always felt an unspeakable sense of security when he was around. Su Yuan? Bad news? Shi Linglong is in trouble again. Shi Linglong. Su Yuan remembered the small girl with 2 ponytails. Her territory had been attacked by barbarians twice and Yuan had taken him along to help her out. At that time, Su Yuan had found her friend very troublesome. It's different this time, said Yuan, gasping for breath. Last time, she was attacked by native creatures in the Overlord Plain, but this time it's another Overlord attacking her. Yuan had thought that the scariest thing to encounter were the creatures in the Overlord plane, but she realized that the most terrifying thing were the humans, specifically, other lords. Oh, Yuan's eyes lit up. Previously, he had wanted to collect territory cores to perfect his new ability Chaos Realm, but he could only collect some in the Intercampus tournament. There was still time for the tournament. Yuan thought that maybe he could attack some overlords in this Overlord plane to experiment a bit. Shi Linglong, this troublemaker, had given Yuan an opportunity to collect territory core again. Yuan didn't notice Yuan's gleaming face. She thought that he was probably the same as before, uninterested in everything. Yuan planned to convince him to come along with her again. However, when she turned around to start her explanation, she saw that Yuan was full of anticipation. Wait, why are you so eager to help Linglong? She asked. Whenever I try to wake you up, you never listen. Yuan felt conflicted. Jealous sprouted in her heart. Usually, when she brought him along with her, he would be asleep and wouldn't wake even if she yelled at him. But when Shi Linglong was in trouble, he was so spirited. What is the meaning of this? Who was Yuan's actual lord? She seethed. Could she not compare to Shi Linglong? Yuan's fist clenched tightly, feeling wronged. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yuan realized that Yuan's mood wasn't good. He was always too lazy to explain things, but this time he made an effort. Are you an idiot? The territory core? If an overlord attacks Shi Linglong, that would give us a fair reason to fight back and destroy the lord's territory core. Yuan finally remembered. Oh right, your ability. She recalled his ability, Chaos Realm. This ability seemed like a trump card in the late game, but it required the collection of elemental hearts, which were the territory cores. Yuan was a bit embarrassed to have misunderstood Yuan. She looked at him, feeling ashamed. However, as the lord, she still had to make up with Yuan. It was not good to have differences with each other. Yuan cleared her throat to get his attention. Ahem. Yuan, let's hurry and leave. Yuan rushed to Shi Linglong's territory hoping Yuan would follow. On the surface, she was worried about her friend's safety. She was also too embarrassed to face Yuan. Not long after Yuan left the cave, she met Shi Linglong who was running toward her territory. Linglong, are you alright? Yuan was nervous. Shi Linglong panted. When she saw Yuan, she relaxed a bit. Wan, I finally got to see you? They have been chasing me all this time. How can Yuan ever be considerate like that? Yuan sent out the skeleton soldiers to observe the surroundings but did not find the enemy. At this point, Yuan was sure that Shi Linglong had successfully shaken off the enemy. It's useless. They've already discovered where my territory is. I'm afraid that they're currently camping around my territory. Shi Linglong followed Yuan to her territory and told her about the encounter in detail. Yuan's nickname for Si Linglong was Troublemaker, which suited her just as well because she had, yet again, caused trouble. Before, it was Shi Linglong who had provoked the barbarians. This time, it wasn't Shi Linglong's fault. She had been just passing by as usual when she heard a group of people forming an alliance with the man-eating ants to kill other lords. Wan, who do you think I should go to? I didn't want to hear their plan at all, but I accidentally heard it. Shi Linglong wiped her tears, feeling wronged. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yuan was speechless for a while after she finished listening to the process of the matter. Shi Linglong's luck was unparalleled. Why was she offending people wherever she went? While Shi Linglong was complaining to Yuan also flew over to them. When the flower fairy saw Yuan, she bowed to him when Shi Linglong and Yuan weren't looking. You're here with Yuan. Yuan made a surprised sound. The Lord and the native creatures are collaborating. As far as Yuan's knowledge went, the Lord and the native creatures of this plane were hostile with each other, like the barbarians. The barbarians solely existed for the Lords to gain experience. It was very rare to see the Lords working together with the native creatures, not to mention working together to kill other Lords. Yuan explained the situation to Yuan. There is indeed such a group of people among the Lords. To seize the core of other overlords' territories and resources, they chose to cooperate with the native creatures. As far as Yuan knew, the native creatures and the Lords rarely got along. However, she didn't recall any such rule against the war between the Lords. Although there is no written rule against war between Lords, everyone has a foundation in the Blue Planet, said Yuan. If a Lord is plundered by another Lord, the plundered Lord may call his/her friends to take revenge. But if the Lord was attacked by native creatures. When Yuan explained this, Yuan and the Flower Fairy realized that there was room for manipulation. The war between the Lords would involve friends and families. However, if it was the barbarians or other creatures who killed the Lord, the others would just assume the Lord was weaker than the others. Everyone just wanted to use this loophole to settle their grudges. Some overlords who felt that they were unable to obtain resources resorted to ways in which they cooperated with native creatures to kill other overlords. While the native creatures enjoyed killing the Lords, the other overlords would snatch away the dead Lord's resources. Both sides would get what they want. After a simple explanation, Yuan led her troops to Shi Linglong's territory. In the current situation, if they were even a second late, Si Linglong's territory would be destroyed. Yuan and Yuan left traces of man-eating ants as they rushed to Shi Linglong's territory. The man-eating ants are one of the most extreme races of the native creatures. They have been fighting against the Lords since the beginning of time, trying to drive them out. Since Lin Yao, the most knowledgeable among their group, wasn't here, Yuan briefly provided information about the creatures. The man-eating ants weren't very strong. Even without the two lords, Su Yuan and Flower Fairy, the golden behemoths and the other troops were capable of taking them out. Xi Linglong eventually arrived near her own territory as time passed. How come those guys haven't come after me yet? Xi Linglong expected the lords to be waiting in ambush around her territory. However, the reality was quite different from what she had anticipated. Apart from a few man-eating ants scattered throughout the territory, they were not ambushed by any overlords. That's good. Hurry up and defend. Make your preparations. Yuan successfully killed their way back to the territory with Xi Linglong. When Yuan and Xi Linglong returned, they were surprised to see a large number of troops appearing from all directions. This is not good. We've been ambushed. Xi Linglong looked around the area and noticed soldiers attacking from all four directions. They were indeed lying in wait for a long time for them to appear. Are they going to surround us, making it impossible to escape? Xi Linglong felt a little nervous. But after seeing Yuan, her anxious heart felt a little better. Wan, if you're here, there shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. Yuan wanted to tell her friend that there was a huge problem. She did, in fact, have the powerful black gold behemoth army and Cerberus. But if her troops didn't mutate when she needed them to, they would all most likely die here. However, in such circumstances, Yuan could only show Xi Linglong a confident smile in order to maintain morale. Don't worry, said Yuan to her friend. Yuan broke out in a cold sweat and then she began to command her troops. She also requested that Xi Linglong send out her troops to cooperate with them and defend from the enemies in all four directions. Not long after, the enemies arrived like a surging tide. Hold on. At this time, Yuan was somewhat glad. Fortunately, Su Yuan had created a lot of skeleton soldiers to be used as cannon fodders. Now, these skeleton soldiers were blocking the front to stall the enemy. If Su Yuan hadn't wasted the resources creating skeleton soldiers, Yuan would have definitely created more black gold behemoths. But they did have tons of skeleton soldiers as cannon fodder, so the situation wasn't that bad. Come to think of it, Su Yuan's choice wasn't so bad. Could it be that Su Yuan had anticipated something like this and created numerous skeleton soldiers? Yuan thought about it. She shook her head. How is that possible? Fraud Su will always be a scammer. How can Su Yuan ever be considerate like that? He would never. Although Yuan thought that, the corners of her mouth still cured into her smile. However, her smile didn't last long. Xi Linglong's anxious voice rang in the air. Wan, bad news? The territory's resources are about to be exhausted. Xi Linglong's troops had been resisting the enemy at the front lines and were constantly being consumed. During this period, Xi Linglong had also been consuming the resources of her territory to revive those troops. Now, the resources in her territory were about to be exhausted. At this time, the flustered Yuan thought of Su Yuan. When she looked around, he was gone. Xi Linglong's hero, the Flower Fairy, was nowhere to be seen as well. 44 Demonic Dragon's Breath. In Xi Linglong's territory, the battle was intense. The Centaur Archer army advanced from the east, the Evil Eye army from the west, the Tauren army from the south, and the Treeman army from the north. Xi Linglong was trembling. It was the first time in her life that she was facing so many enemies at once. From all four directions, the enemies swarmed like a tide. Xi Linglong's territory was located in an area with sufficient resources and the number of her troops far exceeded Yuan's. But the defense that she had formed with her troops was sinking. The resources of the territory have been almost used up. If this continues, there will be no more resources to revive the troops once they die. The more we fight, the fewer troops will be left. Defeat is inevitable. Xi Linglong panicked. Her only hope now was Yuan. Based on the strength Yuan had displayed in the competition, it seemed like solving the current situation wouldn't be so much of a problem. Xi Linglong saw that Yuan didn't use any powerful means in the present. The black gold behemoth did not appear, nor did the Cerberus. Is Yuan deliberately hiding her trump card? Wondered Xi Linglong. Xi Linglong believed that Yuan must have discovered something, but she was waiting for the right time to reveal her final move. But there wasn't much time left. If they didn't do something soon, they would be wiped out. What Xi Linglong didn't know was that Yuan herself was terrified at this time. She realized that Su Yuan had disappeared from sight. The black gold behemoth didn't appear, and the powerful Cerberus was nowhere to be seen. Yuan was stumped. Did I make the wrong bet? She wondered. She had expected the golden behemoth to mutate into black gold behemoth, especially in a desperate situation like this. Yuan anxiously looked into the distance. She had a theory. It must all be related to that B***starred Su Yuan. Without him, these troops surely can't transform into anything at all. Yuan was almost certain now that all the mutations and transformations were related to Su Yuan. Nov.L.B//JNN. It was because of Su Yuan that the golden behemoth had turned into black gold behemoth and the hellhounds had fused into three-headed Cerberus. However, Su Yuan wasn't here at the moment. Nothing appeared. No mutations? No transformations? Just as Yuan was lost in her anxious thoughts, Xi Linglong's cry rang in the air. Wan, this doesn't seem right at all. Xi Linglong grabbed Yuan's arm and pointed into the distance. Did you notice that the number of Tauren soldiers is decreasing? Xi Linglong had seen the dense Tauren army. The enemy troops could also consume resources to resurrect themselves and re-enter the battlefield. At this time, the main competition was related to the resources. Whichever side exhausted their resources would have a hard time reviving their troops and they would lose, crushed by the other opponent. Don't they have any more resources? Asked Yuan, puzzled. The two of them calmed down a little. They observed the enemy army. They realized that the enemy troops were much fewer than before. That is strange. What's wrong with them? Maybe their territory was raided. Shi Linglong guessed doubtfully. Shi Linglong's guess was not accurate, but it was close enough. While Yuan and Shi Linglong faced the enemies, Su Yuan had secretly gone with the flower fairy to do something big. In front of the flower fairy lay the man-eating ant's nest. The flower fairy was surprised. Although they were fairly weak, there were a whole bunch of them in the nest. She was shocked by their sheer numbers. Su Yuan observed the territory in front of him and reached a conclusion. While Su Yuan observed the territory, the man-eating ants observed him. In an instant, all the man-eating ants turned their gazes on Su Yuan. Sir Lupus, they have found us. The flower fairy was a little flustered. At this moment, a dense swarm of man-eating ants crawled toward Su Yuan. They spat acids from their mouths. When it hit the ground, white smoke arose. You dare to attack us? The flower fairy was enraged. When she saw the dense man-eating ants, she was a little panicked in the beginning. She hadn't even done anything to them and yet, they started attacking her. The flower fairy could not accept it. Your numbers are useless to me, said the flower fairy. A magic array appeared under her feet, and she chanted in the air. Circles of energy ripples spread out from beneath the flower fairy's feet in an instant. Sprouts erupted from the ground and grew into ferocious man-eating flowers at a breakneck pace. A man-eating ant was swallowed whole by a man-eating flower. The densely packed man-eating flowers collided with the densely packed man-eating ants. This time, when the flower fairy attacked, Su Yuan did not stand idle. In the past, he rarely made a move because he didn't want to waste his time and energy in useless fights. The experience he gained from useless fights with trivial creatures wasn't enough for him to level up. He chose not to attack as much as possible. However, now he was stuck at a level and couldn't move beyond that. No matter how much experience he gained, he would not be able to level up. There was no use for him to avoid fights and continue to sleep. This time, he attacked when the man-eating ants retaliated. Demonic Dragon's Breath. Su Yuan spat out a mouthful of flames and set ablaze everything in the area. The man-eating ants wailed in agony. Even the man-eating flowers couldn't escape his flames. His flames did not differentiate between friends and foes. The flower fairy remained quiet as she looked at the man-eating flowers burning. She smiled at him and praised his strength. Dark flames continued to burn. Su Yuan rarely used the demonic dragon's breath. Once it was used, it wouldn't be extinguished until it reduced the enemies to ashes. The man-eating ants and man-eating flowers were now cinders on the ground. After the man-eating ants and man-eating flowers were wholly burned, a notification appeared on Su Yuan's interface. Do you want to consume dark energy to transform the creatures burned by the demonic dragon's breath into the undead? Does it have that function too? Su Yuan had almost forgotten that he had such ability. Living beings that were burned to death by the demonic dragon's breath could be transformed into the undead. Yes. Right now, Su Yuan didn't require the undead to do anything. He just wanted to see if the undead could be counted as part of the population in Yuan's territory to help upgrade the territory core. Absorbing the territory's core n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Under the effects of the demonic dragon's breath, the burnt man-eating ants and man-eating flowers turned into skeleton soldiers. It was also at this moment that Su Yuan obtained the information about the new skeleton soldiers. What a pity. Su Yuan shook his head in regret. These skeleton soldiers were not considered soldiers of the territory, because they could not exist forever. Under the influence of the demonic dragon's breath, the skeleton soldiers could only exist for 10 minutes. They would disappear in a while. Forget it. Disperse. Under Su Yuan's command, the skeleton soldiers turned into black mist and dissipated. The area was no longer hounded by numerous man-eating ants. All kinds of buildings and units were visible. It attracted Su Yuan's attention. The dragon flapped his wings and transformed into countless afterimages. These afterimages of Su Yuan destroyed the buildings in the territory. Su Yuan headed straight to the territory core. The territory core was a lightning element. Su Yuan looked at the purple crystal-like object floating in the air. Purple electric sparks occasionally ran through it. You think you can defend your home with a bunch of man-eating ants? Su Yuan extended his claws and grabbed the territory core. The territory core emitted sparks and sent out an electric arc, as though it wanted to break free from Su Yuan's claws. He held it firmly. Clang! Su Yuan crushed the crystal. A purple, electric energy poured out of the crystal and flowed into one of the 12 dark energy balls behind Su Yuan. One of the balls turned dark purple. I see. Su Yuan was finally certain of what he must do. He now had a deeper understanding of the Chaos Realm. Every time I absorb a territory core, the corresponding attribute will suppress the power the core possesses. Since the territory core Su Yuan absorbed had a lightning element attribute, he would have the power to suppress any lightning-related creatures that entered his Chaos Realm. It would neutralize them. Absorbing different territory cores with different attributes will strengthen my Chaos Realm in those elements. Su Yuan had absorbed the lightning element from a territory core, so lightning-related abilities were unlocked in his Chaos Realm. but this didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to absorb the energy of other territory cores which had other lightning attributes. The lightning element territory core he had just absorbed was a relatively low-level territory core. It was only at level 2. He could absorb higher-level territory cores along with the previous one. If he did that, his Chaos Realm would be strengthened to unprecedented levels. Su Yuan had just finished understanding the Chaos Realm and the significance of territory cores when a large number of troops arrived to defend the territory suddenly. Sir Lupus, those guys are back. The flower fairy hid behind Su Yuan. She was a little afraid of the enemy. A human lord walked forward. He was covered in injuries and was panting. When he noticed that his territory was raided and his territory core destroyed, he roared. Without the territory core, the person would lose the right to be an overlord. Once they died in the overlord plane, they would not be able to revive themselves. There's nothing left. The enemy was a thin man in a black cloak with a special flower pattern on it. He seemed to be a member of some organization. There is nothing left here. The man walked in a daze, observing his territory. His place of hope was ruined. Since I have nothing left, I have nothing to worry about, roared the man. Descend, man-eating ant emperor. He looked up at the sky and spread his arms. The entire ground started shaking as though there was an earthquake waiting to happen. He could vaguely hear a sound from underground. All of a sudden, the ground split open and a sharp claw emerged. Then, a limb that was as hard as steel crawled out. Finally, a creature with a golden shell crawled out from the split on the ground. The enemy cheered when he saw the man-eating ant emperor. Although he might die, this creature would definitely kill the one who destroyed his territory. If that happened, he would die happy. The man-eating ant emperor looked warily at Su Yuan. The flower fairy had endless potential. However, the flower fairy was still limited by Shi Linglong, so her strength could not transcend. The man-eating ant emperor only had eyes for Su Yuan. He was like a fanatical believer facing the only god he believed in. Emperor, your servant offers you flesh and blood. The lord knelt to the ground with his head lowered. The man-eating ant emperor snorted coldly. Thank you for your kindness, you piece of trash. I gave you so many resources and yet, you can't even take down a new lord. The man-eating ant emperor spoke in the human language, reprimanding and thanking him at the same time. The black cloak was blown away by the wind, and Xian's pale face with golden curly hair was revealed to Su Yuan. Su Yuan was indifferent, but the flower fairy was confused. As a lord, aren't you supposed to be in a hostile relationship with the native creatures of the overlord plane? Why do you join them willingly? The flower fairy had heard from Shi Linglong about the grudges between the lords and the native creatures of the overlord plane. The overlord could summon powerful heroes from the hero plane and receive favor from them. As long as the territory core was intact, the overlord always revived. Under such circumstances, the overlord's attack on the native creatures of the overlord plane was considered a dimensional attack. Even if some lords are weak, they should have their own pride and dignity. Why would they give up their dignity and become slaves to the native creatures? In the face of the flower fairy's questioning, Xian, who had chosen to become the man-eating ant emperor's slave, broke down. Why? Asked the flower fairy. Xian stuck his hands into his hair, looking like he was close to madness. Ha 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 ha. Xian stared at the flower fairy with wide, mad eyes. S-class hero, flower fairy. Your overlord must be very talented, right? Their talents must be unparalleled. I am trying my best to obtain resources. Just when I gave up my dignity for a small pile of resources, my territory core. Xian punched the ground, causing it to shake slightly. Blood started to flow from his hand. Those geniuses have already obtained endless resources and all kinds of legendary troops that never existed before. This is so unfair. Wherever you go, you offend someone. Xian went on and on, pouring out his grievances. Hearing him speak, Su Yuan had a deeper understanding of the situation of the lords. Not everyone had an excellent foundation and talent like Suan. Even her friends were considered a very outstanding group among the lords. Many overlords were very cautious when they entered the overlord plane. The fight for every resource and the elimination of every enemy was a decision they made after careful consideration and contemplation. A new lord like Suan, who was capable of killing barbarians, was something that a lord like Xian could never even imagine himself doing. Even Shi Linglong looked up to Suan. Shi Linglong, who had an S-class hero, was surrounded by the barbarian army several times, but in the end, she escaped unscathed. Luck was on her side, but it was also because she had Suan by her side. However, Shi Linglong's talent and strength was not inferior to others. Her talent determined her ability to be a lord and her probability of receiving an S-class hero, Flower Fairy. With the S-class hero, the Flower Fairy, as her trump card, she could develop the resources around her territory smoothly. If the Flower Fairy didn't exist, Shi Linglong might have been trembling with fear as a newcomer in the Overlord plane. As for overlords like Xian, they had to rely on other overlords to become powerful. If not, an extreme alternative was for them to rely on the native creatures of the Overlord plane. In order to obtain resources and upgrade his territory, Xian had given up his dignity and become a slave to the man-eating ant emperor. Although the man-eating ant emperor did not really like the overlords, it thought it was a good idea to join forces with an overlord to bring down other overlords. Therefore, the man-eating ant emperor accepted Xian and the other overlords' offer and provided them with resources. It used them to annex the territories of other overlords for its own. This was when Xi Linglong had heard the other lords conspiring to use the man-eating ants to kill other lords. Are the other lords really that miserable? A voice rang behind them and Su Yuan and the flower fairy turned around to look. Only then did they notice Yuan and Xi Linglong. They had heard everything. When Xian saw them, he became even more agitated. Ha 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 ha, you geniuses don't know anything, do you? The circle of people you have around you are all like yourselves. In your eyes, having an A-class hero or S-class hero is a common thing. Xian looked furious. Perhaps in your opinion, a lord with an F-class hero is just a piece of trash. After all, what kind of a lord would form a contract with an F-class hero, right? Xian roared and covered his head with both hands. He looked like he was in agony. People like you don't understand us at all. You can't even imagine our struggle and our pain. All you so-called geniuses deserve to die. Xian's eyes were bloodthirsty. He stared at Suan and Xi Linglong with murderous intent. Go to hell. Xian rushed to Suan. Su Yuan was as calm as ever. The flower fairy was anxious. She shouted, watch out. The flower fairy flew to them. Thick vines erupted in front of Suan, blocking Xian's path. At this moment, the man-eating ant emperor, who was observing everything, seemed to be tired of it all. Enough, said the man-eating ant emperor. Thank you for your cooperation. But now, your ridiculous life is over. The man-eating ant emperor opened its mouth wide. A white ball of mist was sucked away from Xian's body and swallowed by the huge creature. Xian's body fell to the ground. Xian wasn't dead yet. He struggled with all his might, looking directly at Suan. You don't need to be so arrogant. Our organization, Dark Screen, will wipe out all the geniuses in one fell swoop. None of you will escape. Xian used the last of his strength to blurt out those words. He finally collapsed and no longer made a sound. Xi Linglong and Suan looked at each other, both feeling very confused. Who had they offended? Nov. L. B /JNN. They had only come to take a look because of the commotion. The two of them didn't even do anything and they were hated and targeted for some reason. It seemed that they were on the hit list of some organization also. Suan returned to her senses. She suspiciously looked at Xi Linglong. She quietly moved a few steps away. Xi Linglong was also confused. Linglong, wherever you go, you offend someone, said Suan as an explanation. I was just passing by. I am being hated and targeted for no reason at all. Xi Linglong scowled. For a moment, she thought something was wrong with her which made her attract problematic things. Xi Linglong couldn't admit that. It didn't matter whether she attracted trouble everywhere she went. She just couldn't accept it. If she did, she would be alone, and no one would be willing to befriend her. Xi Linglong saw Su Yuan and Flower Fairy from the corner of her eyes. She felt relieved. You can't blame me for this, she said, pointing at Su Yuan and the Flower Fairy. I am sure they did something this time. They must have offended this golden-haired guy, and since he found out that they are in alliance with us, he hates us too, Xi Linglong insisted. Suan looked at Su Yuan and the Flower Fairy suspiciously. Suan felt her blood pressure rising again. Su Yuan always acted innocent as though he never did anything wrong, but somehow everything seemed to be connected to him. Without waiting for Suan to ask, Su Yuan took the initiative to admit it. She is right. We raided that lord's territory and that's why he hated you. Su Yuan flew to the ruins in a circle. Suan and Xi Linglong noticed that the territory was indeed destroyed. So, this guy is one of the lords who attacked us. Xi Linglong finally felt relief. See, Wan, I guessed it right. That lord hated us because these two destroyed his territory. It had nothing to do with my bad luck. Xi Linglong was trying her best to prove that she was not some sort of trouble magnet and that she didn't offend anyone. But Suan wasn't listening to her. Her attention was focused on the man-eating ant emperor because it had finally made a move. Your hero's ability is really lame. In the ruined territory, the man-eating ant emperor's two antennae hit the ground. Suddenly, the entire ground began to shake. The ground caved in, and a dense swarm of man-eating ants emerged from it. How is that possible? The underground is the nest of man-eating ants. When Suan and Xi Linglong saw this, they were certain that the nest wasn't made in a day or two. The man-eating ants had been breeding underground for a long time. They had dug holes in the surrounding area and turned it into an ant nest. Su Yuan, be careful. When Suan saw that the man-eating ant emperor's pincers were heading for Su Yuan, she was worried. She soon realized that her worries were unfounded. Su Yuan gently flapped his wings and turned into a shadow. He blended into the darkness. The next moment, Su Yuan appeared under the shade of a tree some distance away. Good, Su Yuan, you did very well. That's a great ability to have, said Suan. She hadn't seen this ability before. She still had a lot of questions about Su Yuan's identity. She had once assumed that Su Yuan wasn't very strong, but she guessed that he, most likely, had a very powerful auxiliary ability. Black gold behemoths, skeleton knights, Cerberus, and so on, were some of his masterpieces. It made sense why he had chosen a support-type ability when they were selecting their talents way back. She realized that Su Yuan was a support-type hero, so he had more understanding of support-type ability. He was more of a defense person rather than someone who preferred offense. It seems he wasn't trying to trick me, thought Suan. The troops that Suan and Xi Linglong had brought along with them fought intensely with the man-eating ants. The man-eating ant emperor was dealing with the two heroes, Su Yuan and the Flower Fairy. The flower fairy activated her abilities in the distance, summoning all kinds of man-eating flowers, vines, treants, and other creatures. She used the wave tactic to fight against the man-eating ant emperor. However, the man-eating ant emperor did not show any interest in the flower fairy. No matter what she summoned to fight it, it paid her no attention. The man-eating ant emperor had only one goal right now, and that was to beat Su Yuan. The man-eating ant emperor vaguely understood that Su Yuan was the most difficult foe to defeat. The rest would be easy to deal with as long as Su Yuan was out of the picture. Whoosh! He spat a mouthful of saliva, which instantly corroded the nearby 100-year-old tree. However, Su Yuan was very flexible. He flapped his wings and vanished into the shadows. He appeared some distance away in another shadow. Yuan, your hero's ability is really lame. Shi Linglong couldn't help but criticize. So far, Su Yuan's ability hadn't made an impact. But he was very, very cautious. No matter how the man-eating ant emperor attacked, Su Yuan only flapped his wings and escaped to a different shadow, avoiding all forms of damage. Haha, he is always like that? Yuan was a little embarrassed. Other people's heroes like the flower fairy summoned creatures to fight and defend, but Su Yuan was still just dodging and hiding. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yuan sighed. There was no damage to Su Yuan, so she was relieved, but it was still humiliating. Even the man-eating ant emperor couldn't take it anymore. Su Yuan did nothing except dodge. He didn't attack the enemy even once. To the man-eating ant emperor, this was an insult. Little dragon, don't run, it said. As a noble dragon, fight me fair and square. When the man-eating ant emperor broke through their defenses, it advanced to Su Yuan. All the man-eating ants gave up on attacking Yuan and Shi Linglong and rushed towards Su Yuan, too. They didn't fight back no matter how the flower fairy, golden behemoth, and others attacked them. They swarmed towards Su Yuan. Yuan, your hero's ability to attract hate is almost comparable to an SSS class hero, teased Shi Linglong. Now that the man-eating ants weren't targeting them, she felt relaxed. Yuan had nothing to say. I guess so, she said after a while. His ability to provoke is working as usual. Yuan looked strange. Thinking back on the time Su Yuan had been with her, she realized it was true. Su Yuan always did something to provoke and anger her. Only this time, it wasn't her who was angry but the man-eating ant emperor. At this time, she realized the uses of being friends with Fraud Su. It felt nice as long as it wasn't her who was getting scammed. Su Yuan, good job, just anger the man-eating ant emperor. Yuan urged Su Yuan. Su Yuan always made her blood pressure rise in anger. Today, she wanted to collude with him to make other experiences the same. The berserk man-eating ant emperor had been chasing after Su Yuan relentlessly. When it heard Yuan's voice, it turned to her. If I can't deal with that B****, I might as well kill you first. The man-eating ant emperor finally came to its senses. Su Yuan had no other choice. He couldn't stand and watch if the creature attacked Yuan and Shi Linglong. Even if he didn't show it, their relationship wasn't that shallow. The man-eating ant emperor had one question. Would Su Yuan just watch, or would he fight for the two lords? It gave an order and the numerous man-eating ants rushed towards Yuan and Shi Linglong once again. Yuan looked at Shi Linglong. Don't tell me you did something again? Did you make Su Yuan anger the man-eating ant emperor? Yuan felt that her luck wasn't that bad. She assumed that Shi Linglong's knack of attracting trouble had turned the man-eating ant emperor's attention to them again. Yuan was just shifting the blame now. If only she hadn't shouted, the man-eating ant emperor wouldn't have noticed them. She was just looking for an excuse to blame someone else. Shi Linglong looked so scared that her face turned pale. Yuan, I'm so sorry. I did follow your suit and shouted to urge Su Yuan. Shi Linglong felt dejected. She realized that she might be a trouble magnet who attracted all kinds of trouble. While Yuan and Shi Linglong struggled to figure out what had just happened, the flower fairy summoned the sea of trees to protect them. However, in front of the dense mass of man-eating ants, it probably wouldn't be able to last that long. It was possible for the flower fairy to escape to safety, but it was difficult for her to carry both of them along. Their only hope was Su Yuan. The flower fairy looked at Su Yuan. Everything depended on whether Su Yuan would choose to make a move. Can't claim credit for this. Under the flower fairy's expectant gaze, Su Yuan finally made his move. His dragon wings flapped, and Su Yuan disappeared. Unlike before, he did not reappear under the shade of a tree. Instead, he flew so fast that it was impossible for the naked eye to catch him. The air vibrated. Ryip! The man-eating ant emperor let out a blood-curdling screech. One of its pincers had been torn apart by Su Yuan's sharp claw. What happened? D***MN. These trees are blocking our vision. Yuan and Shi Linglong, who were protected by the sea of trees summoned by the flower fairy, heard the man-eating ant emperor's pained scream. They realized that the situation had changed. However, when the two tried to look in the direction of the man-eating ant emperor to see what was going on, the sea of trees that protected them also blocked their vision. Su Yuan, Afunai, are you okay? Asked Yuan. There was no response. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. One of the two heroes was fighting the man-eating ant emperor, while the other was watching the battle with wide eyes. What terrifying speed! The flower fairy's voice trembled. To this day, she didn't understand Su Yuan's true identity, but she had guessed at the extent of power Su Yuan possessed. However, when she saw him fight, she was speechless. So far, Su Yuan had never shown any powerful ability in front of the Flower Fairy. Su Yuan had used only physical attacks to defeat the Wild Boar King before. Could he be the Black Dragon of the Dragon Clan? The Flower Fairy wondered. The Black Dragon's body was the strongest among the Dragon Clan's many categories, and its physical strength was unparalleled. Su Yuan had dismantled the man-eating ant emperor's pincers in the blink of an eye. No, that's impossible. The man-eating ant emperor couldn't believe it could be crushed so easily. Su Yuan pulled up a large tree, and the power of darkness sharpened the tree's top. The tip was pushed toward the creature. The sharp end penetrated the man-eating ant emperor through the mouth and came out of its brain. The man-eating ant emperor's eyes were wide in shock. It died in pain and regret. The man-eating ant emperor had noticed that Su Yuan was not so simple and had always regarded him as a formidable foe. However, it had never thought that the difference in strength between the two of them would be so vast. Su Yuan had been playing around in the beginning. In a real fight, the creature didn't even have a chance to strike a blow. The Flower Fairy was happy. She flapped her butterfly wings and flew into the air, cheering for Su Yuan. Lord Lupus. The Flower Fairy wanted to praise him, but Su Yuan appeared near her very suddenly. He flicked his claw, and the Flower Fairy was sent flying. The Flower Fairy landed on the body of the man-eating ant emperor. She rubbed her head in dizziness. She was just about to ask Su Yuan why he had pushed her, when two voices rang out in surprise. A Funai. That's great, a Funai. You killed the man-eating ant emperor. Shi Linglong was so excited that she jumped on the spot in joy, and her two long ponytails bounced along with her. Suan was equally happy. However, compared to Shi Linglong, she was much calmer. Su Yuan, you guys were really good. Suan praised Su Yuan. Suan and Shi Linglong received a notification. Congratulations Lord Suan and Lord Shi Linglong for defeating the boss man-eating ant emperor. After the sea of trees disappeared, the first thing they saw was the Flower Fairy on the head of the man-eating ant emperor. They assumed that the Flower Fairy had killed the enemy. Since Suan and her hero had also participated, they received the prompts as well. When the Flower Fairy heard their praises, she was dumbfounded. I can't claim credit for this. The Flower Fairy was about to explain everything when Su Yuan flew to Suan's side. He made a hush gesture at her, followed by a slitting throat gesture. It was clear he wanted the Flower Fairy to keep quiet about this. The Flower Fairy forced out a cordial smile and claimed the credit with uneasiness. She emphasized that it was thanks to Su Yuan for diverting the man-eating ant emperor's attention, giving her an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Suan and Shi Linglong praised them both but failed to read the hidden meaning in the Flower Fairy's words. They understood that Su Yuan had helped but they still believed that the actual hero here was the Flower Fairy. Wan, thank you so much for this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. I definitely wouldn't have been able to obtain such rich materials for killing the man-eating ant emperor. Shi Linglong was in high spirits. She had been depressed a while ago because she was convinced that she had some kind of rotten luck that always attracted trouble. Just as Shi Linglong was about to give a brilliant speech to thank them, a white crystal emerged from the head of the dead man-eating ant emperor. The crystal floated in the air, emitting a faint light. Under that light, an illusionary image appeared. It was a creature that looked like a mix between a tiger and a lion. It had purple wings on its back, a single horn on its head, and a pitch-black tail that was as sharp as the tail of a demon. An amethyst liger, shouted Suan. She was terrified. The amethyst liger was a very special creature according to the research conducted by the many overlords on the blue planet. It was a fusion between a tiger and a lion. It had characteristics of both a tiger and a lion. It also had purple wings on its back. It is said that two extremely powerful leaders of the Amethyst Beast clan once received special care from the End of Darkness. The two of them combined to become the Amethyst Lion Tiger, the formidable Amethyst Liger. An adult Amethyst Liger is as terrifying as a dragon, Suan recalled. The image in front of them was blurry like a bad signal, but Suan still recognized the legendary creature as the Amethyst Liger. The image of the Amethyst Liger looked at Suan and then at the Flower Fairy. It spoke slowly in the human language. Lord from another world, how dare you kill a member of the Dark Screen? The organization will not let you off the hook. Amethyst Liger's voice frightened Shi Linglong. Dark Screen? The most powerful organization in the Overlord plane. When a lord descended from another world, it was inevitable that they would have conflicts of interest with the native creatures of the Overlord plane. Since ancient times, there had been countless creatures which resisted the lords. The Dark Screen was the most powerful organization among all the organizations that opposed the Overlords. The Dark Screen had accomplished a great feat once before. The Black Vatican from their organization once assassinated a legendary overlord on the blue planet. Shi Linglong recalled the history from her textbooks. She recounted it to her friend. Let me see your ability. The level limit of each lord and hero was related to the territory core. A level 1 territory core could only allow an upgrade till level 29. Unless the territory core advanced to level 2, both the lord and the hero would be stuck at level 9, unable to upgrade to level 30. If a lord's territory core was at level 1, they would be known as low-level lord. Next, there were intermediate lords whose territory cores were of level 2. The level 2 territory core only allowed the hero and the lord to advance till level 59, upon which they would be stalled again. The territory core needed to be upgraded to level 3 for the hero and lord to upgrade to level 60 and above. 30 levels were the limit at each stage. If a lord managed to reach level 90, they would be called a legendary lord. On the blue planet, the number of legendary lords could be counted on fingers of one hand. They were very rare. Such a powerful lord had been assassinated by the dark screen in the overlord plane. The territory core was destroyed, so the legendary lord could not resurrect again. He had died and vanished completely. Yuan, we are done for. A legendary lord fell at their hands. What chance do we have of surviving? Shi Linglong panicked. She thought the only alternative was for her to escape to the blue planet and let the enemy find her territory core. That way, she would have no future as. If they remained here, they would certainly be killed by the dark screen. Shi Linglong trembled in fear. The image of the amethyst laggard disappeared. Yuan and Shi Linglong were rooted on the spot. They didn't dare move. They knew that they had provoked a dangerous organization. With dark screen's reputation of assassinating a legendary lord, they didn't think they would live past the night. Let's report this to the Academy n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yuan and Shi Linglong decided to report the whole matter to the Star Academy first. Shi Linglong returned to her territory which was nearby. Yuan needed to get back to her territory first to report the matter to the Academy leaders. She needed to take Su Yuan and the remaining troops back to her territory. When Yuan and Su Yuan returned to their territory, the area was piled with mountains of corpses. There were dead skeleton soldiers everywhere. When Yuan and Su Yuan stepped into the territory, the last of the skeleton soldier was being created in the hall. Su Yuan looked at the territory core attributes. Territory core upgrade requirements. Land area reaches 0.4 square kilometers, achieved. Total resources reach 100 tons, achieved. Possess 5 buildings, completed. Population has reached 2,000, achieved. Everything has been achieved. Su Yuan mumbled softly. Yuan's ears were sharp. She immediately became curious. Su Yuan, what is the meaning of this? Under Yuan's puzzled gaze, Su Yuan's claw pointed to the territory core. Said Yuan. All the requirements are fulfilled? But that doesn't make sense. I still have a long way to go until I reach even a little close to level 30. After the territory core upgrade, more types of buildings and troops would be unlocked. But it was more important to surpass the level limit. Yuan was only at level 20 right now after tackling all sorts of bosses and competitions. There was still a long way to go before she could reach level 30. She wasn't in a hurry to level up the territory core. Do you want to upgrade your territory core? Asked Su Yuan. Territory core was the most important thing to a lord. Even if Su Yuan wanted to upgrade it, he couldn't do it without Yuan's permission even though he was her initial hero. Only Yuan could upgrade it. Sure. Since you want to do it so badly, I can do it for you. Yuan stretched out her hand as if she was going to press a button. Then she rolled her eyes and withdrew her hand. As if, you are in such a hurry to upgrade the territory core. I know you are up to something again. Yuan had always been smart. She had fought with Su Yuan many times before. She knew what he was planning. I won't talk about the first and second upgrade requirements. But the third one, 5 buildings? Is that why you have been building useless cemeteries and crypts? Yuan narrowed her eyes. Fraud Su seemed to have planned everything right under her nose. The fourth condition requires a population of 2,000. Is that why you created so many skeleton soldiers behind my back by squandering the resources? Well, skeleton soldiers consume very few resources, and they take very less time to produce. It was a cheap and a good deal, explained Su Yuan. You always scheme behind my back. Yuan saw right through Su Yuan's sinister planning. Su Yuan felt that trouble was brewing. He thought Yuan might use this as leverage to make him do useless tasks. Yuan snorted. She squatted down to reach his eye level. Su Yuan, look at me, she commanded. We are in this together, right? I am an overlord, and you are my hero. We should work together to grow and get stronger. You want to upgrade the territory core because it will benefit you? That's fine. You can just tell me so we could discuss it. Why do you always have to be so secretive? Do you think I will refuse? Yuan thought this was the right time for something she had wanted to ask him for a long time. Su Yuan, how about this? It's easy to upgrade the territory core, but we both need to show our sincerity to each other. Yuan told Su Yuan that, initially, she intended to wait till she reached level 29 to upgrade the territory core. However, he had already fulfilled the requirements, so she was willing to upgrade it to level 2. I will do it if you want, said Yuan. I will do it to show you my sincerity. But you have to show your sincerity to me too. In exchange, let me see your ability. You don't have to show me everything. One that I haven't seen before will do. Yuan had seen his Chaos Realm ability before. To clarify, she added that that was not counted. He had to show her something new. I can finally see Su Yuan's ability? To see my ability. Su Yuan hesitated. When Yuan saw him hesitating, she understood that he had a lot of abilities that he had hidden from her. Just find one that you haven't shown me before, urged Yuan. Su Yuan's face kept changing. In the end, he looked sullen as if he was ready to compromise. Fraud Su, I finally got you. I am the winner this time, rejoiced Yuan in her heart. Seeing him compromise for once made her feel satisfied n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He raised his head and wagged his tail gently. He stretched out his claw. Su Yuan was afraid she would break her promise. He emphasized that she could look at only one ability. Yuan extended her palm and touched it to his claws. It was a sort of high five that cemented their oath. Don't worry. I will keep my word, said Yuan. When have I ever gone back on my word? I will only look at one ability, as promised. I will immediately upgrade the territory core to level 2. Although Yuan and her hero didn't have much of a rapport before, she thought that they were certainly in a better place now. However, seeing how worried Yuan was about her breaking her word, Yuan was disappointed that he didn't trust her. She decided to increase her favorability with Yuan so he could trust her more. That was what she thought. If she could turn back time, she would have deleted that thought from her mind. Yuan hesitated but, in the end, he decided to show her another ability aside from the Chaos Realm. Dragon God Slumber LVL1, as long as you fall into a deep sleep, you will receive the blessing of the night. Yuan showed her the ability. When she finally saw it, she was stunned for a moment. The ability displayed on the interface could never be faked. Even if Yuan hid other data from the panel, he could not tamper or manipulate it. The information on it was true. Yuan indeed had this ability. However, Yuan felt that something was wrong. Deep sleep, blessing of the night. Yuan understood why Yuan was always sleeping before, but there still was something she didn't understand. Blessing of the night? What does that mean? She asked. Yuan looked at her sheepishly and didn't respond. Yuan finally understood. He had other abilities, and they were linked together. She realized she had been tricked again. He had shown her an ability, but it was completely useless information for her. Without knowing about the other abilities, it was useless for her to make sense of the Dragon's God Slumber. Yuan, tell me, what's this blessing? Yuan stomped her feet in anger. She was aware that Yuan desperately wanted to upgrade the territory core, so she had used that as leverage to find out about his ability. But he had tricked her again? She couldn't argue with him because he had indeed shown her his ability as promised. He now looked at her questioningly. Yuan gritted her teeth and fulfilled her promise. She upgraded the territory core. A dazzling light emerged from the core of the territory. Congratulations Lord Yuan. Your territory core is now level 2. Construction of city wall, unlocked. Watchtower, unlocked. Construction of buildings, unlocked. A series of notifications flashed but Yuan was in no mood to pay attention to them. She focused on Yuan. Yuan's attribute panel changed again. Name, Yuan. Demonic dragon's true name, Lapis Olga. Race, Dark Demon Dragon. Level, 30. Strength, 1460. Spirit, 1458. Agility, 1457. Constitution, 1460. Abilities. Night Shift LVL1, as a Dark Demon Dragon, energy of the night can be converted to power. During the night, experience will be automatically gained at all times. The amount of experience gained will increase according to the current skill level. Dragon God Slumber LVL1, as long as you fall into a deep sleep, you will receive the blessing of the night. Lord of Darkness, has absolute control over all dark creatures. Can forcefully control dark creatures. Demonic Dragon's Blessing, imbues the demonic dragon's aura onto dark creatures, strengthening them. All attributes will increase by 300% for 10 minutes. Demon Dragon Wings LVL1, ability to fly. At night, ability to travel from one dark area to another. Demonic Dragon's Breath LVL1, spit out a demonic dragon's breath, causing AoE damage to the target area. Creatures who die from the demonic dragon's breath have a 10% chance of becoming an undead, depends on the ability level. Dark Fusion, fuse 2 dark creatures of the same race into one creature for 10 minutes. The fused creature will have the combined attributes of the 2 creatures. True Eye of the Magic Dragon, the True Eye of the Magic Dragon can see through all illusions. It can trace back time and see what happened 24 hours ago. Dark Dual Domain, drag the enemy into the dual domain and engage in a fair one-on-one duel. There is no interference from the outside world during this period. The winner will devour the soul of the loser and absorb the power. Chaos Realm, gather 12 elemental hearts and fuse them into a Chaos Core. Use the Chaos Core as support to release the Chaos Realm. Within the territory, all other elemental powers will be suppressed, and the skills of the territory's master would be greatly strengthened. At this moment, a mysterious magic array appeared under Yuan's feet. The magic array was divided into 3 circles, and each circle had ancient runes that flashed. When Yuan saw this, she was shocked. The magic array was the symbol of the legendary realm? You're an SSS class hero. Yuan's breath came out rapidly. Among the many classes of heroes, the SSS class heroes were all legendary heroes. It all made sense now. Only such a high-level hero would have special traits, like the 12 dark energy balls floating behind his back and the glowing magical array of light at his feet. Yuan knew about the 12 energy balls behind Yuan, but she had never guessed that he could be legendary. Now, everything made sense. The dots connected. I knew it. I am extremely talented, so my hero couldn't be anything less. She recalled the days she had spent with Yuan and how mysterious he was. Yuan wasn't surprised when she found out that Yuan could be an SSS class hero. She was instead relieved. Although Yuan was now certain that Yuan was an SSS class hero, she still felt the same as before. Yuan wasn't as strong in combat, but he had a strong auxiliary ability. While Yuan juggled with her thoughts, Yuan was busy thinking about his newly unlocked ability.